that 6th place, and thank goodness we have a different format, because otherwise we would have already confirmed playoffs and it'd be all pretty much done and dusted. Now, though, we have a very, very, very aggressive race towards that last available playoff position.
It is going to be a very exciting week of LCK, and we're going to be bringing you guys through each step of the way every single time these conditions change for playoffs. It's a little bit complicated. We're going to get into it later. But the most important thing to know is that if NSㅣ 2-0s this week, they will be in. That's the simplest thing for you to know. And the rest of the teams will be out. So that's the first match you want to track if you're a fan of any of the other teams. That's the most important part. If NSㅣ 2-0s, nothing else matters.
That's exactly right. That's why, you know, Fred Brion, they could theoretically keep their hopes and dreams alive, but unfortunately for them, you know, NSㅣ are the ones that hold all of the cards because they have the most victories. Let's have a look at the standings on where they stand right now. Of course, the standings are standing because they're standings. NSㅣ, as you can see, in 6th place at the moment, a match ahead of Liv Sandbox, who surprisingly made it to that equal 7th place alongside KT. Fred Brion, unfortunately, are standing with the most difficult time when it comes to getting towards those playoffs. Afrika actually does have, as far as game score, a higher win rate than Fred Brion, but unfortunately, Afrika have already been eliminated.
That's right. Another bonus match for this week, or bonus thing to look at, is the matchup between Gen.G and Hanwha Life Esports. Hanwha Life could potentially, with a win here and Gen.G losing to DRX later on this week, take that 2nd place spot and skip around. Here's our matches for the week, though. There's a lot of good ones in here, Atlas.
Oh, yeah.
And I myself am most interested in, of course, the NSㅣ games, because those are really going to be the determining factors. They're playing against KT Rolster tonight and Fred Brion on Saturday.
Yeah, and I think there is still a chance, even if NSㅣ gets that win against KT, if Fred Brion 2-0s and then 2-0s NSㅣ, there is still a possibility that things are going to be okay. However, if we have a look at all of our ELO percentages and things like that, NSㅅ are going to be sitting at like 98%. Or something like that, because things can, it is certainly very, very difficult for Fred Brion to do it, because of course, Hanwha Life Esports have looked very strong. And as you can see in the POG standings, Chovy, sitting well out in front, has found some form again here at the latter half of the split.
He really has. He's been the most consistent player this season. It is a pretty awesome list we have here. You know, when you look at the diversity, I mean, a lot of people are saying Showmaker is also having a really weak season. But actually, he's tied for 2nd with Pyoshik, who's a jungler here in the top. And then you have Keria, who's broken into top 4 because he's won almost all of T1's POGs. So it's a very awesome list we have, actually. And it seems like Chovy is going to win it in the end, but could slip. Definitely an opportunity for Pyoshik or Showmaker to catch him up.
Yeah, we have seen sometimes that it has been 1,000 points is all you need in order to get yourself towards that top spot. But let's have a look at some pick ban percentages. Thresh, of course, rocketing towards the top in last week's games as we debuted 11.5. Udyr as well doing very well. Surprisingly to a lot of people, Gnar is 80% win rate thus far and has been banned a heck of a lot.
Yeah, you could see Hecarim is ended up sneaking into a lot of these drafts. He's actually picked more often than banned and has a decent win rate too. So definitely a champion to look out for as we head into our final week of 11.5.
Yeah.
And I think that this week is going to be one of those defining weeks for a lot of these teams, especially the bottom teams right now. It's do or die. This is the most pressure some of these players have ever felt in their entire careers leading up until this point. So I'm excited to see how this week shakes out, man.
Me too. And speaking of which, let's get into it. Let's get into our first match. Hanwha Life Esports taking on Fred Brion. We have points in the match for you. And let's have a look at what the LCK has come up with as far as the chances for Fred Brion to take this. Yeah,
they're at less than 5% chance based on our ELO right now. So they have to win this series. And as you mentioned earlier, it's not necessarily enough. Their playoff spot is not in their control. A lot of this depends on NSㅅ. So also, Fred Brion may be our first team to be eliminated from those remaining teams. If they lose 0-2, Fred Brion do not have a chance to make playoffs. And so it is very important that they avoid that scenario. And even if they win or lose with a 1-2, it's very unlikely that they will make it. And of course, last but not least, Yaharong back on the starting lineup. Will he be able to beat POG 1,000 points Chovy? You know, it's been reminded to me today by our writers, actually, that Yaharong first broke onto the scene when he was able to solo kill Chovy in the Kesma Cup in 2017. So there's a little bit of history between these two players.
Well, let's see whether that is going to be reflected in our team stats, as we are going to bring those up for you. As you can see, the playoff contention continues. As Fred at Brion, they still have, theoretically, based on our cool system that we have, a 5% chance of getting there. But as you can see, they do have to take down Hanwha Life Esports in order to do so. In doing so, you saw in the second point that Gen.G will be confirmed in second place. Currently, Hanwha Life Esports hot on their heels. So this means that Hanwha are going to be fighting just as hard to avoid that first round of playoffs.
Exactly. Very, very important match for both teams. Here are our team stats. You can see that Fred at Brion have actually only won first turret twice, actually, throughout the season. Well, in round 2, I should say. And they're 50-50 when they do that. So getting an early lead has kind of been Fred at Brion's way. They've won a lot of their games throughout this season, but first turret isn't often enough. They need to win decisive team fights and crush lane in order to do it. It's not just getting that first turret that is going to be enough to propel them into that safe play style that we know they can beat teams like Hanwha Life Esports with if they can find that consistency.
Yeah, they have done this before, remember, but I like that we bring up the round 2 stats because Hanwha Life Esports have certainly found some consistency outside of a couple of weird games. And I think that that had a lot to do with some teething when it came to you know, some jungler changes there. But let's have a look at Fred at Brion first. Hoya, Umpty, Yaharong, Henna, and Delight. Yaharong back again. Lava had a few times there in the mid lane, but Yaharong seems to be what they're going with, trying to channel some of that 2017 energy like you were talking about, Wolf.
Yeah, I mean, that's the idea here with this roster. I mean, it's a very risky choice, I think, to put Yaharong in this situation, but he has shown, I think, higher highs than Lava overall here in this second round, even though Lava perhaps has been a little bit more consistent. You're not playing for safety. You're not playing for, I hope we don't lose in a series like this. You have to win. It is so important. And taking a look at Hanwha Life Esports on the other side, Johan in once again. I don't think we'll be seeing Arthur throughout playoffs based on how they've been drafting this roster so far over the last few weeks. And Johan, he's been, you know, heavily criticized for his performances he has had, but he's also played some weird off-meta jungle picks, and this is a Hanwha Life Esports that's in general kind of gone off the rails with their drafting in the last few weeks, so hard to really blame Johan specifically in some of these very unusual games they've been playing.
That's true. That being said, some of their more recent games, they've come back to some forms, they've come back to some more intelligent drafting, which I think has been very, very important. Our key players, though, are going to be Henna versus Deft. I think that this was going to be difficult on any player on the side of Fred at Brion, but Henna's drawn the short straw this time around, and Deft is just going to have to smack him down with some pretty epic stats.
If you look at where his stats are #1 across the board is duo proximity. He very rarely is away from his support. He's always in lane. He does not roam very often. And also, he's #1 in the LCK in terms of CS given from 15 minutes to 30 minutes. So they know that this player is so critical for their late game success. And when they're ahead, they feed most of the CS on the map to him so he can get those items online and hopefully carry those team fights. That's the game plan for Hanwha Life, or rather for Fred at Brion here against Hanwha Life.
Yeah, the opposite is said for Deft, though, who barely gets any of the gold, but still does a very ridiculously large amount of damage. So let's see what is going to happen there on the bottom side as we hop into the pick and ban for game #1. Remember, guys, super important match for both of these teams. For Hanwha Life Esports, it's chasing second place. For Fred at Brion, it's having any hope of staying in that playoff run.
Could see already, you know, Renekton continuing to be banned here against Morgan. 100% pick ban last week. Chovy's Lucian also removed very early on. You never want to face one of the most terrifying mid Lucians in the world. Always going to have lane priority, his team fight prowess in the late game, and even in the mid game too with his Lucian, to be frank, because he gets such an early lead so many times. It's something you just absolutely do not want to deal with whatsoever, especially when you're talking about Yaharong in the mid lane. Just don't want to put him up against that.
But they left Senna open, and they left Lilia up. Interesting. Of course, with the horse now banned, Lilia does go up in priority. So Umpty is going to take that one away. And let's see what Morgan and Johan do have available. Remember, no Renekton, but there is a Thresh. Oh my goodness, this makes things really rough. Especially, I want to go back to that first turret percentage because it's actually super relevant in this particular matchup. Because this is how Deft has been winning games of League of Legends for like the last 7 years.
Yeah.
It takes first turret with a Thresh support or something like that that's very defensive, he's playing Jinx, Tristana, or Caitlyn, mows down that turret, gets transitioned around the map, and they have a 4,000 gold lead out of nowhere.
And because he has such a wide pool of champions he can play too with a Thresh, Kai'Sa here is not a strong pick as a result. You know, we're going to see the Gnar too. I feel like for Life Esports, you don't even necessarily have to take the Jinx here. They will. It is a very strong pairing.
I mean, Deft is also like 90% win rate on the champion of all time, so probably a pretty good option.
It's a good play. They have now the opportunity too to try to get a top laner that can snowball things with the Udyr pick here for Johan. That was the alternative option, is to grab something like a Camille here, maybe band away, you know, because you want to make sure that Gnar is going to be able to be stable in that top lane. And when you do have champions like Camille paired with Udyr, it becomes very frustrating to keep Gnar stable if you're Hoya in a matchup like this. Yep. So I expect Fred Brion to try to take some of that power away, because you already have such a strong bot lane. You cannot have a strong top lane on top of it, because things could just become unreal.
And also, Morgan isn't that player either. This guy plays a lot of very defensive top lane matchups. Even though he has like a 5-1 win rate on the Renekton, he still plays it very weak side orientated. He doesn't move too far up the lane. This is a guy that likes to absorb pressure rather than put it on. And so maybe this is a time where the Gnar makes a lot more sense, because he is known to sort of roll over lanes that aren't able to play up to that level of aggression. But we'll see where Morgan is going to go. Certainly still a bunch of tanks that he has left over, as Kennen and the Orianna taken away from Life Esports here. The
Kennen ban I really do like, actually, because it's another champion that can get kind of snowballing on the top side with an Udyr. But here's the issue. You still have Jace. Yeah, you still have Irelia. Like, Camille is also another option, but this is going to be great range damage, which is so safe into what is going to have to be harder engage. They take the Sylas instead, which has been a more recent development. We're seeing this to respond to Gnar a lot more recently, because stealing the ultimate is so powerful. You have this insane engage tool. And Sylas is extremely tanky in some of these fights, too, if he can get into position, and then he's able to set up a crazy Gnar ultimate at will, right? He's not reliant on a Gnar bar, so kind of crazy, actually, how powerful this pick has become in recent weeks.
Yeah, although it doesn't necessarily do that well in lane against the Gnar. It's something that has been picked to just try and steal away really cool ultimates and things like that, which, you know, is good. But I don't know whether it's really going to be quite as powerful as what the Jace would have been, which would have been a lot of added pressure around the map that Udyr loves. And there's Yone. Okay, Jovi, going to be locking it in for us. And remember, the time that BDD wants to forget in his life was when he played Syndra into Chovy's Yone, man. Like, that's one that all of us want to remember for the rest of our lives. However, a very different story when it comes to the other side of the map, and this is a big gauntlet thrown for Life Esports.
And Chovy has played, I have to remind everyone, 17 champions this season, and you could even point to 4 of the 5 champions that Fred Brion have banned this game as champions Chovy has played in the mid lane.
Yep.
He hasn't played Kennen mid just yet, but you never know. But at the same point,
shout out to Prolly there, one of my favorite mid-Kennen players from back in 2013.
But Alice, you could see how difficult it is to draft against a team like Life Esports. At the same time, you know, you're feeling like, okay, we have to try to control the top side of the map. You know, it's going to be really tough into Deft, Vista, Jinx, Thresh on the bottom side. So you're trying to control things around the top side of the map and jungle, and then yet somehow Chovy's Yone gets through the draft, and you're like, there's just one thing we couldn't stop. I mean, there's just a million different ways that Chovy can play this mid lane and try to get extra prio. And Yone is one of the more terrifying options. It does have trade-offs, though. It's not going to scale as well towards the late game, but at the same time, their composition has Sylas, who can, of course, steal a lot of impactful ultimates, especially the Gnar ultimate set up for engages. They have a really nice front-to-back team fight here. I think that Fred and Brion are going to have to be stable early on. If they fall behind, I think this is a game that Life Esports can absolutely run over.
I think Fred and Brion do have a lot of options when it comes to lane pressure, though. I think that the Gnar will be able to push in the Sylas, and I think that theoretically, if it wasn't Chovy who does mix up these matchups, Syndra should be able to try and get a little bit of lane control in the earlier stages of the game. But we'll just have to see exactly how this one's going to go. Yaharong, a different player to Lava. Of course, Lava was playing last time these two teams met. And remember, it is all on the line for this one. Every game matters, right? It's not even like, can you win the series? Fred and Brion need a 2-0 to keep fate in their hands.
Yeah, and even if they get a 2-0, it's not completely in their hands. Yeah, Nongship could still 2-0 both their...
It's the most in their hands version of outcomes.
Yeah, exactly. That's true. And I mean, another crazy thing too is that if Nongshim, or rather if Fredit Brion, end up going 1-2, like if they end up losing the series 1-2, they still have a chance. But that's only if KT wins the next series 2-1 specifically. Like it gets,
Yep.
It's like, well, it's still possible, but you have to think about how technical it has to become. As you guys can probably tell, we do have a pause, very cinematic pause.
Yep, slight pause there. I imagine Chovy's having a little bit of issues. He's like, no, this emote spam is not working effectively. I'm going to need you guys to fix it. There is this one particle that's off, and it's really it's ruining his feng shui of the lane. I could completely understand that, and hopefully we can have a complete rework of Yone and his ability to emote spam in the meantime. So we are going to have a bit of a break.
Yeah, can when you see the refs texting, that ref texting behind Chovy in particular, the first thing that jumps. Okay, Vista has sound issues, we got confirmed.
Yep.
First thing that jumps into my mind is actually the ref is not even talking about the pause. He's like, "Yo, did you guys see Chovy's playing Yona in this game? Like, he actually got through the draft."
He's like messaging his friends just to let them know that they probably should be watching this one. Oh,
he's like, when he gets that triple kill later, like that's me in the background.
Spoilers, Wolf. Come on, don't be like that. I'm actually very interested to see, how Yaharong's going to deal with it, because I imagine not a lot of space is going to be given to Chovy this game, right? Like, this is his Yone. This is like, it's almost like one of those faker situations, like the global taunt that we've seen. Even now, right? It's still years past, like the classic global taunt moments of like 2014, 2015, where Faker was just a magnet in that mid lane. It is just still the case. It's crazy. And I feel like Chovy's Yone should probably, especially this game, have a very similar effect on
Yeah. I mean, even pre-6, he can put kill pressure onto an Orianna. If he's able to get the knock-up, then Udyr comes through, hits the follow-up stun. And you don't have to worry about gap closing because he just rips his soul out and then chases you down forever.
It sounds very graphic.
Yeah,
but it's exactly what it is.
Yeah, it could potentially be a graphic game, Atlas, that we're going into here.
Well, looking forward to seeing how it is going to go. I think the bottom lane should be well and truly in favor of HLE Esports. But this is a Udyr composition, right? So you need pressure in more lanes than one. Chovy has the ability to just generally do that on a whim, which is a little bit difficult. But we'll see how Fredit Brion are going to do it, because there is a lot about this draft that is a little bit disrespectful on HLE Esports' side.
I was going to say the same thing. Like, if this is a different team, if you change the nameplate, I think a lot of people look at this draft and go, well, I think this is too risky. I think they're trying to do a little bit too much with this draft. It's a little bit complicated, and it has certain holes in it in terms of how it's going to scale later on. Sure, you have the Jinx for late game power, but if Silas isn't able to consistently get those Gnar ultimates off, then he's not as powerful later on. The Yone isn't going to be as powerful, so it is based on getting an advantage early on and kind of pushing with that, which we've seen Chovy do so well with the Yone, as you mentioned with the BDD series in particular. That was where he played a Kali that second game too. It's like, wow.
Yeah, it didn't even really matter which champion it was,
as
it turned out. But that's what can certainly warp how these games are going to go. Is Vista continues to have some audio issues, and I guess we've covered the game enough. Wolf, I'm really excited. Really excited at the moment. Can you guess what it is?
Is it maybe because there's a new video game coming out tomorrow afternoon?
There is a new video game coming out tomorrow afternoon. Oh my goodness, I'm so excited. I'm so ready.
I'm ready too, man. I'm going to be pulling out my my Yone longswords to hunt some monsters.
Oh, really?
They only let you hold one in this game for some reason, but
I know it's a bit silly. I mean, obviously, it's no League of Legends. However, being able to hold at least one of those longswords is definitely a very cool thing. I'm planning on switching my sword between an axe and a sword.
Yeah, that's a good plan.
That's my plan. I've mained a lot of different weapons in my time, but I think it might be time to switch it up.
Which kind of sword and axe? So are you talking charge blade? Because that's technically also switching.
That has a shield as well.
Yeah,
that's too many things. I can't hold 3 things. No. I'm a simple man. I want my axe to change into a sword and then back into an axe and all that sort of cool stuff. Because now we have to deal with having like this very interesting spiderweb stuff that we get to utilize as well, which is really fun. But speaking of fun, let's get back into Fredit Brion versus HLE Esports. Vista has sorted out his audio, and we've got junglers starting on their camps. We've got red starts for both of our junglers, and let's see whether the Udyr can do Udyr things and speed through his jungle, despite the fact that Umpty got a pretty hefty leash.
Yep, pretty hefty indeed. But it is Udyr, despite the Phoenix stance nerf, which is very slight. And a really nice play there from Yaharong. I'm sure he doesn't get hit by that third Q. Always going to be careful about setting that up because if you...
Oh, hook lands onto Henna, but Delight goes in as well. You got Deft walking very far forward, switching to the Rockets, but Henna's still in a bit of trouble here.
Yeah, that's a great.
What happens?
Great
you land some hooks early, and things are going to be good. And we've seen this so many times. Leona picked into Thresh, and I don't know whether it's my boomer brain, whether something's changed, but it's bad for Leona, right? You send us played in, and you get played out.
You get played out, and then you get caught on your retreat because it's essentially a free hook. You kind of give a free engage over. You have to have a champion that can just crush and burst in the matchup if you're going to try to gank level 1, level 2, or not gank, but you know, aggress forward and end up
actually trade properly.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Jinx is very happy to do that, especially when she has a Thresh. And this is what I'm talking about with this matchup in the mid lane. If you end up getting queued the 3rd time and knocked off, especially, you know, like that, and Naryong does not, you'll end up losing half your health bar. And then if he does it to you again, you lose flash. And this is what I'm talking about with the Udyr pick. Let's see if he can make it happen.
He's coming in with the bear. There's the flash done as
go.
Chovy gets that knock up. And too easy it is for Harmalife Esports. It's the Udyr that gets the first blood, so not the worst news for Fred Brion, but still, what a phenomenal start here for Harmalife.
And this is the kind of thing that, like, you know, I'm no prophet, but it's a very easy, it's very easy to execute, right? Like, this is not hard stuff. I mean, this is not rocket science.
Knock up, kill them with all of your damage. Yep.
I mean, you could do it both ways. If Chovy gets a knock up first, then you get the free follow-up stun from Udyr, who can just close that gap so quickly. And then if you do it the other way, as we just saw, you know, it's impossible to miss the follow-up Q because they're stationary. So it's like the easiest thing to do in the world, and you have to respect it. And if you respect it too much, then you fall behind in CS, which is generally how it's going to be against Chovy anyways, let's be real. But this is a rough start for Fred Brion.
And now Johan goes back, and I think this is really intelligent. Picking up the Merc Treads, making sure that he's not CC'd for too long, but if he's going to be focusing the mid lane, which he definitely should be with the flash down now on Yaharong, it's going to mean that he's not going to be taking bajillions of damage. That being said, Umti actually trading very, very nicely there as he looks to try and invade the chickens. There's a hook point blank onto Delight. Flame Chompers go down. He has to flash to get out of the way. Deft does take the lantern, and now Vista's in trouble. Henna over the wall, and now Deft by himself against 2. This is going to be dangerous, but a phenomenal play here from Fred Brion on the bottom side, punishing the aggression from Harmalife Esports.
Really well played by Delight there, just waiting to the last possible second to flash away. And that ends up being a great kill. Now, they do have to use both flashes for it, so you know, there is a big trade-off in what they've done, and that does make them vulnerable for potentially follow-up plays that we might see from Vista. And you won't be able to make a play like that twice with no flashes. But still, a lot of extra gold here now to Henna, who has shown to be the most successful player on Fred Brion in the late game when he is fed.
Yep.
He's been very consistent, so good start. Look at that win record, 39-3 career.
Yeah, dude. And this also includes the LPL when he was playing over there. Definitely just had a very, very good time when it came to playing Jinx. And this is exactly the playstyle that we were talking about, right? Like this, like his win rate on Caitlyn also very high. Teams play around Deft very well. But speaking of playing around very good players, Chovy just getting the setup there from Johan, and things much easier now in the mid lane for that unit.
Yeah, pretty self-explanatory there. He used Flash to guarantee the stun. And we're going to watch Delight here just get over-committed to, and then we're going to jump out of the replay early, but
yeah, we are.
It's all good. You guys saw it just a few seconds ago.
Henna just like free hitting actually in that moment, so it's a little bit unfortunate. Scatter the Weak lands onto Chovy. Yaharong using his mana bar pretty relentlessly right now.
Yeah, sometimes that's the only way you can feel safe is to just kind of try to chunk out the enemy Yone so that he can't all in on you as easily, but you know, obviously he's not bound by such restrictions. He doesn't have a mana bar. So eventually you're going to have a bad time because he's got Vampiric Scepter and can just heal right back up.
Yep. As there's an back, Johan in a bit of trouble here. Does land the abduct. No wallop available there for Hoya. And he misses the big statue. There's Johan now. Hobbs mode. Moving on into the enemy jungle. This red buff is going to be spawning relatively soon. As you can see, Umti thinking about making his way over. Doesn't land the bowling ball and just looking to push this wave out for Yaharong. But that does mean a bit of space in the enemy jungle is given over to Johan as Chovy gets himself back. And unfortunately, there's the Unbound Soul. Has to ult his way out as the bowling ball's going to pick it up in the end. A bit of a mistake there from Chovy as the Unbound Soul means that they know exactly where he is.
Yeah, that was not the right way to play that. He could have just walked away instead, but he offered himself to take a little bit of extra damage, and the sleep was available. And unfortunately, Johan was nowhere to be seen. He was trying to catch up in terms of farm and was kind of stealing some camps away. So very unfortunate that he wasn't anywhere nearby. And I don't think there was any vision of this either from Fred at Breon. They just made a proactive play. It was risky, but it pays off big time to trade that one back. And that's the power of Lilia, you know?
Yeah, true. But it would have been so good for Harmon Life Esports, right? If Chovy keeps them busy, he doesn't need to unbound Soul, you know, randomly in the lane. He did use it, I believe, to try and, yeah, just get a little cute Q onto Yaharong, but
the problem is,
going back.
Exactly. He even ults away, but the sleep is there to guarantee the kill. The problem is if he, you know, if he does that, then it's like he's kind of stuck out there and he has to return, and he also didn't return immediately, so he took a lot of extra damage before even coming back. Like, I think he thought that Yuan was going to be there faster. Just a small mechanical error of judgment, even more than mechanics there from Chovy. That's going to cost you big.
Well, we'll see whether Yaharong can use this to get himself back into this lane comfortably. You can see some brown bags picked up, but Chovy not with a very large amount of magic resist right now. So Yaharong's going to continue to do a fair bit of work with that unleashed power as Chovy just looking to get some vision down, does so pretty comfortably as the Unbound Soul's back.
It's kind of unfair that he can do that.
Yeah, no.
I watched that, I'm like, wait, what?
And remember, Chovy is a bit of a connoisseur of the old LeBlanc, and it works very similarly.
Yep.
That being said, LeBlanc has a few more options when it comes to whether or not you do go back.
Yeah, you don't tell everyone where you're going before you go there.
Yeah.
It's a little bit more ambiguity there.
Top side of the map, though, Morgan is actually just doing really, really well when it comes to farm. We actually saw this matchup last time around. I believe it was Keen playing it. And he didn't have a very good time at all as the Sylas into the Gnar. This time, Morgan really has got past the really difficult part of the lane and is now able to use that pretty decent wave clear in order to keep things in order. And as you can see now, able to get that wave shoved in himself as Delight moves on around and finds himself a little bit of a ward.
Yeah, this is kind of an awkward situation here for Delight. He's very tanky.
All right, Zenith Blade does come in here as Deft should be able to take the lantern, very comfortably does so. I like that. Vista immediately gets out, makes sure that he understands that the Thresh positioning is exactly the most important thing, as Johan just steals away the Rift Herald by himself.
Yeah, and this was a really nice macro play from Hanwha Life Esports because they knew that Chovy could come down here to catch this wave, no problem. So he gets over here. They lose nothing for this. And all the resources Fred at Breon spent, meanwhile, to try to make that play happen around the mid lane means that they get a free Rift Herald. So that's a lot of extra gold here for Hanwha Life Esports. They already got the first Drake. So they're in such a fantastic position objective-wise right now.
Yeah.
And in fact, you know, with the control they have with the top side of the map, they could just parlay that into controlling this next Drake fight as well and start to get a really massive advantage. And this is what this comp is supposed to do. There's been a few hiccups along the way. You know, firstly, not giving the kill to Chovy, which was not actually his fault. I mean, the kill
that's
went to
not, that's not a big deal, really.
But, you know, and then Chovy ends up getting picked, right? And there's the little snafu in the bottom lane. So there's some errors here, but Hanwha Life Esports, their comp is still working as intended.
And it should continue to do so, right? Because as soon as Johan puts down this Rift Herald, it's likely that either Chovy or Deft are the beneficiary of this. That's exactly how Hanwha Life Esports have played in the past. Often we do see it thrown topside, but Morgan doesn't often get a lot of the help as Chovy does land that second portion of the Q. Yaharong is going to be absolutely fine. Has his arm guard completed now as well as the Mountain Drake is live. A possibility that we get some Earth, Wind, and Fire, which is, of course, the Cloud Soul is what that's going to mean.
This is really nice, actually, that Fred and Breon are able to get on the streak so quickly. I don't know if they'll be able to hold this, though. It's going to be close.
Well, let's see how this one goes. Chovy does have it ultimate available as, nope, not going to be able to grab themselves the Drake, and now the fight is on. Vista in a bit of trouble here as Chovy finds the ulti onto Hannah. Not the target that Fred and Breon want taken out earlier. Now Yaharong, both of the carries eliminated in an instant. And Hanwha Life Esports, yes, it is going to be a Cloud Soul. Yes, they lost the last good dragon. But they do grab this double, and they still have that Rift Herald available.
It's super important to note that I feel like, you know, this is the time where if you're Fred at Breon, you have to make really tough calls like this. And I don't think their decision to stay on the Drake and actually hard commit to it is necessarily wrong if they can turn this game around later on. But I feel like they're not a team that's been able to successfully in the past show us that they can have a deficit like this in terms of control over the map and then come back and take games from a significant gold deficit. And the fact that the Rift Herald, you know, is just now planted, that's going to be a lot of the extra gold coming through. But like, Fred and Breon are like, we are not going to give up 2 objectives here and then find ourselves struggling in the later parts of the game against a tempo comp. We're going to commit to this. But this fight here in the Hololive Esports comp is always supposed to win this at this stage of the game. They have extremely powerful ultimates, you know, the ability to stun people nonstop at this stage of the game with the Udyr pick. I mean, it is a very, I almost want to say impossible fight for Fred at Brion if they commit to the Drake there. So they made their call to take the Mountain Drake and not give Hololive Esports that faster track to Soul Point. And I can respect that decision, but they are going to have to turn this game around. And, you know, if Chovy starts to get out of control here, that's going to be so much more difficult to do.
Yeah, the thing that, like, I'm totally okay with them going for the Drake. Committing to the fight afterwards, that was where things went very, very wrong. As, you know, Henna being a little bit trigger happy on that killer instinct really did put him in a very uncomfortable position. And now, like, look at the items, man. Like, Deft is so far ahead when it comes to where a Jinx is supposed to be at this stage of the game.
Yeah, I mean, Kraken Slayer versus 3 longswords and a Dirk.
Yeah. And a Picker. I mean, he does have a lot of flat attack damage. You know, I believe this is an evolution on the Q, which, you know, used to mean a little bit more than that. However, still going to be a good thing. I think he might almost just be there in maybe a level or 2 or something like that. Haven't done my Kaisa calculations when it comes to how much AD you need, which items you need. Is now Johan just going to be running around in circles here. Has his chem tank, so he should be okay. Now Chovy fighting Yaharong.
He gets the ult.
Yeah, that's big.
That's pretty massive because now he is relative impunity in terms of how he can trade. He can push the envelope all the way till the edge. Oh man, this bottom side of the map is going so poorly for Fred at Brion right now. They're going to get this turret. Yeah. So some extra gold here as Deft is going to deny a little bit of CS on top of it.
As much of it as he could, and with another like 5 or 6 seconds available. So he got that last plate as well. Love it. Chovy just going to lap up all of these minions. Is behind. So you can see that Fred at Brion have utilized the fact that they did get that, that trade back kill onto Chovy. They've done that very effectively and tried to, you know, continue that moving. And has done so, as Yaharong does have a slight advantage. It's not something that a lot of players can say against Chovy.
I'm wondering now, I mean, the one place we haven't really been talking about this game has been this top lane. I mean, you mentioned earlier, Morgan's actually doing very well, all things considered, for the matchup. In fact, is ahead in 3 CS at the moment. But we haven't seen him function in team fights just yet. And that's going to be a big question mark because the execution of the Sylas ulting in with the Gnar ult that's stolen is often why he's picked into this matchup because, you know, as you pointed out, in the lane it's not great. But there's a limit to what you're able to do. Sure, you get the ability to use it whenever you want, but, you know, you only get that one opportunity. So if you mess it up, like, it's a really hard team fight composition for Hololive Esports. So Morgan's execution in these upcoming fights is really going to determine Hololive Esports' later success when we do have to fight not for skirmishes, but actually straight up team fights for objectives like a Baron or that Soul Point that's upcoming.
Yeah. It's actually going to be really cool how Morgan decides to use this as well, because Solar Flare, very, very good.
Yeah.
Killer Instinct, also amazing for getting into the back line and trying to lock down his opposition. Yaharong's going to have a difficult time against that Sylas if he can reposition at will. Looking forward to how Morgan is going to play this. As Chovy here on the bottom side, 1-3-1, certainly a big possibility for Hololive, just with the huge range that Deft will have in the mid lane as well with the rockets. Means that it does become so much easier for them to wave clear pretty safely. As you can see, Deft sort of chilling out with Vista here. Vista's Thresh has always been really good, but I really like, especially how he's been playing it this game defensively outside of that 2v2 snafu.
Yeah, I do agree. And, you know, he adds a lot of extra mobility to the Yone, so it's very frustrating to deal with this. As Henna is in trouble.
Super Mega Death Rocket just to try and get Henna out of here. As Deft, you can see, really starting to do some damage. Johan going to be starting off this first Cloud Drake as Deft just fully sidesteps the Solar Flare.
Had a Lantern too to use if he wanted to. I mean, he has options here.
Yeah, man.
And I think part of the reason why the Super Mega Death Rocket, I struggle to say that name, is used here is because they want to make sure that there's no ability to rotate over. They want to make sure they have guaranteed prio to get this Drake 100%, and they are able to secure that. Fred at Brion can't contest with half health bars here in the mid lane. So this ends up being a nice free objective. And Fred at Brion aren't able to trade anything for it on the map. That's the big problem. Sometimes when you lose a Drake, you gain something else, and you're like, well, it's tough you lost the Drake, but you've got one of your own.
Here's the other thing that I got, yeah.
Exactly, but in this case, they don't get anything. So
That's really not what you want. Hoya does have his teleport available. Looks like he's just going to be walking to lane. Stride Breaker in his way there, as you can see. Morgan lying in wait. So it will mean that Life Esports do have one tool less. So you can see they have close to a 3,000 gold lead right now. 4 minutes on the next Drake was just picked up here by Johan. It feels like the game plan well and truly working in order here for Life Esports. I want to remind everyone as well that Johan is undefeated on the here right now. I feel like, you know, he already showed the Olaf very early, and I think, you know, a lot of question marks were raised at this point, but he's just good at playing these champions that just run in, absorb pressure, and be a nuisance. That's exactly what both of these guys do, and this is certainly his playstyle. He does, you know, sometimes, you know, it's a bit of a problem when he's playing Hecarim and he plays the game the same way, but I think this is just him coming into his own, and Johan has looked good, despite the fact that, you know, Olaf is not a pick to get very excited about.
No, but, you know, he was kind of ahead of the curve because he was playing Olaf at the time where we were thinking, okay, well, Olaf is dead, right? And then kind of made a comeback, was Oya should be able to get out of here no problem.
Does have to use his flash, and now Shirley should be taken here by Life Esports. And it just feels like the map is entirely under their control. I feel like these control wards that have been just splayed around the map have been there forever.
Yeah, and it's crazy.
It's not a lot of space that Fred Brion do have in this game, as Morgan has himself a Nara ultimate.
I mean, at some point, Fred Brion actually have to start saying, all right, we can team fight now with this composition. I think this is going to be their moment to make that call. It's going to be a tough team fight, but Narbar ready here for Hoya means I think it certainly should take this fight.
Yeah, 5 members of Fred Brion in the area, though, and Life Esports just back away. They're like, all right, you're going all in. We'll fold.
Yeah, and we'll
see whether we can take down this outer turret, which they do very comfortably.
At least you trade something, right? Which Fred Brion haven't been able to say about most of these objective fights, unfortunately. But they finally get one. It's the least important one, I think, of the 4 we've had so far before this. But hey, you'll take it. Take any Herald fight you can take. Stolen!
Yep, Yaharong going to be quite frustrating there as Henna just picks that one up. Special delivery.
Appreciate it, man.
Yeah, that was really cool.
Well, you know...
That's 2 leashes in a row, actually.
Yeah.
That Life Esports have helped out with.
The wording you were talking about, too, that's really important here for Life Esports is something that I feel like isn't talked about enough for Udyr. It is one of his main strong points, right? Like
he almost is a ward himself.
Yeah, he basically is, and he could just zoom around with a sweeper and reveal so many wards safely, whereas in this matchup, particularly into the Lilia, you're putting yourself at such a high risk if you try to do the same, right? Because if you end up getting stunned by Johan, then Chovy can follow up, Def can blow you up so quickly. But you just cannot be out on the map when you don't have vision, and that's turret going down here.
Yep, nicely done there from Hoya. Made sure that he just had enough caster minions to sort that one out. Def's going to turn back up here in the mid lane. And no, you're exactly right. And I actually think that this goes back to an earlier point that we made about the Leona pick, right? One thing that Leona is very good at is utilizing Aftershock and Eclipse in order to survive when you do have to put yourself in these uncomfortable situations and get these wards out. You can often buy enough time for the rest of your team to rotate. And so it might have been one of the reasons why Delight did go for that one. On top of the fact that, you know, her teamfight presence is very good, plus her win rate has been very, very nice over the last week or so.
Has his stopwatch now, you know, after his Leandries is finished. He needs to be the guy who sets up these team fights, which is so risky. And because you don't have Zhonya's yet, and we're super far away from that if we see it at all on him, he has one really good chance to set up for a big triple sleep. You know, he could just run in, Q, and then set up the sleep and stopwatch. And that's going to be one of the big win conditions for the team fights here at this stage of the game for Fred Brion. But he only gets one shot at it, so he's being a little bit timid around it. If you end up sleeping just one member, usually the Lantern will be enough to get you out. Yeah, you'll still get slept, but you'll be safe. So you need more than just one target, or else they'll just Lantern out, and you've essentially wasted your ultimate, and then you can't set up for the team fight. So a lot of pressure on right now to set up these upcoming fights. Drake is live now.
Yeah, this is going to be soul point for Life Esports. Certainly still good, to be honest. There are a few champions that do utilize it very, very well, as Yaharong takes a little bit of damage there. Void Seeker finds Deft. It looks like Life Esports not too interested in denying this. as you can see, just going to consolidate vision on the top side of the map. It's currently 22 minutes into the game. Baron is alive, and Chovy's just going to trade the Drake for an outer turret top lane. And when you have a comp that does 1-3-1 as effectively as Humble Life Esports does, opening up the map like this becomes even more relevant.
Yeah, and they know they have vision control here too of the Baron. You can see a lot of pings around this at the moment because they're not going to try to start the Baron here because I know Fred and Brion are very nearby. But they can force Fred and Brion to rotate here, which is really frustrating because they just don't have any information, don't have any vision. And because Humble Life Esports is just one step ahead, they get to go home for a reset here.
Yeah.
And Fred and Brion have ended up wasting a little bit of time, like grouped up around Wolves, you know. But you can see that Humble Life Esports Atlas 2 in these last few potential fights, they've just avoided them because they're starting to realize, they're starting to understand they've reached this point where their composition is no longer insanely powerful in skirmishing, and they don't want to take any unnecessary fights. They'd rather just be happy to side lane, as you mentioned, at this stage in time, because I don't want to say the composition has like a sunset. It's not that rough, but you know, you really need to set up the fight on your terms, and if you can't do that, you probably just don't want to take it at the moment for Humble Life Esports, and that's why taking that early Drake lead is so important.
Yeah, and I also think that Humble Life Esports, I mean, their composition isn't awful in a 5v5, especially if Morgan plays it very, very well. However, it is just much better in a 1-3-1. It's much better when you split the map in comparison to Fred and Brion. And why don't they just utilize the fact that Chovy's gone for like the ultra side lane build? Like, this is Shieldbow Bloodthirster.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, trade with him. That's going to be really fun. He'll come back with full health in like 2.5 seconds afterwards. Like, if you get rid of 90% of that health bar. But you know, it's fun to have a bit of a fight in a side lane. Like, it's just this kind of build sort of tells you that that's the playstyle that Humble Life are going to look for, and I really like it. You know, commit to one style because win conditions, you know, there's quite a few of them for this Humble Life comp.
Yeah, I mean, Delight can't be everywhere. He can't be on top of anyone who's trying to handle this side lane pressure because if he's not there, you know, Morgan can actually 1v1 a lot of people. Chovy can 1v1 anyone in this game.
I'm glad we have player cams, by the way, because Deft is sitting on 308 CS at 24 minutes. As Vista going to have to give...
What did I just say?
He didn't even have to use his cleanse.
Yeah.
Oh, no, he did. He did. He had to use the cleanse, so there we go.
But, I mean, you're just going to be able to lantern out. If it's a solo sleep, that's not what you want. As Fred and Brion, you've got to get more than that.
Super Mega Death Rocket sails by majestically. Almost hits Yaharong. That was cute, but not going to work out. Yeah, 313 CS at 24 minutes.
Yeah, it's pretty insane. He's outdone Chovy, which, you know, we usually don't see. Chovy didn't have the greatest early game.
Yeah, I know. And Chovy's like only 40 CS ahead. That's actually really disappointing.
Yeah, we expect better, Chovy. Well, this is a really fast clear time they have on this Baron.
Yeah,
and they have vision control.
Melted. Vision is available. Good hook is going to land there as Delight might just get locked down very early. Not exactly the priority target, but into the backline goes Morgan. He's looking for more as the Lilia just gets exploded. Def now just able to comfortably front to back. Picked up a couple of kills already as Hoya gets Mega, but it's not going to be enough. No jungler, no support to help start off these fights. And Fred and Brion are going to have to give up the Baron.
I mean, this is the power of Udyr in its own funny way. You have control over the vision so easily and so safely that people who try to challenge you on a Baron like this have to walk blind into a choke point. And you mentioned it, Delight's the most survivable person. He's the one who has to be the one to do this. And it's just a hook. So easy. There's a ward over the wall there, and the follow-up damage is real. And once Delight is gone, it's free, this team fight. Morgan comes through, grabs that Gnarled into the wall, and it is just an easy cleanup. They just walk right back to Baron. And these are team fights you could take as Humble Life Esports where it's not really a front to back.
And Def goes back, buys a straight up QSS, has a BF sword as well. Yep. Now he's got Baron. Like, he already had cleanse. Like, they're never going to kill Deft again for the rest of the game. And by again, I mean they haven't killed him once to begin with.
He's 3,500 gold the lead over Henna. And I mean, these are the fights you want to take as Humble Life Esports. You don't have to worry about front to back if you can actually just kill the only tanky member on the side of Fred and Brion, because Delight's the one who has to face check there. You kill him first, and then it's just an easy follow-up from there. And I love that he's also just willing to toss his ultimate out at these intervals.
Jinx is the poke champion. Jinx is the poke champion, by the way. That's how Deft plays it anyways. You can see Humble Life Esports really just wanting to take down this inner turret just to make sure that the map is as wide as possible. Somehow that zap missed. Not sure how that really worked, but Chovy's level 16 by a really large margin. Deft is a higher level than anybody else on the side of Fred and Brion.
And Morgan is just over here on the side. He's got a Baron wave. He has really strong push.
This macro is just beautiful.
It's been
out
great.
of Life Esports. Like, I really love how they recognize their win conditions so effectively in the mid game as well, avoiding 5v5. Even if they were far enough ahead to where they are just going to win anyway, they play to the win conditions that they decided on for their composition. I think that just shows really nice discipline.
Yeah, I mean, they gave up a Drake and a Rift Herald because they were like, well, I'm not going to take that straight up 5v5 fight, especially when Fred Brion has fast track on the objective. If they have prio, I'm just not going to take that fight.
Yeah.
And then they took the one fight they took with vision control.
Well, there's the Solar Flare. Phenomenal hook as Yaharong has to flash away immediately. Deft, you can see he's got so many bodies in front of him. As Chovy comes around with the ultimate, looks to lock down Henna. Does so easily. As Johan just fighting on the front line, not worried at all. Deft is basically at full health as Chovy's still looking for more. Gets the flash out. And I think, Wolf, that this game might just be over.
I think so. I mean, there was your there was your sleep Zonias that I was talking about from Umpty, but unfortunately it's just way too late. The game is over here, Atlas.
Deft is just so massive this game. This is why you don't give him the Jinx. This is why you don't give Chovy the Yone, right?
There's so many things you can't give to this team.
That's the thing that's ridiculous, and I want to talk about this, but we need to talk about it later as Life Esports are looking to lock down the Nexus. They want to grab a few extra kills as Deft might just fall down. No, he doesn't, and even claims the most important 50 gold on the map. Life Esports make life very, very difficult for Fred Brion.
Very well played here for Life Esports. And again, you go back to the draft, you know, you said you want to talk about it. We can talk about it right now. There's so many champions you have to ban against this team that it becomes so difficult to draft against them because there's so many comfort picks they're going to get. And then when they get a 5th pick, Yone, at the end, you're like, well, I don't want Chovy to have that ever. But also, we gave up the Jinx to Deft as well. I mean, it might be.
And we gave up Thresh, and they're on blue side. They should have the most flexibility when it comes to what they can ban. But we have to go back to it, right? They banned Renekton, Sion, and the Lucian, right? Lucian, completely understandable. That is Chovy's most lane pressure that he has in one champion. But the Sion Renekton is what I want to look at because we've all been watching Morgan get better and better and better as the season goes on. That was what Fred Brion tried to target, and then all of the old problems come up because if you do that, Jinx comes out, Yone comes out, all of the other plethora of champions that these players shouldn't be allowed to get comes out.
You pick the Lilia into the Udyr, you know, I mean, that's a risk in itself in terms of vision control, and they just don't have any way to contest or fight this straight up front to back when they're always trying to fight for vision first before they can even think about taking a team fight. Delight dies. I mean, when Delight died and before that Baron fight, if you can call it a fight, was really, I think, the moment where I think every single person in that game and everyone watching at home realized, I don't think Fred Brion could do this. There's just no way. There's just no way.
Deft was fed so much farm in that mid lane, and the side laning was so beautiful from Life Esports. It wasn't just Deft getting too much farm, it was also denial of their opposition. You saw him throwing zaps left, right, and center. There was nothing Henna could do because he's entirely outranged with absolutely zero option for anywhere else to get gold on the map. Because are you going to face off against Chovy? No, you die instantly.
And are you going to be anywhere near an Udyr when you don't have vision of where he is? He's going to follow you and chase you down. Like, you can't roam at all. You can't get that extra farm that he's so famous for on Fred Brion. They give him all the money. He just roams around and takes the CS on all lanes. Can't do that against this composition. And it's not a comp where, again, I feel like I said it earlier and I want to say it one more time. Life Esports, if it's a different team, you know, if it was a Freaka piloting this comp, I'd be like, well, I don't know if they could pull this off, right? But they knew their win conditions. As you said, they did control the vision. And we're going to take a look at our post-game breakdown. But yeah, I mean, they controlled their win conditions. They executed it well, and they got enough of a lead to where Deft is just free hitting everything. I mean, almost 20k damage to himself. Look at the damage from Henna.
Yeah.
Or the lack thereof, unfortunately. I hate to say it.
I mean, the thing is, like, you look at that and you're like, oh, Henna's bad, blah, blah, blah. But no, I think the composition didn't work if Life Esports got the advantages that they did in the early game, right? And I think that they played the macro beautifully. I think Johan as well was exactly where he needed to be on the map, and I think it was because it was opened up by all of the extra vision control, like you were talking about. Like, the Lilia wasn't able to get in there. I think that, you know, Vista was able to roam around, got a few control wards that lasted an extraordinarily long time in the early game, which opened up the map for Life Esports to do whatever they wanted with. And what they wanted to do was play the map beautifully.
It was so good. That was a great game for Life. And the dream is real, you know. They take a 2-0 here. Maybe Gen.G loses to DRX. They could take that second place spot.
There is a chance still for second place for Harma Life Esports. That's getting a little bit ahead of ourselves. They still got a series to win. So we'll be back after a short break with the analyst desk and see whether they can do exactly that.
얘들아 피 빠졌어. 가만쳐 여기서 못 들어와 너 때문에. 난 살려줘.
오, 살았다. 갈 뻔했네.
Especially once these levels really start to stack up. And we'll see whether Clid can actually get towards that backline, whether... Oh, okay, Canyon looking to decide it for himself as BDD has to flash to get out of the fight, but it's just front to back, and it's beautiful for Dom1 Kia in an instant. Gen.G are obliterated, and Ruler, yeah, supercharges to try and stay invisible, but that's the ace, and wait, this just could be the game.
It could be the game.
Although the damage does come out here, but take a look at Teddy. He's so low, and he's just going to be burst down by the Lilia. Do they have the damage, though? Cuz is actually in that back line, and Faker stays alive for the entire time. All the other carries on the side of DRX do go down. Really nice stopwatch, though, from Pyosik staying alive. This is such a close fight, and Faker's going to take it down in the end with a double kill, as T1 will pick up the ace.
Oh no.
Oh god. Not like this. Somebody's got a face check, and it was Life and Clint.
That might be game
That
valid.
is game. Nothing that BDD can do. I mean, he's gotta try to TP and stop the lead.
Actually there, okay. And
Oh, Showmaker going to find some bombs here onto Pioshik, who does have to get out. There's the flash forward. Can the clock slam? Oh no, Pioshik has to just watch himself fall down. No, the bomb, it's chasing him. It's picking. Oh my god, it got the scariest little raptor of all time.
전령도 못 갔어. 이게 이렇게 되네.
Hello and welcome back everybody to the LCK Analyst Desk for the final week of the regular split, week number 10, and they will be joined by Subinyan, Victory, and Gorilla. We're kicking off with a match between Frederick Brion and Hana Life Esports. We still have no clue who's gonna make it to this playoff as the last seed. And Hana Life Esports was able to take game number 1. Frederick Brion, they were feeling very desperate for this win, and they went for a very classic LCK comp, whereas Hana Life Esports was able to gear up with Jinx and also Yone for Chovy. So we had a similar matchup, or the exact same matchup between Syndra and Yone previously between Genji and Hana Life Esports. So we were looking forward to some of the epic Chovy Yone montage highlight, but this time around it was more like Frederick Brion was too scared of Hana Life Esports, even though they had a very nice teamfight comp. So Hana Life Esports was able to outplay the opponents with their macro decisions. Hana Life Esports had a very narrow champion pool, a lot for Morgan with the AP champion. Regarding the fact that they're having Jinx and Yone for their mid lane, but Morgan had Silas that was available for him. For the Brion, well, for the support, they didn't have a lot of tools left, for example, like Blitz or Leona, and they decided to play Leona, which is not a really good pick into Thresh and Jinx together. If Frederick Brion could find a meaningful CC chain, this could have been a lot better game for them, especially they have a very strong teamfight comp, but they were not able to find any meaningful target because Hana Life Esports had a very easy tool to escape away from them, for example, their Lantern. So let's take a look at this first highlight where Frederick Brion could not catch up with Hana Life's macro. So Hana Life Esports, their bottom duo pushes in the bot lane super hard, and then they reset back to their base. So Frederick Brion could either match the push or freeze the lane. And their decision was to freeze this minion wave, which means Frederick Brion was not able to make a rotation towards the top side of the map. Meanwhile, Jinx and Thresh, they sprinted to the mid lane, a very unique kind of a map play. And Yone also had his teleport available. So actually Chovy rotated to the bottom lane, and then the bottom duos of HLE Esports was there to support Johan to finish that Herald. At the same time, Theft and Vista also then rotated back to the bottom lane. So the Light tried to find an engage onto the Jinx, but still all she needed was that one lantern to escape. So Kai'Sa barely matched the push speed that HLE Esports had, but we could find out that HLE Esports was getting so many value with that map play. That Herald was very critical, and they were able to get that so easily thanks to the intelligent macro from their bottom duo and also Chovy. Now let's take a look at the second highlight, where Frederick Brion was not able to find the CC chain that they were looking for. Frederick Brion had this agency to clean up the Drake, and then Leona goes in and Syndra actually moves back in order to escape from the hook, potential hook coming out from Vista. So in this team fight, Frederick Brion players were not connected as a team. They were all looking at a different target. They had different plans to play this out, which means they were not able to pick up any meaningful kill at all. Syndra could just one-shot Thresh, but also was caught in the Dragon Pit because of Johan's Udyr. HLE Esports had a very smooth sailing game up against Frederick Brion with their macro play. And let's check out the player of the game. It's gonna be Deft that will be voted our POG for game number 1 on Jinx. He was the menace on the side of HLE Esports for Frederick Brion. 40-3 is his record on this champion so far in his entire career, and he was doing most of the damage on the side of HLE Esports combined. Overall, HLE Esports had a flawless game from the laning phase until the macro and also team fights, and this was able to be pulled off because of the lane priority that Deft and Vista had on the bottom lane. Even though Chovy had Yone, he was not able to pick up the POG, which means we had a very unique play and storyline coming out from HLE Esports this time around. 7 out of 9 votes were secured by Deft for this POG. Frederick Brion is 1 game away from getting eliminated from the playoff contention, which means they really need to come back and take 2 games in a row. And Yaharong in the previous interview said no other players are as desperate as me, so let's see if we can see the desperation from Frederick Brion.
Thank you so much, Jisun, for the translation of the analyst desk. As per usual, it was extraordinary. And here we are, waiting for game number 2. Of course, this is so important for Frederick Brion, but also very important for HLE Esports. And as you could see in their play, they have really tightened things up for the final week and that final run towards a potential 2nd place if Gen G slips up at all.
That's right. Gen G's final match will be against DRX, and that is the one they are hoping that Gen G falter in. They could get that 2nd place. They'd have to 2-0 this first, and they are looking very, very primed to do so. Looks like the mood in the Frederick Brion house, though, is not one of despair, at least not yet here. And it's a tough matchup, and going into this, if you're Frederick Brion, you have to know that.
Oh, yeah.
Their next series is against NSㅣ as well later on this week, so this is not the last series that they'll play. They will have to win another one if they want to have that chance to make it to playoffs. So this is a brutal week for Frederick Brion, a team of, overall rookies here in the LCK.
Fredit Brion could be saved theoretically by KT in our next match.
Yeah.
But Fredit Brion need to do a little bit better than this, right? Because a win for KT is also a death blow to Fredit Brion as well. And it just means that race for the playoffs is going to change ever so slightly. Life Esports getting rid of the Udyr here, as it looks like they are gunning for that Thresh first pick. But as you can see, Fredit Brion are going to keep the same bans in mind as the Lucian and the Renekton. Going to be taken off the board. I think a lot of people will share my my caution when it comes to not banning something like that Thresh away from Life Esports. But now there are so many things that they need to worry about because Hecarim also left up.
I think that has to be banned here from Fredit Brion. You cannot let that go through, or Life Esports 100% first pick it. And even if it does go through, Life have a lot of opportunities. They'll ban the Thresh, which is also...
I actually think it's almost more important, to be honest.
It's rough now because you have to deal with one or the other. Very likely it'll be the Hecarim pick here for Johan. You know, we've talked about a lot of really strong first picks. The Hecarim, the Udyr, some of the top ones. You know, Seraphine goes into this blue side slot a lot of the time. The Thresh has been in there, but when you have to ban away the Lucian early, you have to ban away the Renekton, it leaves so many opportunities for Life Esports, because against other teams, like, there would be a Hecarim in that spot instead of the Lucian, but against Life Esports, you know, you just don't feel comfortable giving that one away.
Oh, this is another... I swear, Kaiser has become that trap pick, you know, as Umpty's going to take the Lilia. It's not a great matchup into the Hecarim, nor did he have the greatest time in the last game.
It's rough. Like, this is a really risky start to the draft here for Fredit Brion.
Yeah.
And these two champions in a vacuum are normally very safe picks, but into Hecarim...
And also they were safe picks like a patch or two ago, right?
Yeah.
But it's just not the same sort of feeling as, yeah, you might take away Death's option to play the, you know, the Thresh champions, but Senekench is like, we've seen how dumb this is, dude. Like, Teddy and Keria obliterated with this exact combo. Keria getting a player of the game with Tahm Kench of all champions, as Yaharong thinking about the Pigeon Man.
Well, you know, I like this Azir pick the most out of all the ones they've had so far. You're going to try to lock down the mid matchup, and it is very strong blind, and it is going to be picked up before the second ban phase, so they have this strong anchor here for this composition on paper that can target now some of Chovy's picks here. They can take away the Orianna, and, you know, you might even potentially consider banning the Yone here. I don't think it's necessarily the best option given the Hecarim pick, but something we could see certainly. Don't think you want to ban Syndra here just because Chovy does not like to play that champion. Victor, yeah.
I was thinking that could be the option. Victor's win rate actually pretty fantastic last week, to be honest. Even though we did see it being picked up in some interesting places, was still able to win more often than not. As the final ban here, we'll see whether it is another aim towards that bottom side of the map, as it will be the Gragas taken away. Certainly a very good option into the Tahm Kench, as you can move two people theoretically if you get it at the right timing.
I think here, you know, you've got to grab a support because you need to at least have counter pick for top if you're Fredit Brion. And I mean, Alistar is available, one of, you know, Delight's better picks. One of the only ones he has a winning win rate on, but they're actually going to pick the Gnar blind and save that support pick for last. And this means we could see something like the Jace coming through.
Wow. Corki Azir.
Okay.
We're back to Corki Azir. Okay. Thanks, Chovy. How many champions do you want to play? As this is going to be the first time that he's played Corki, and I think it's about his 200th pick this season.
18th technically, but yeah, we're getting
18th.
very close.
Yeah, okay. I'm going to round that up to 200. As there's the Scion, pretty understandable there. This is going to mean that that's a lot of consistent magic damage, a lot of consistent physical damage coming out of Deft, of course, and then a pretty immovable front line. Life Esports have taken what was their 1-3-1 comp and turned it into this absolutely epic teamfighting composition.
Yeah, I do like this from Life because, you know, in some ways you might think, well, it's a little bit weird to see the Scion here in the top lane because he's going to be facing off against a lot of magic damage. The burn damage is going to be real from Lilia. And then Azir is obviously going to poke through a lot of that later on. But I think it just gives you such a great opportunity with the Senna here and the Corki. You have so much range damage actually behind this front line that it ends up being very potent, because if you try to burst down or burn down the Scion here, then the damage that is going to be coming out from the Corki and Senna is just so much that you can't really front-to-back team fight anymore. It's really difficult to take those engages as Gnar. And in a weird, interesting way, I feel like the Hecarim ends up being kind of the odd man out of the composition. And that's good drafting, though. When you start with a priority pick like the Hecarim, and then your draft completely changes its identity as it goes through, means you can draft so many different styles of play. And that's why HLE Esports is so terrifying. I mean, the Hecarim pick is not bad here by any means.
Of course not.
But it's like, okay, well, you look at Hecarim and you go, well, it's not comp is strong because of the Hecarim. Not really, actually. It's strong because of its front-to-back team fighting. The Hecarim can bolster that, obviously, with his ultimate in some of those later fights, but...
Yeah, no, you're exactly right. Like, you see Hecarim, you think dive comp, right?
Yeah.
You think everyone's going to try and go in. You want to pick the Kai'Sa, and then, oh no, Fred and Breon have picked away the Kai'Sa. Well, I mean, Kai'Sa's not exactly the way that she used to be anymore, and you can certainly play her very well in dive-style compositions, but that's not what they've decided to go with. They then lock away the center that has been so good for Deft throughout this season. And we've been very hard on HLE Esports drafting throughout their last few weeks. Sometimes it has been, you know, not exactly what you want to see out of our LCK teams. But so far today, and if these are the two games we're going to see from HLE Esports, it makes that Harmod T1 match very exciting. As Deft has found Yaharong, Chovy's there as well. And yeah, he's going to have to go home.
That's a back.
Yep.
And that's a free ward on the Raptors that comes with it. Very well played here in the early stage. Could have been worse if Yarong made a mistake, or if Deft was able to lock in his route and hit that. No, he did not lock that in. But
love Chovy's skin choice as well.
Yeah.
The eye patch Corgi, very much like it.
Yeah, it's very cool, and I like most of Corgi skins. I like the Corgi and Rumble are my favorite Yordles because they're just kind of so silly, and they have their little machines they have.
I think like Rumble, I don't know whether he gets better on the Korean client because he's just so noisy, but I agree, big fan. Also a lot of the Rumble skins. Super Galaxy, not my personal favorite, but
I like the one
Rumble
where
in the
he's
Jungle's so good.
I don't know the name of it, where he's got the eye patch. It's a little bit of a pirate Rumble. That's my favorite.
Oh yeah, that was one of his base skins as well.
Yeah.
Came out alongside original Rumble as well as Rumble in the Jungle. Like that. Hoya just going to take a bit of damage here from Morgan, who's going to be on his weak side Scion once again. 5-1 win rate on this champion as well, similar to his Renekton. As Deft, 2-1 so far on the center. And Vista's just going to be doing his best to farm things up. There's the pole flash from Delight, as Deft is going to have to flash out as well, create some distance. They do trade flashes, it's exactly what you want.
I mean, you could just see, too, I mean, with the range that Senna has and how quickly that fight can turn. He goes down very low, but it's Fred Breon who's walking away as soon as they can't get the execute. You do not want to lose another summoner spell. So it ends up being pretty well handled here. Deft has to flash, but it was a very close call. And Deft is sitting now very comfortably here in the lane. Despite the lack of a flash here, it's Lilia jungle, and I think that he is just going to be able to sit here and coast through this early game now.
Yep, should be okay. That being said, I mean, it is a good start and a good trade from Fred Breon. So let's see whether this pressure can continue. As Deft does land a bit of a snap, but he's still going to be a little bit worse for wear afterwards. We'll have to go through a few of his biscuits and co in order to make sure that he keeps himself healthy. They missed the cannon. That's bad news, Bears.
Yeah, I was watching that myself.
But this is a lane where you shouldn't be winning early, right?
No.
As the center Tahm Kench, it is highly defensive. And Henna and Delight, with the fact that they've been playing proactively, it's exactly how you're supposed to do it. So let's see whether they can continue putting on this pressure, see whether maybe Umpty's going to be able to help out, as Johan's going to pretty comfortably secure this Rift Scuttler and now look towards that bottom side, as he's actually farming a little bit faster here than Umpty at the moment.
He went straight to the bottom side of the map, too, when he saw the way the prio was. As you mentioned this matchup being kind of a mainstay for quite a while.
We've seen almost all of the classic Azir matchups so far this year. It's like Azir Victor, Azir Orianna, and now the Azir Corki, one of the more recent, extraordinarily boring Azir matchups.
Yeah, it can
years
be
past.
Can be quite boring, especially when it's Lilia jungle for the Azir. A little bit tougher to make those level 6 timings work out. It's possible, but again, not easy. Not one of your staple Azir ganks. Or if it was Hecarim on the other side, or the Udyr we've seen so much with the Azir, then I think you'd be feeling a lot happier about it. Even as a fan, you know, excited to see potentially those ganks.
Oh, Yaharong not going to be able to trade super well without very much mana, but does have that one last charge of the Corrupting Potion. That's going to help him out there. Time Warp Tonic looking like it also
Yeah,
Gave him a bit of an assistance.
Well, it's a bit of a quiet one here, Atlas, before the
Indeed.
first Drake comes up. And, you know, either of these junglers can put a lot of extra pressure on that first Mountain Drake because it's just so tough to solo at this stage of the game. So it's just going to be a bit of a slower one. No Olaf's or Udir's in here.
Nope. And I think it does benefit Life Esports if this game goes slow, right?
Yes.
We're talking about a Corki who has item spikes upon item spikes, but I think it's third item that is going to be very, very powerful. We'll see where he goes with the build. Of course, it has been a while since we've seen Corki as Yaharong. Not level 6 just yet, as Trophy had actually teleported back to lane early. Does have himself about a 9 CS advantage. Cull completed as well as that corrupting potion. So just looking to scale as Deft looks for the snare, doesn't quite find it. Just trying to play this one out aggressively with the lane in a very nice position here for Life.
This team fight composition or how the composition of Fred Brion's drafted will function in team fights is very skill-based. It is very much execution-based because, you know, there's a lot of combos and setups you can have. The pressure is going to be on Delight and Hoya for a lot of those, you know, initiations. Obviously, as well, is going to have chances to set up for a big sleep and then lead into some of those combos. But again, not easy to pull off here. And for Life Esports, their comp is pretty straightforward in terms of front-to-back team fighting. You've got a lot of poke, you've got a lot of range behind an insane tank in Sion. So, and not to mention Devour is going to make you even more survivable. So I am worried for Fred Brion if the game goes late because of that, even though they have good scaling in the Azir and also the Kai'Sa, arguably. But
Johan looking for the wraparound here. Wants the Gromp, hasn't spotted just yet. As he pulls this one out, Vista and Deft are making their way up, so it's a little bit less dangerous as now spotted out, takes so much damage and will get snared. Hep up Pulv is good onto Deft and Vista though, as Yaharong will get the inside track immediately. That's going to be Morgan coming on over as Deft manages to get out of the belly just in time and stays safe. The train not going to really do too much there, as you can see in Fred Brion. Now trying to limp away, but the AoE is starting to follow them. Johan gets through, Chovy flashes, and there's the phosphorus bomb for the kill on the Pigeon. Life Esports take first blood and win the first skirmish.
What a great fight for Life Esports. Looked risky for a moment. I mean, Johan was so out of position, and he was trying to rejoin the rest of his squad. The Emperor's Divide, unfortunately, didn't set up. Oh, yeah, not done yet.
Goodbye.
What? Okay.
Sometimes you just want to come and have a look at your blue buff, I guess.
That's not it, unfortunately. I mean, that's a small mistake, but when the stakes are this high, I mean, that's the kind of play that can actually cost you playoffs, you know? The small mistakes like that compounding upon themselves, that is going to be a rough start to this potentially last game of the series. And, I mean, the Azir ult in that fight, you know, didn't really set up any follow-up. It kind of zoned some of Life Esports out for just a second, but things got messy as
it was almost so good though, because it picked up Vista mid-Devourers. There's the Onslaught of Shadows. Goodbye, Umpty. And I have a feeling that the mental may have taken a bit of a bruising from game one.
Yeah. Where are we at over here? I mean, you can't be making plays like this, especially right before potentially a Herald is going to get taken. And we're going to watch this skirmish once more as Johan kind of gets cut off because he's committing to the Gromp completely here. So he's kind of out in no man's land as the rotations come through. You mentioned Yaharong being here first. Let's watch this Emperor's Divide once again.
Look at the Devour and how immediately Deft gets out.
Yeah, he's like, I am out of here. And then, you know, he's actually very safe as the rest of the
that sets up the front to back beautifully, actually.
Because no one else can actually challenge him anymore.
Oh, Hoya coming on over here as he does get a Gnar, but it is just onto Deft, who immediately explodes. The Rift Herald will be taken here by Johan, who's looking to now try and escape. So I guess theoretically you're going to trade HLE for a Senna, and you're probably okay with that. But Deft a little bit in no man's land right there.
Yeah.
Side laning Vista right now.
Yep, I mean, that's what you got to do sometimes is the Kench. You're not on the bench.
Yeah, but, you know, Deft can't really be positioning like that if there's no Devourer available. Nope. So maybe the fact that he was playing alongside a Tom Kench for the beginning of this game and a Thresh for the entirety of last game does make you feel a little bit more immortal than you are actually.
Well, you know, we're gonna watch this one more time here for Umpty on. He's trying to double camp here at this point, which, you know, Lilia can do, but I mean,
it was just a little bit too greedy.
It's super greedy, insane. So we came into this fight a little bit late here. And the Rift Herald is insanely low. They do have to commit. You know, you see the kill onto Def, but HLE Esports are still the winners here because they were able to get the Rift Herald. Chovy just goes back to lane.
Yeah.
And now I think HLE Life are in a really nice position to take this with the lane prio they have. This Drake as well. And I don't think Fred Brion should contest this, unfortunately. They just don't really have a way to get in and do so.
And the package is available as well, so that means that even more power going over to HLE Life. And it looks like this this team fight is not to be. I have a feeling it's just going to be a Mountain Drake given on over as Deft helping good old Johan out with this one.
And they consider a fight too. Like the fact that they're even posturing around this makes me worried because you cannot win this fight right now, Fred Brion.
And you may as well be somewhere else trying to get something else, right?
Yeah. I think there are a few nerves coming through here for Fred Brion. And, you know, it's starting to show. The cracks are certainly starting to show. I mean, look at this mid matchup.
Yep, Chovy just going to use a very, very nicely placed Valkyrie. And Johan almost didn't need to come in for that one, but always giving over assists is a good idea. So you might say KS. I say efficiency.
Yep.
And he's going to make up for it. Delivers a Herald over to the Corki, and this lane's done.
This lane is, I mean, this lane was done earlier, but it is burnt now. Like it is
extra done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like we've gone beyond done.
Yeah. If this was on the fire in Valheim, it would be coal. 100%.
Well, I mean, this is now Umpty's trying to clean up the mess. For Brion, I don't want to say they're out of this game. You know, I don't want to call it over, but it is certainly going to be an uphill battle from here on out, and a lot of that is going to come down to really good execution around 5v5 team fights. And taking these small skirmishes like this, I mean, you just can't be doing that. Like, Shurima shuffles forward, doesn't get the Emperor's Divide, and when you don't know where Johan is, like, you should not be making plays like that. I mean, he's just so desperate to catch back up.
Yeah, it's hard. I mean, he did have Umpty waiting there, but, I mean, the Valkyrie positioning was just so good from Chovy as well. Made sure he created just enough distance at just enough of an angle in order to not get scooped and also be exactly there in order to chase him down. So really nicely played from Chovy. Looks like it's going to be that shield bow build. I like this. With the amount of extra options when it comes to Sheens,
yeah,
you're not sort of forced into going for Trinity Force or like these other, like even Divine Sunder or things like that. With the fact that Essence Reaver is now a thing, it means that the Mythics are so much more flexible here for the Corki, and it really has been a good option.
And you can also change your Mythic based on how the game state is.
Oh, absolutely.
And I think that's what you're trying to say. And like, in this case, you know, going for the Mortal Shield Bow is just super nice because you have already such a great escape, and then you're going to have the shield on top of it. No one can punish you.
Oh dear, Umpty's just getting hunted down in his jungle by this Hecarim. But the thing is, like, no one's surprised about this. Right?
Yeah, no.
Like, they picked Lilia into Hecarim, and it's already a really difficult time. Even if she can farm a little bit faster in the early stages, it's just the amount that you get from the Hecarim that's just so much more than the Lilia, and he's able to utilize his power so nicely.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not too dissimilar from the Udyr we saw last game, and this is twice in a row. They've prioritized the Lilia, and unfortunately are just getting a bit crushed in the jungle because of it.
Yeah.
And I mean, look at where we are all over the map. Prio in all lanes. Like, Morgan's up a level over Hoya.
How did?
And
we
Scion
haven't even been watching this top lane and just sort of naturally the Scion's winning. That's not how that one's supposed to go.
It's not how it's supposed to go. I mean, it's not supposed to be dominant like that.
Yeah. And also, Fred and Brion know that Morgan was going to pick the Scion, right? They banned it in game number 1. Hoya picked the Nah, hoping that, you know, this was going to be his answer to the Scion. Hyper does work relatively well, but just not able to work out as the rest of the map has been a disaster.
And I'll be honest with you, Atlas, and I think a lot of people probably feel the same. I'm a little bit disappointed with this series from Fred and Brion because they had so much time to prepare for this. It was going to be such a critical series. It was one of the ones we were most excited about for this week, you know, because Fred and Brion were on the up and up, and Hanwha was in good form, and I felt like this could be a top-tier series that went all 3 games. You expect Hanwha to win it, but you do not expect Hanwha to walk all over it, you know, as if the series belonged to them. Like their
especially
name was
after they
oh no,
didn't find the first one, as Umpty's going to do it again. As the Onslaught of Shadows, goodbye, my friend, beautifully executed. Gank attempt, Umpty goes golden just to watch his death. That is Azonya's, so he doesn't waste anything for it as Chovy moves on over. looks for Yaharong, but instead he'll just get this ward.
They also positioned so well there. Johan and Chovy did some. The Emperor's Divide can only push one of them away. So, I mean, it's a pretty.
And Johan's going to be jumping away anyway, so
yeah.
Unless you get him before the devastating charge, like it's just already over. I've been very impressed with Johan so far today.
Yeah, really. I mean, me too. And he's definitely been on the ups and downs otherwise over the past few weeks. And a lot of people are calling for Arthur to return, but he has been on form.
Yeah, Morgan misses that cannon creep, so thanks for that one, Jonah Strong. And now might just die as Hoya about to hit Mega. There's the flash forward. A beautiful ultimate there
that was so
from Morgan to avoid the CC.
And he's able to get the flash out of Hoya. So that's, I mean, that's a huge exchange here for Hanwha Life Esports. The one place where things look like they might be okay for Freddy Brown. Maybe they can make a play. Maybe they can get something, anything in this game. And it all just goes wrong.
Yeah.
The ult there, because he cannot be stunned. If you guys got confused by that, that's what that said in Korean, unstoppable over his head.
Yep.
Can't be stunned out of the ultimate, so he cannot gnar him into the wall.
It's named correctly, as it turns out, as Yaharong might just be solo killed, and he is. Chovy just chases him down. Very, very dead is the Azir. And I remember the Corki Azir matchup, Wolf, and I remember it being a little bit more even than this.
Yeah, no, this is not going well. I mean, he's 4-0-1. I think the mental fortitude has been shattered here. Mental boom is a term we sometimes use.
Yeah.
Minbong, you know, is the term for it in Korean. That's where mental boom comes from. But yeah, this is not the kind of game where Fred and Brion are playing to their best. This is not the amount of skill that Fred and Brion have showcased in the last few weeks. The pressure is at its highest, and it shows with these players, and that's really unfortunate.
God, Chovy. That big one hurt a lot, as we've got back-to-back Cloud Souls. You welcome everyone. Atlas, just, the opening day of Week 10, I've really got to come in strong, you know, with my superpower, which is commanding the clouds. And I will bring them towards everyone. As, yes, we are quite quizzical when it comes to the Cloud Soul. I agree. So let's have a look at this replay one more time.
Yeah, I mean, this is unfortunately Umpty getting caught here. He does have his Zonias, as you mentioned, but look at the split here.
Yeah, he's just dead.
Chovy just goes to the left, so he can't get Emperor's Divided away. I mean, there's nothing you could do. And this is actually just...
Oh, yeah, and his Q is on cooldown, so couldn't create the extra distance with the shifting sands. Just dead.
And it's also...
Had flash, but...
He shouldn't have to be able to do that much damage at this stage in the game, but he's just so far ahead, it doesn't matter. He was, what, up 2 levels, I think, in that exchange? Still up 2 levels in this game.
Well, now Chovy's going to turn up with a 2-level advantage over Hoya as well. And, yeah, Hoya's just like, nah, I guess I ain't going to be in this lane anymore. I wonder where I can go now.
I mean, remember when I said I don't think we should say this game is over? I think we should say that now. And,
yeah.
And unfortunately, like, this is just the end of the line here for Fred at Brion. And we haven't even seen a proper team fight where this front-to-back power of Corki, Senna...
Yeah, remember, this is a scaling draft
yeah.
for Hanwha Life Esports.
Yeah, we haven't even seen how it's going to get much worse later, because it is going to get much worse later for Fred at Brion.
Yeah.
I mean, even if you have a miracle sleep or something like that, I mean, the damage output just isn't there for this team and is not scaling up yet. We have no Mythic for Yaharong.
I mean, we're missing 3 mythics on the side of Fred at Brion. We got all of them here for Hanwha Life Esports. And that's with a Corki in the game who doesn't even build it. His first item, of course, there's a Lilia over the other side, as now Umpty, speaking of which, is going to give the thumbs up to Morgan, who takes, about a damage. Maybe a damage.
About 1.
Yeah. And,
give or take.
And damage. Yeah. And just take, oh my... The rockets are just so painful. Maybe it's the fact that I haven't seen Corki in a while. I believe we saw him a couple of times in the Kesper Cup.
Yeah.
Then he just sort of fell out of fashion. He was in the LCK.
Yeah, he was banned a few times, and I think Lava actually was the one who played him last time, if I'm not mistaken, in the LCK.
Yeah, I mean, Lava was always our Corki aficionado,
yeah.
right? Like, we actually thought that his champion pool consisted of Orianna and Corki.
Yeah, you said it last game, too. It almost feels like the drafting we saw from Hanwha Life Esports was showing a lack of respect for Fred at Brion, and then you have Chovy playing the Corki, which is Lava's historic champion. Lava's not in the game because they played Yaharong today instead, but, it feels like there's almost a subtext to this. There really isn't, but I mean, I'm trying to build narrative for what is a series that feels very over Atlas, and it's really sad because I was hoping we were going to be yelling and screaming and getting hyped about Fred at Brion. The Royal Road dream is alive and things like that, and it just has not been.
But
sadly.
instead we can get excited about Morgan and Johan, who are really stepping up, right? Like, Life Esports were a team at the beginning of the season that we were talking about, like, this is Chovy and Deft against the world, and now Johan is going to receive the Cast Curse, but no, instead he's just going to run extraordinarily fast and face check Hoya. So maybe it's not all over just yet as he gets devoured from over the wall, doesn't even have to use the ultimate, and Umpty is probably dead. Chovy, that was somewhat aggressive, one could say, is now some potential trouble here for the Tahm Kench as Umpty was burning down for a while, goes down to a single-digit health bar, but...
Yeah, Henna has to heal to keep him alive. For Life Esports, if they kill him there, they... Oh, no. There's a ward there.
Oh, he's KWing as well.
Why do you think they're standing there? Get out of here. Oh, he's still okay, but...
No, I don't think they could see them over the...
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right.
Just out of range.
Yeah, he didn't have... He also doesn't have minion wave there. Okay, yeah, that makes more sense.
So Chovy knew that there were 4 people.
Yes, he was like, I'm going to do this by myself. There's 4 people, it's almost 5. I mean, Hoya's very nearby. And Delight has a ward on this, is able to flash through.
I mean, it is Pole Flash, and then Blast Cone gets him as well. So it's a, it's a series of unfortunate events for Chovy, but still, probably not the face check you want to go for.
Yeah, I mean, there's been a few moments like this with Chovy when he's very ahead on the Lucian. Usually is where it ends up being, where he tries to have some crazy flank like that. But hey, I mean, despite the death, they reset. Now they've got Baron control.
Yep, package now going to be delivered over to Delight, and he does have the ulti available, so it keeps him alive for a little while longer, but he is still very dead, as now Johan going to get the devastating charge back. Umpty straight into a knock-up, and he is going to be obliterated as well. Life now to go back to the Baron that they'd started earlier.
It is certainly, tied up, packaged, to bring this back to the Corki. The ribbon is being put on the gift that
yes.
Life Esports are about to send their fans here. They're going to trade this for a Drake, but it's Cloud Soul, as you mentioned. It's not too impactful on its own.
Yeah, one solitary Cloud Drake when Life Esports probably wanted to win this game before. There is a possible Soul anyway.
Exactly. So
it's a rough time.
This is, we're just going to watch this again. Unfortunately, you can't make that same play twice, Delight. Gets rooted, and that's the end of him. And once he's down, I mean, what can you even hope to accomplish here as Fred Brion? And unfortunately, Umpty has just been less than 0 impact this game into this matchup. And when you start to get ahead, as far ahead as Life Esports are, it just becomes a bigger and bigger issue. Because you can't even get into range to hit a Q to set up a sleep before you're burst down by the Senna and the Corki. And you have a big blocker in front of you in terms of the Scion. Like, it's just a nightmare.
I want to talk about Corki just for another second because, of course, love me some item spikes. He's hit his 3rd one. The Infinity Edge now completed on top of the Essence Reaver and his Sork Boots and the Shield Bow. This is a very, very big Corki. He'll have his next power spike when the Rapid Fire Cannon is completed as well. Oh my goodness, very, very scary.
Well, will he, or will the game end before then?
Well, I mean, that might just happen. That might be the way that Fred Brion avoid that particular power spike, but it's not exactly the optimal way of doing so. Almost a 10,000 gold lead here at 23 minutes into the game. And Life are really playing with a vengeance. And remember, the next match for Life Esports is T1.
That's right. That's their final match of the split.
And it's going to be tough, right? Like, I think that, there are a lot of analysts out there that are putting T1 certainly closer to the top than the standings would say. So looking forward to seeing whether Life can prove that either wrong or right. Certainly going to be exciting as in goes Hoya and out goes Hoya. Goodbye, my friend. He will get stunned. As, Dawning Shadow says no, and the no option of doing anything. Johan running extraordinarily quickly, or galloping, or cantering, depending on, I guess I didn't quite see his kilometers per hour at that point.
I mean, Atlas, this is the stage of the game where, your front line is a Gnar or an Alistair, both of whom are burst down before they can be relevant because the damage output is just
and
too
also,
high.
Hoya has a Black Cleaver, right? Like, there is no real defensive stats outside of health, and that is not going to do it for you.
Definitely
as far as frontlining. And he was looking for a possible Gnar, but Life Esports just a little bit too far ahead, able to move out of the way very comfortably. Yaharong going to get snared. Possible sleep to come through here, but Umpty not even going to pull the trigger.
Looking like we're going to have the final moments of this game here, the final moments of this series. Fred Brion, one last stand.
Yep, Morgan in the front line, looking pretty comfy. Okay, here's the sleep. We do land it on it too. There is the Flash Emperor's Divide as the horse goes down very early, but Yaharong should be taken down. It's a really nice pulverize in the backline as the Corki is taken down as well, but not before he grabs himself a double kill, and now Delight is going to be hunted down by Deft. He has no mana, but he doesn't need it. Does grab the double kill. Is it going to be the full house? Deft's full of Chovies? The answer is maybe no. As Hoya, oh, maybe yes. He gets slowed down. Now Vista lands another tongue lash, and that is going to be that. The triple kill comes through. The ace goes down, and that is going to be Morgan clearing out these Nexus turrets and getting to work here. 25 minutes, a shellacking in game number 2. Harmalife Esports playing with pride, playing with vengeance against Fredit Brion, and they will say goodbye to them. Unfortunately now, I think it's almost mathematically impossible for Fredit Brion to make playoffs.
It is, in fact, mathematically impossible, and it's sad that Fredit Brion go out with a whimper here at the very end of their run. And it was a very, really interesting drafting from Harmalife Esports, I think showing a little bit of lack of respect to Fredit Brion, but then executing both comps extremely well. And for Fredit Brion, I think this is a series that most of these players will remember for the rest of their careers, because there was definitely a amount of pressure that mounted that they did not play to where we know they are capable of playing. They did not play to the amount of skill that this team actually has shown us in the last few weeks. And Harmalife Esports had a lot to lose too, and yet still showed us some unusual drafts and were able to execute on them very, very well. For Fredit Brion, this is their first season as an organization here in the LCK. Didn't make playoffs. No one expected them to make playoffs. The expectations weren't that high. So I think if you can get your mentality right after this, finish your last regular season game against NSㅣ, then, come back to the summer with a vengeance. Try to prepare and get yourself into that right mindset.
Well, let's have a look at this last full house for Harmalife Esports. Their wallets were very, very heavy, but
yes,
at least for Fredit Brion, they were able to kill Chovy.
They were able to kill Chovy. It took everything they had in order to do it here. He does avoid the Emperor's Divide there with the Devour. Pops out, gets pulverized, and then it takes out Yaharong, but does end up going down for. Look at all the damage that's committed. I mean, even Hoya goes in.
I mean, this is about as good as it could have possibly gone for Fredit Brion, but unfortunately, too little, too late is 100% an understatement.
Yeah, Deft is just able to basically win the game by himself at this point. Hoya decides to go back in, and once he gets lick-a-tongued there, it is going to be the end of his life.
Yeah, it's not an official triple kill, which makes me a little bit upset.
Sad.
But it was very close to being so. And damn, this is a Harmalife Esports that I think a lot of people, at the beginning of this week, were thinking that T1 were probably favored in that matchup. Might still be the case. However, if Harmalife continue to draft and play this intelligently, I think that we're in for a really exciting series.
Yeah, I think so too, and I hope so. I really think that is going to be an awesome series because it does still matter a lot for Harmalife Esports.
Oh, absolutely.
And then Gen.G versus DRX is on Sunday, I believe, so that's going to be one of the last matches of the week. And so that's going to determine a lot too, because if Gen.G does win that, then it won't matter. But that match does matter a lot for what we're looking at in playoffs, regardless of whether they get second place or not. That could be a really important matchup before we get to the finals in our playoffs, depending on how the bracket goes. So T1 definitely looking to, I think, continue using the roster that they've been using the last few weeks. And we're going to jump into our highlights, guys, from that second game. It's hard to really look at this game and go back through it and talk about it as if it was a very competitive game, because it was just from start to finish. I mean, ever since this fight broke out, Fredit Brion never had any space over the map.
And, the thing was, this fight was very expertly done, but, this was one of those moments where it's nah, this ain't it. There was vision available, I believe, for Fredit Brion as well, and then, afterwards, Umpty does the same thing, and this is where the snowball really was a problem. Hoya locks down Deft. It's yes, congratulations. They give over the Rift Herald, and from there, the snowball is just too real. This Valkyrie, beautifully done.
Valkyrie was so nice there to dodge the Emperor's Divide, and unfortunately, Umpty just kept getting caught. I mean, he was very greedy earlier on, trying to steal away the blue and the Gromp at the same time. And then after that, he just couldn't even farm his own jungle. And that was the one lead that they had in the game in terms of CS, was actually Umpty was able to out-farm Johan, but he wasn't able to accomplish anything in team fights otherwise. as this was just another one of those moments where Chovy gets a little bit ahead of himself, you know, flanks.
Yep, gets thrown into the bouncy castle, and we get an idea for just the amount of CC that Fred Brown had drafted. Unfortunately, it just wasn't enough, and those first few mistakes, you know, you get 3 in a row like that, and it really does compound, and you saw that it was a big problem. I think that Johan had a fantastic series. I think that Morgan as well, continuing to play his pretty phenomenal weak side top lane, be it on tanks or on anything else. This is Halma Life. It feels like they're coming into their own, and I want to talk about this as well. Like, Halma Life Esports are an organization, and I mean, it did change a lot moving into this year, but we have to remember they're an organization that has always been on the border of playoffs. They've never been able to make it here. And now, I mean, they already qualified weeks ago.
But they might get that semis jump, right? And
no, exactly. And like, if they do make a run that's that deep, it's going to mean so much for, you know, fans of this organization that have just been waiting for finally them to get off the ground. So.
And this is a team that's filled with veterans and rookies alike, right? I mean, players that have a long history, like Chovy and Deft, coming through here. And this is the best chance Halma Life Esports has ever had of making playoffs. They did it, you know. And when we first saw this roster, we were like, okay, is this roster going to do it? Like, everyone was really excited about Halma Life Esports. We saw Kespa Cup. We got a little bit less excited for a moment. But they delivered. This roster is absolutely delivering. And the fact that you see these guys just not even excited about this win, just moving on, like they've been laughing the whole series long. Just goes to show this team has enough experience to where I don't think they're going to get nervous, and they have an opportunity to really have a great run.
I'm not sure how Dev did more damage than Chovy that game.
Senna, man.
Congrats, dude. This was also a 25-minute victory. Senna is a scaling champion. So let's put that in context as well. Senna's just dumb, man. And look, Deft already had ludicrous, like, gold percentage, like, damage percentages, you know? Damage per gold is what I tried to say for about 20 seconds. It's only going to go up after a performance like that. So another very impressive one. And look, I think that Chovy played very, very well that game. I think there's a lot of people that can grab themselves a player of the game. I think Vista's Tom Kench was also very good, although giving player of the game over to Tom Kench I don't think should happen twice in 2 weeks. That's it's probably a little bit too much. But still, very impressive play from Halma Life Esports.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to seeing what this team can do in playoffs. I really, really like their chances to go all the way if they can actually stay consistent.
Absolutely, consistency is the aim of the game. They've got T1 coming up, but we also have an analyst desk and an interview coming up as well. So here's Jason.
Thank you very much, guys. And Halma Life Esports once again with a peak performance was able to take game number 2. Freddy Brion was having a very weak game on the bottom lane, but still they stick to the Kai'Sa. And Halma Life Esports answered back with Senna, Tomkins, and also Corki, a new champion for the split coming out from Chovy. Corki has gone through some of the direct and indirect nerfs in the past, so this has not been a mainstream champion for a while. And it was really impressive to see Corki because Gorilla actually saw a lot of Corki games from Challengers Korea. And one of the players are having 100% win rates in this champion, which was Halma Life Esports Challengers team, and they always wanted to, you know, pair this mid laner with a very stable jungle champion, but this time around in the LCK team, they paired up the jungle mid duo as Hecarim and Corki. So it was really impressive to see that Halma Life Esports brought up new things at heading into the very end of the regular split. I want to say Halma Life won draft from the beginning. Freddy Brion was able to take some of the picks that they are confident in, the picks that they have practiced a lot, which means at the same time the opponents also know how to deal with it, and also there's a hard possibility that those picks have gone through multiple nerfs recently, for example Kai'Sa and Azir. And Halma Life Esports, as they are leading into playoffs, they are trying to bring new things over and over because, you know, there has to be a shift in terms of the meta, and they are getting ready for it. Whereas for the Brion, even though they know that those champions are nerfed, they were not able to get away from their comfort zone. We had some fantastic performance coming out from Vista, fantastic mukbang coming out from Vista, so let's take a look. This is where Hana Life Esports was able to get super ahead in terms of the gold. So even though Def gets knocked up by Alistar, Vista actually holds on to his Devour and then puts Senna behind the wall of Emperor's Divide and putting her on a very safe spot. So very calm and collected move coming out from Vista. And it was really impressive to see that Hana Life Esports was able to chunk down the opponents, which put them on a very favorable spot to win this team fight. So very high mechanical skill coming out from Vista. He was not getting in rush in terms of that team fight. He knew the best timing to save that Senna. And Corky from Chovy was having a very decent game from the beginning till the end. And there was a moment where Freddy Freeland was finally able to pick up a kill onto that player. Corky was trying to rotate to the down and side of the map, so Delight. He was actually placing a ward in that rush and he keeps his eyes on Chovy. Instead of chasing that Hecarim, he engages on Chovy, and it was a very successful attempt from Freddy Priam, but let's see how this fight unfolds. Corky didn't really use a lot of his abilities or summoners, and then Hana Life Esports rotates the situation around that Baron, and because Delight didn't have his flash, he got easily picked up by Hana Life Esports, and then as well was biting the dust. Hana Life Esports was not outplaying or anything like that, but still, even though they were down in numbers, they were very calm and collected, and they pulled out the best mechanical and macro decision possible. And we saw the reason why Hana Life Esports is one of the top seed in the LCK. They are always making the best decision and always showing the premier performance. Vista will be voted as POG for game number 2. Didn't die once in this game, and Gorilla, as a Tahm Kench player, he was on point. His performance was on flick, and he will be the best Tahm Kench player in the future for sure. And it was really impressive to see how he was able to keep calm in such a chaotic situation. Not many players take Ignite when you're playing Tahm Kench because you have to do your best to protect your AD carry, but still Vista was confident enough to take this aggressive summoner and still keep Deft in a very safe spot. Hana Life Esports, their bottom duos are always doing a fantastic work, whether they are completing their comp in the first rotation or the second rotation of the pick and ban. And Vista picked up 6 votes out of 9. Now let's hear from the bottom duo of Hana Life Esports, Deft and Vista, for the POG interview. Congratulations on your win. Thank you. Another bottom duo POG picked up by Hana Life Esports. How are you feeling, Deft?
네, 일단 좀 경기력도 나쁘지
I
않았던
think
것
our
같고
performance was pretty good.
또 같이
And
오늘도 혜성이랑 받아서
We are getting another bottom duo POG to get, so that makes me happy as well. Vista, how are you feeling? Winning 4 matches in a row. We won 2-0 today. Maybe last time was 2-0 as well, so it feels nice. And the Korean writers also was really curious. In other content that we see on other channels, you guys are very bright, but it's really odd to see you, with this deep voice for this POG interview. Is that your concept or theme that you want to kind of put for this broadcast? I mean, I'm a little bit camera shy.
예, 약간 긴장돼.
And I always feel shy in front of you people around me, so I'm a little bit nervous right now. I'm not trying to kind of act fake or something like that. And Deft, in the previous interview, you said your macro or Hana Life's macro is not on point yet, and you have to still work on those. But today as well, Hana Life Esports looked even stronger in terms of the map play, and also we saw a bigger champion pool.
있는 경기도 있었고 또
You know, one of the games we had lane priority, and in general, none of the lanes were falling behind.
쉽게 이겼어야 되는
So
생각하고
we were meant to win very easily, and one of the games we had a very difficult lane matchup, but I think we should still win those game as well. And with this game 1 victory, you were able to make your Jinx win rate even more perfect. It's 42-3, 93%. Does that make you care about your numbers and records?
사실 네, 별 생각 없었는데
I didn't really care about it, but in the previous match, yeah, I saw that coming up at the CG. So whenever we get to lock it in, I was like, I'm gonna add one more dub to that chart. Deft, what's your key to playing Jinx so well?
그러게요.
Well, I don't know.
하면 이기던데.
I just play it and I win.
그러면 1경기 운영에 있어서 저희가 좀 독특하다고 느껴졌던 건
And in game number 1, we had a very smart macro pulled off by Hana Life's bottom duo. You guys actually shoved in the wave and they rotated to the mid lane. Was that because of the power of Thresh, or we were just curious who made that call and why?
사실 이제 요네를 바텀에 보내는 것까지는
Well,
설계를 완벽하게
we all
하고
set
갔던
up.
건 아니고 그냥 저희가
We didn't really set up to like send down Yona to the bottom lane. It was just because we had the lane priority, we had also the reset priority, so we were able to get back to base. And because Yona had his TP available, you know, we can rotate to the Herald and also cover other lanes at the same time. Moving on to game number 2, we are curious about the Corki pick as well. It was Chovi's 18th unique pick of the split. Was that his idea, or was that something from the coaching staff?
일단 지훈이 같은 경우에는 좀 워낙에
For Chovi,
제가 봤을
well,
때는 좀 재능충.
I mean, in my perspective, you know, he's a genius kind of a player. You know, he's really talented. So he doesn't really need to put in a lot of effort to reach some point of a proficiency on a specific champion. So we were able to kind of make him play this new champions whenever we needed to. Freddie Priam played Kai'Sa for 2 games in a row, a champion that has been showing a huge dip in terms of the win rate. So how do you see this champion in the current meta?
사실 예전부터 이제 카이사가 뭔가 라인전이 강하다는
I mean,
느낌보다는
I've never really felt that Kai'Sa is really strong in lane. It all comes down to the comp in general. You know, this champion is a really good as a role player to complete some kind of a comp as a team, but she definitely has a lot of counters in terms of the laning pace or in terms of the matchup. In game number 2, Vista, whenever we had the fight breaking out, we saw a fantastic Devour timing coming out from you. So, when is the moment that you use your Devour onto Senna? Is that based on the communication with your teammates? I always take a look at the positions of the opponents. And, you know, when you have Kai'Sa on your opponent, a champion that can dive onto you, I try to devour as soon as possible, but when it's like a Azir, he needs a follow-up CC from Alice or something like that. So, at that, if that's the case, I try to hold on to my devour timing. Does your teammate also make a call to, use the devour? No, it's all on me. Sometimes Deft you know, gives the heads up like I'm gonna step forward, so you have to cover me. But usually during skirmish and fights, we don't really make too many calls about it.
그렇죠. 그것도 재능충 비슷한 것 같고.
Another genius type of a player, Vista.
1레벨 딜교환할 때 알리가
And in the level 1 trade, Alistar went in very aggressively, but it was really smart to see that you were able to take Devour and then reacted to it. Was that all predicted by you, seeing the Kai'Sa Alistar duo? Yeah, that was something I expected, because we were Senna and Homkench. Senna is squishier compared to other marksman champions. And also, the support item also isn't really that helpful in the early game. So we knew that if Alistar goes super aggressively with his Q and also the flash, we knew that Senna will be exposed in danger. So I was ready to devour her whenever we needed to. And depending on the result of tomorrow's DRX versus Genji series, it's gonna decide your spot. So how are you gonna prepare for the upcoming T1 series as well?
순위 싸움에서도 중요한 경기긴 한데.
That's gonna be a super important one in terms of the second place competition. But at the same time, if we are trying to win it all, you know, everyone, we have to be able to defeat everyone, even though we might not be able to, you know, make second place from right here, but we will always just keep doing hard in order to win the trophy in the end. In the first round robin, we fell to T1, so I hope we can get our revenge. We will work even harder, and I hope we can come back stronger in that upcoming T1 series. And this will be the end of the interview from Deft and Vista, and I'm gonna pass it back to our casters. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jisun, as usual, for the interview and analyst desk translation. Some really interesting conversations, and I think enough to make us even more hyped for the T1 Hama Life Esports series. Because I know a lot of you guys at home are having discussions on what is the best bottom lane in the LCK. There are people that think maybe it's Deft and Vista. There's a lot of people who thinks it's Teddy and Carrier, and we might just find out.
Yeah, I mean, some people are still looking at Ghost and Barrel, but, you know, only time will tell.
Yeah.
I'm kind of still on the Duck Dom hype train myself, but let's take a look at the standings.
Oh my goodness, now that, I'll transition out of that one as quickly as possible, as Hama Life Esports still in third place, but as you can see, right on the tail of Gen G, their match against DRX, so incredibly important. Fredit Brion now really struggling to make any sort of run towards playoffs. That one's done. Nongshim, Live Sandbox, and KT are your next teams that are up when it comes to, you know, who's going to be able to make that playoff
Speaking
spot.
of,
We
right
have
down there.
two of them, exactly right. KT versus Nongshim. Right now, Nongshim's chances are much higher than that of KT. Their next match after this is going to be up against Fredit Brion. They already have a match in advance, but that may not necessarily stop KT from rolling over them. See whether they can after this about 30-minute break. Ladies and gentlemen, when we come back, we do have some spicy playoffs implications. We'll see you there. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. LCK Spring 2021. I'm Atlas, joined by Wolf, and here is the final series of the evening. KT taking on Nongshim. KT playing for their tournament and playoff hopes.
Yeah, this is going to be a big one. Nongshim, the only team left in control of their destiny, trying to secure their playoff spot here. For KT, it is also a must-win match. They need to take it. It's going to look like, I think, for both of these teams, a slugfest potentially. Like, this could be a really crazy matchup. It definitely might be a little bit dirty. It might be a little bit messy. But part of that is because this is so important for both of these two teams. And Nongshim trying to secure their spot here at the end of the day. And if they're able to do it, I mean, ends up being a pretty cool story for Nongshim. Have been very up and down throughout this season.
Yeah, and it goes back to Kesper Cup as well, and I think a lot of people are drawing some comparisons to the Nongshim that we saw there. They were able to make that late surge, being able to get themselves into a much better position. And let's see what the LCK thinks about it as we bring up the points of the match for this one, and I have a spoiler for you guys. It's going to be mainly about playoffs.
That's right. KT started round 2 with a win, then dropped 6 matches in a row. If they lose today, they're out of playoffs, as we've already discussed. And Nongshim is the only team that can control their playoffs destiny. They're on a 5-game winning streak up against KT. And NSㅣ, and spoiler alert, will be on the starting roster once again. Will he show his potential against enemy centerpiece, Duckdom and Kellen? And that is, I feel, the strongest point of Nongshim is their bot lane. And I feel like it's the weakest point of KT Roll, so that's why NSㅣ is starting now over Hybrid. It's taken them a really long time to make this decision, and in their most dire moment, they've switched to NSㅣ in their last few matches. Hasn't been enough to bring them back out of their losing streak, rather, but, you know, this is a tough matchup against arguably one of the strongest bottom lanes in the, you know, eastern side of the bracket, the eastern side of our standings, I should say. So it's a really tough matchup for KT tonight. Atlas?
Yeah, no, I agree. With the fact that Nongshim Red Force have seemingly had KT's number throughout this season, throughout this year, it is another dangerous one. As here we are, playoff contention. Let's give you some of our really cool stats. Now, the things that you need to know. Based on this, if Nongshim get a 2-0 tonight, it is a guaranteed elimination for KT.
That's right.
But there is still theoretically a 5% chance that Live Sandbox can make it in. Live Sandbox are still theoretically alive right now. They still have 2 matches to play. They're not the most difficult opposition, I guess. Like, they're not going against Damwon Kia. It's a Freak of Freaks, and then I believe DRX is the last 2 matches for Live Sandbox. They need to 2-0 both of them if they're going to have a shot. As Nongshim, you can see they've got a 2-point advantage, and if Live Sandbox are able to win their next one, there's a chance that they can make things work, but it does rely on a lot of things going wrong for Nongshim at the same time. So let's have a look at some of these team stats. KT in round 2, just not very good.
Bottom of the barrel, unfortunately, for all of these stats. Their team damage per minute is a crazy anomaly in terms of how little damage this team does. To put it into perspective, right now, Damwon Kia are sitting around 2,400, so they're about 1,000 damage per minute off of the top team. And you can see they're about 400 damage per minute off in terms of Nongshim. And that's the stat I really want to focus in on here, because this is a team that is really struggling to actually be able to do consistent damage with their bot laner, right? Their bottom player, whether it's Hybrid, whether it's NSㅣ, has been a serious issue. And, you know, we're going to roll forward and take a look at some of the stats of the top lane too, but Doran himself has really been on the decline, Atlas, in terms of his round 2 stats. I mean, he was one of the shining lights for the team earlier on, he and UCal, and now, you know, we're seeing less and less of UCal, and Doran is not playing as well.
Yeah, Doran really is having a struggle here in round 2. I do want to draw attention to that 1441 as well. That is right near 2019 Jinez stat, which was one of the worst performances of a team in a league in the last couple of years. So definitely not great here for KT. Doran, Gideon, Dove, NSㅣ, and Zeus will be your roster. No UCal this time around. Of course, Gideon, a mainstay for round 2. But this is not the KT that we remember. This is not the KT that has been a dominant force in years past. This is a KT trying its very best to stay in with a chance of potentially making it to playoffs.
Yeah, it is a really tough road, and up against this roster that has no changes. This has been the main roster for Nongshim all season long. they are underdogs. I mean, you look at this roster, Bay has been some of the, one of the players that we actually can criticize, I think, pretty heavily or be a little bit unsure about for some of his picks. But even he has tightened up his play here in round 2. Rich is doing very well. But the bot lane, Duckdom and Kellen, that is where all eyes should be focused if you're a Nongshim fan, because Duckdom has been dominating. But focusing on the top lane for a moment for our key players, as I mentioned earlier, Doran's stats have declined massively. This is round 2 only. If you average it out across both rounds, his stats will look a lot higher. But if you zoom in on just round 2, Rich, on the other hand, is doing great in team fights. In the lane, he's still struggling, but in terms of what he's able to get done on the map, damage per gold, he's second. He has 6 solo kills, actually, which is quite significant. He's actually able to make those plays happen, and usually not in lane. Actually, often it's roaming around the map and finding picks. So he is really looking on the up and up right now, whereas Doran, I don't think it's per se his fault. It's not like he's suddenly dropped off a cliff, but his team has, and so he, as a result, his stats struggle with KT Rolster, and it's just been a harder time here in round 2. I mean, they're on a massive losing streak. And they were one of the teams we really thought had a great chance of going to playoffs. If we could go back in time and cut the line as round 1 ended, most people say, oh, I think KT's got a good chance. They look like a strong team this season. It is a completely different story now.
It absolutely is. This team has felt like it's fallen off a cliff just a little bit. I do want to talk about some of the positives, though. I think that Rich graphic was a really good sign for the guy on the top side of the map, who we did have expectations for coming into this year, and he absolutely did not meet them. Not until round 2 swung around, and I think there's still some question marks in the laning phase. However, I don't know whether he's nearly going to be challenged enough here tonight. But still, I mean, you can't call it over until it's over, and there is still a chance that KT can change their fortune here with this one. And you can imagine that any Live Sandbox fans out there are going to be watching on with a lot of anticipation, because that potential 5% chance of coming out with a victory could change very drastically.
Yes. And if Nongshim take this series and their final series against Fredit Brion, who have nothing to fight for later on this week, then Nongshim is guaranteed that playoff spot no matter what. So you really do want KT to take this, even if you are a Live Sandbox fan. As we head into this draft, we'll see where the focal points are, as oftentimes the draft has been focused against Doran when you're facing off against KT Rolster, but if you're Nongshim, you ban away too many of those top laners, you can find yourself in a similar issue in terms of the champion pools.
Yep. Peanut, another player that we're going to have our eye on, is Udyr going to be banned away on the Nongshim side. Thresh banned on blue is interesting.
Gotta do that against Duckdom, though, and
Well, very true, very true. But I'm looking at the jungle, right? We're thinking about the Hecarim. Is it going to be priority picked here? Because now KT have themselves in a position where they can get either the Lilia or the Hecarim. If the Hecarim's banned, Lilia's stock goes way up. But still, Nongshim thinking about whether they want to fall into that trap. And of course, this is Peanut, right? He has a lot of different options, and Renekton is going to be the choice here, as now KT, they do have the horse option, and of course, they're going to go for it.
I'm going to take that right away. Success rate for Gideon in the jungle, his most successful recently has been the Nidalee, but Hecarim seems to be a much stronger pick at the moment. Peanut actually has a very high win rate on the Graves, even though he's fallen off a cliff in terms of his priority right now.
Yeah.
He's not one of the main 3, but you don't want to play the Lilia into the Hecarim. That is such a risky matchup, as you've seen before. I do like grabbing this Alistar early, and that's going to be able to, there's a lot of different ways you can finish. I don't know about this one, though. Not a huge fan of this.
Well, we'll see whether Peanut does go towards it. Looks like he might be trolling just a little bit, as it is going to be the Graves in the end, locked away.
Yeah.
The Alistar as well. Just a, fair bit of CC, as Nico is being looked at right now. An odd choice at this stage in the draft. And see where they do decide to go. I like any priority on Gragas is actually kind of cool on KT's side, because Rich has been defaulting to it quite a lot. But that is Senatom Kench, and we saw this work to such phenomenal effect in the hands of Harmer Life Esports. But what will Duckdom have to show us to try and shut down this lane? That's going to be the question.
That is the really big question here. I mean, taking away Thresh really eliminates a lot of Duckdom's insane power picks that he's been very successful on.
I'd really like Tristana here.
Tristana he's 5-0 on the champion. They'll take the
Jinx Alistar.
Yeah, this is a very unusual one. I was you know, talking with you earlier about how I thought maybe Jinx and Tahm Kench could be viable. It's obviously not as strong as the Thresh, but with the Alistar here, there's a lot of damage potential in this lane if Kellen plays extremely well. I could see some punishing plays down on the bottom side.
Especially when Center Tahm Kench isn't going to be able to punish you that hard.
Yeah, not really.
For playing the Jinx. You can even out as far as range is concerned as well, especially early with your rocket launcher. As Dove's Zoe is going to be banned away, certainly has been one of his better champions. Wouldn't be surprised if Azir also hit the bench.
I think so. Especially with the Hecarim here, that is very oppressive to whatever matchup Nongshim are going to be looking towards.
Yes.
And they'll actually ban it themselves, yeah. I mean, Azir is just so great with both of these junglers, so...
True.
And he scales so well. And we don't have, either of these teams are not going, neither of these teams are going for like an insane early game control to where they're spiking early, and since we are going towards that scaling phase, Azir makes sense for both. The Jace ban here, interesting against Doran. And I wonder where Rich is headed with this one. It could be something like the Aatrox, but...
I think a Scion is probably likely. You know, they want to be playing front to back, especially with the fact that they do have a couple of theoretical AD carries here. Is Jinx being the main one, does want to have that tank in the front line, as Gragas going to be taken away from Rich. Playing Jinx without any sort of, you know, peel, like ultra safe peeling support into Hecarim is so hard though.
If you're going to trade bans like Mirrored here as KT, you have to have a really strong blind topside pick here, because obviously Nongshim will have that final choice. They're going to pick the Victor here first. So let's see what KT's plan is, because they traded mid lane bans and they traded top lane bans with the Gragas. What's the blind pick here for Doran going to be? We've seen KT go to the Aatrox so many times, even in scaling comps like this where you don't necessarily need to do that. And I'm worried that that might be the path we're walking right now.
I mean, Orianna Scion does make for a pretty ridiculous teamfighting comp if they would like to go there. But Doran is not one of our players that seems like he just wants to default to Scion duty, right? Like, he does like to be on carries there towards the top side. You can see not very enthused right now on the player cam, and that might just mean that Scion duty it is.
I think that this showcase is, I think, some almost maturity of KT's drafting style to be able to tell Doran, no, I'm sorry, you have to play the Scion here.
Is Rich gonna do it?
I mean, he is, and this is, you know, it's a funny draft because both teams have similar identities here, but this is the big change. This is the big standout pick for Nongshim. This is giving them a big boost to their early power in terms of those skirmishes, whereas the Scion can offer you some of that on that first Rift Herald fight, but you're really playing towards that later game, the Senna scaling. And so KT, kind of a rare late game scaling draft for them that kind of goes all in on the idea that they're playing for the late game and not actually trying to fight early, because that's not KT's style here in round 2. And we've seen everything from aggressive Aatrox picks to Lee Sin in this roster.
Yeah.
And now they're going to actually really just sit back and play towards what we more accept to be true in this new meta. And I like that, because that's been my biggest criticism of KT Rolster, is that they've kind of gone all in on these tempo advantages and then have not been able to take those leads into late game successfully.
I agree. I do really like the headband idea here with the headset for Kellen. Looking very cool. I think that if we were to load this game up at 30 minutes in, there is absolutely zero chance that Nongshim win. Just because of how powerfully all of these champions synergize together in team fights and how they do deny a lot of what Nongshim do want to do. Yes, Nongshim do have a lot of team fighting power, but I think just with the burliness of the front line that you get from KT's comp, it does make things very, very difficult, as well as the fact that it's so hard to lock down a single target with the amount of denial that Tahm Kench does offer. But there is a chance that Peanut runs away with this game. Because Hecarim's not going to have a lot of help from the rest of his laners, theoretically, if the lanes go the way they're supposed to. And here we are, into game number 1. KT versus Nongshim Red Force.
I do think that the best case scenario for Nongshim having relevance in the late game is that Rich gets fed, and the problem is that he's up against a Scion, so that's almost impossible, right?
It is difficult, yeah.
So, you know, the way that you avoid that for KT is, I mean, you obviously have the Scion pick, but you just don't want to take those Rift Herald fights if Nongshim have prio. If there's any sort of fight where Nongshim has the advantage on Rift Herald, you just let it go. It's unfortunate to give that gold away, but I think that's one of the things that they might have to consider doing, which is so anti-KT in round 2.
Yeah, no, it is difficult. I think that Doran's going to have a fine time once he gets that Bramble Vest online, right? Because, of course, Peanut and Rich, it's a lot of physical damage in that combo. And so you get incredible efficiency out of just that one purchase. But in the lane, I think that Rich should be able to put on some pressure and open some doors for Peanut to get to exactly where he wants to be on the map. So you can tell, you know, why Nongshim have gone for this, not to mention the amount of mastery that Rich does have on the Aatrox. He's still our resident Aatrox guy. That is 100% the truth. And
yes.
Some of that needs to be, you know, considered, right? When we're talking about drafting, like, yes, you can say that on paper, you know, played by robots that all have exactly the same skill level on every champion, like, you can talk about draft like that, but I think it is very important to talk about the skill level on specific picks for certain players, and Rich is definitely one of them.
Yeah, Rich is the type of player that almost makes an argument for late game Aatrox being quite
yeah,
good,
no,
right?
true.
Like, I mean, Aatrox does have power in the late game if you can flank correctly or you can threaten the AD carries, but that depends on a large number of factors. But it does feel like Rich, mechanically on this champion, does make it look like there's something more there. And again, a part of that comes from dominating lane, and he often gets matchups because he picks this very late in the draft where he has the advantage. This is not one of those times where he's going to be able to just farm up the Scion and get massively ahead. So,
yeah, the snowballing against the Scion is always a difficult time. It's something that Khan has been teaching us throughout this season. As KT, with a bit of a shove here on the bottom side of the map, actually having a pretty good time, as you can see. Kellen trying to utilize that passive in order to triumphantly roll themselves back to a decent health pool, but Noah and Zeus having a pretty fun time, as you can see.
yep. Kellen, you know, and Duckdom don't really have the opportunity to make any plays unless there's an overextension here from KT's bot side at the moment. Looking for the chains, yeah. I was like, speaking of which, you know, be careful about this one.
Dove, you can see running out of mana just a little bit here in this mid lane, as Bay is going to have the shove for the moment. As Rich pushed underneath his turret here, Doran actually playing pretty aggressively as Peanut is on the bottom side of the map, so this pressure pretty free for Doran right now with the horse on the top side.
Yeah, he's totally free to do this. Gideon's actually going to rotate up here.
Man, if they're going to go for a dive as Scion Hecarim against a level 4 Aatrox, that is something that I haven't seen before.
I don't know if that actually works out the way they think it is. Yeah. Let's just strum instead and go home for a reset.
Not too bad. As you can see, both of our junglers going back at exactly the same time. Cute little ward over the wall there from Peanut just to give himself as much information as possible. Both of our Krugs are going to be taken, and both junglers actually farming at exactly the same clip.
Yeah, this is actually crazy how parallel you could draw a line across the map. It's mirrored where these two junglers are pacing-wise.
I think Peanut is ahead by 3 teamos.
Yeah.
When it comes to getting towards that Krug camp. Let's see whether that is going to impact the rest of the game, Wolf.
Well, I mean, it does mean that Rich can actually start to trade a little bit more aggressively. That's the one advantage that you have here. Whereas on the bottom side of the map, there's not really any edge for Gideon. I do like this ward quite a lot, and that actually kind of does indicate that they're a little bit concerned about where Peanut is on the map right now.
It also does give away the fact that KT know exactly what Peanut's route was.
Yes.
Around this map as well, as of course it was mirrored starts from both of our junglers. And like clockwork, Peanut comes down to take his Raptors immediately off spawn. Same thing to be happening on Gideon's side. It is 100% a mirror, as Bay just gets a cog to the face. As Callan goes in with a headbutt pole, Duckdom not quite there immediately as the snare comes through onto the cow. The Raw should help them out there, but KT do have the sustain advantage in this lane.
Yeah, that is for sure. You do have to be careful about overextending, though. If you're KT, you don't want to try to follow up on this, the chains that connect there. You just have to take your trades where you can.
Ooh, that's a double pole. Like that one a lot. Devour comes through, but not before a lot of damage does come out as Zeus does walk past those flame chompers, and Duckdom a little bit of trouble there. 200 health, though, on the center. Might force a reset and might give a fair bit of power over to Duckdom and Kellen here in this lane.
Well, this was definitely one of those exchanges on the bottom side of the map that's it's based in more than just potentially a pick, because you can get the Drake now, too.
Ooh, that's a shockwave. Bay actually down to 150 as Dove comes on over. Not enough for a command attack, unfortunately. Still will be able to continue a lot of pressure here as Gideon, not quite able to steal that one away. Is no flash available, of course, just has to try and ghost at Peanut, but he does have to flash his way out. Still It is going to be Infernal Soul lockdown. Monk W's in the chat for the possibility of souls here.
This is really aggressive.
Yep, the wraparound does come through here as Bay flashes. Gideon unable to get on top of him. Unfortunately, especially with the tower getting angry at him, so...
Gideon almost died there, too. Like, that was actually really scary.
Yeah, I mean, if that gravity field goes off, I think he's just dead.
Yeah, if Peanut actually had a better advance notice there, I think he does die. I mean, really frustrated play here, I feel, from Gideon after losing that Drake by the skin of his teeth.
Yeah, almost amazing, actually, from Rich to get that rotation over with the control he had on the top side of the map. So Nongshim...
Some great macro play here.
Yeah, playing out the early game really, really nicely.
Yeah, I mean, forcing that trade on the bottom side of the map to just barely get an early Drake for Graves, by the way, of all champions, to early Drake like that solo against a Hecarim. I mean, they really pushed the envelope of what's possible. And then Bay, you know, as a player who's often caught and does make small mistakes in lane, he's able to react well to Gideon's rotation over there. And Nongshim in a firm control of this early game. Small gold deficit, but objective control, I think, way more important at this stage.
They did need to invest some summoner spells for it, so we'll just have to see how it continues as Headbutt Pulve onto a Senna. Of course, with the Tahm Kench there means basically nothing, as KT once again do have the push back. Need to keep our eye on KT to see whether Gideon is going to be able to actually find any joy from the couple of flashes that he was able to collect for himself as Peanut comes through and helps just get some priority here in this lane before they head over and look to lock down the blue buff. Another Pulverize comes through here as NSㅣ going to get devoured once more.
This is actually really scary for Zeus and NSㅣ to be pushed up like this when they had Cryo in mid. You know that Peanut is nearby. Timing actually is okay for them and they will get away, but there was definitely some consideration about making the play for the Herald here too.
They did have control vision, so they did have time to get out, but with Devour on cooldown, it does make it a little bit more difficult. Double flashes, though, on the bottom side of the map and a heal, so still going to be all right. As Control War goes on over, Nongshim do answer back with that vision.
This is the timing I was talking about with Rich here on this Aatrox. Like, I don't think you want to, especially now, contest the Rift Herald here.
Oh no, knock-up comes through, Rich with the World Ender, but Bramble Vest, like we were talking about, already there denying a lot of that healing, and there's the knock-up and a very comfortable kill for Gideon as the helicopter horse walks down the Aatrox.
Well, now you can definitely look for a Herald. if you don't have the Aatrox up there to actually skirmish.
Oh, Peanut. He's level 7, so able to do a lot of damage there to NSㅣ. He's now looking to try and get out. Super Mega Death Rocket! Oh, to the Devour. Beautifully timed there from Zeus.
Almost had a heart attack. Duckdom is getting so much gold out of this, though. They're not trading, you know, an objective for the Herald, but they are trading a lot of turret plate gold here, with Peanut just camping this lane. Uh-oh, Zeus is isolated.
Yep, NSㅣ and... Oh, Dove actually moved back towards the mid lane, so that is going to mean a dead Tahm Kench. And they haven't even started... Have they started the Rift Herald yet? They haven't even started.
They did it, just reset. Oh man, they are pushed off the Rift Herald because Bay came over. They started it. It gets pushed off.
Did Rich and Bay really just...
Yeah, they just stopped him from taking it.
Oh my goodness.
Now Duckdom has a ton of extra gold he's not supposed to have. They still don't get the Rift Herald. And they were just spread a little bit too thin here, KT.
KT had a 1,000 gold lead and it's disappeared because of where they were on the map.
I cannot believe that just happened.
That's so disappointing.
I mean, even if Rich is dead, I guess you still can't take that Herald. He comes back and denies it.
I mean, still, this is fine for KT, right? The onus isn't on them this game. They still have a composition that scales very, very well, but still, you don't really want to see that. Shockwave is going to pull back Bay, and the Devastating Charge going to help as well, as there's the Dawning Shadow. That's going to help get a bit of an assist there for NSㅣ, and a very easy kill onto the Victor.
Now, this time they make it work. Bay gets taken out here, and finally getting something is KT Rolster.
Yeah, we asked for this as well. I mean, that flash still on cooldown from the previous gank attempt, as now KT will move on over with Bay no teleport. And also in the Death Chamber does make this pretty easy, especially when Rich is pushed all the way up towards his turret.
And that's something that the Orianna in, you know, solo kill potential in lane, I mean, obviously she had a little bit of help, but, you know, she's able to make this play happen basically by herself. Dove is able to do this, so that's one way you can just take control over Rift Heralds. Instead of actually fighting around it in a skirmish, just actually look for a pick. And even if Bay doesn't die, if he has to back, you can get the Rift Herald that way. But Duckdom just sits in lane, And he is getting so fed right now.
He is super far ahead. As you can see, the Tahm Kench only sitting on 71 CS, so definitely going well so far for Nongshim. That being said, I mean, it's a center lane, so Senna's just not really going to be too worried, but it is a level advantage in that 2v2.
This pulls over Gideon to try to save this turret, which means he's not in position to actually stop this Drake. And Peanut, once again, just really flirting with the line here. Actually is able to get away with it a second time. And yes, it is not a Cloud Soul.
We did it. We finally did it. It's taken me all day, but we have got there. Thanks to those who have just recently woken up to help give more power to the Mountain Souls. We have a look at this dive one more time. It's just a sad Tahm Kench.
Yeah, and actually Kellen steals the kill away. Imagine how further ahead Duckdom would be if that was actually his kill. As this is once again just on the very edge of that shockwave. And that's a kill there in the mid lane, which guarantees him the Herald.
I do like the Dawning Shadow coming through as well. Noah needs all the help he can get, trying to get up to the power level of this Jinx. I have to caveat the Jinx in this particular matchup, right? Like, we just watched Deft absolutely obliterate on the Jinx in game 1 of our first series of the night. But Jinx with a Thresh is a very different champion, right? And when you have dive threats such as this Hecarim, as Kellen, oh my god! The amount of follow-up damage there, and the Ignite down onto Noah as well. No Devour from Zeus, able to actually find the value. Super Mega Death Threat, eaten once again by the Tahm Kench. As you can see, Noah knew exactly what was going on there. He's like backing in the weirdest spot he could find.
Yeah, he was 100% ready for that. So I mean, you're going to trade a turret for a turret here with the Rift Herald coming down. But I like that the resources for Nongshim have largely been around the bottom side of the map. Sure, you gave up a Rift Herald. You were able to slow it. They weren't able to slow it enough so much that it didn't get turret plate value, but they slowed it, forced a second fight, and then are able to get the entirety of all the plates on the bottom side for Duckdom. And I think you're very happy with how this game is going if you're Nongshim right now. There still is that creeping fear of what's Aatrox going to be able to accomplish later on in the game. Yeah. But because you have that Drake lead and you're going to be able to just kind of sit out some of these upcoming fights if you don't feel comfortable taking them. You know, if you get out-rotated, you don't have Cryo, you don't have to force them with the Aatrox here. But, I mean, Nongshim are in a really good spot to take potentially this third Drake and get that soul point and have enough of an advantage to where maybe that Aatrox scaling doesn't matter as much.
I think so much of this game falls on Gideon, right? He's the one that is basically able to pretty comfortably get onto the Jinx with the onslaught of shadows into the backline, deny a lot of the auto attack uptime from what is the main carry for Nongshim. Bei's going to be doing a lot of consistent damage as well, but the range of the Jinx makes her very dangerous. But the answer is there from KT.
Yeah.
Looking forward to seeing who's going to be able to just play out these 5v5s better, because both of these teams do want to get those 5v5s working.
Man, I feel like I could count on, like, I don't think I can put the number higher than 5. Like, I think it has to stay on one hand the amount of times Duckdom has not actually gotten turret and actually lane swapped and gotten extra farm in another lane. Like, it's insane how consistently this player is able to make this happen with Kellen in so many different matchups across multiple different champions. You know, the Aphelios obviously is the one he's most famous for, but he's doing it on Jinx now. He's done it on Kai'Sa. And Nongshim just love to play around getting him extra gold. Gideon a little bit late here.
He's going to come on up. Was looking for an option there as the control ward just immediately going to get taken down. And Duckdom still going to be the focus of a lot of these resources. Trying to do his best to slow down this Senna Tahm Kench.
Yeah, this is, you know, another big problem for KT is just unable to consistently get that farmed up. Now it's, you know, obviously this is not supposed to be equivalent. It's Tahm Kench, but, you know, 60 CS up now is Duckdom. He just has such a massive lead, plus all that turret plate gold. The Victor is going to scale up pretty well to it. We most have been talking about, okay, Peanut and Jinx, like, these are champions that are going to do a lot of range damage later on. If you try to dive Jinx, then Bei has some extra peel he can put on. He's going to do a ton of damage in the fight once he gets his Zhonya's later on. Bei can actually be another reason why KT are going to struggle to win these engages. And the Scion will start to melt when you think about 3 champions scaling later on, especially the Victor and the Jinx, but I mean, Graves as well. Like, the Scion won't last too long. He's not going to last forever. in these fights, so you have to be quick and you have to be precise.
Yep. There are a couple of tanks, though, as Peanut going to use everything to get out of the way of the horse. He runs really, really fast, but he can't get over the pesky wall, as Peanut once again has to flash.
You can see Peanut on the camera, too. He's just had a little chuckle after that one. Peanut has had so many close calls this game. Still deathless.
Yeah.
Up 30 CS versus a Hecarim. Got 2 Drakes. And he's looking for a third now.
Yeah, it is going to be Mountain Soul point as well. And if KT start getting dragons at this point, it's so hard for Nongshim. They have 3 big tanks, with the fact that the Tahm Kench is getting farm. And now Nongshim in position for this theoretical team fight. Okay, there's the Pulverize, only under the horse. He'll get devoured as the train, not able to get too much work done. You see Doctor trying to get whichever auto attacks he can find, collateral damage, just to tell KT to leave the area. And that is going to be soul point available for Nongshim.
I mean, look at how little damage they did across the board. If you look at the champion portraits down there at the bottom side, you can see Nongshim just played around, rushing that down first with the positional advantage they had. You have Prio like that, and then you just smite and run away. So well played. Don't have to take that fight. And, you know, who's to say they couldn't take it, but they decided not to. It would have been a really tough fight to take, but...
Yeah, they missed a lot of their key engage options, and with Gideon being taken down so low, there was just no way for it to work. As speaking of Gideon, he's going to have to try and devastatingly charge his way out, and should be able to do so. There's not too many that can run quite as quickly as this guy.
I mean, he's 2-0 and versus Peanut, who has just 1 assist. But yet Peanut has actually been so much more valuable this game because he's always pushing the envelope on what's possible on these objectives. And, you know, once again, he's going to start this Rift Herald super early. He's spotted.
Yeah, Senna moving on over here. As
They might have to leave.
Nongshim know that they need to rotate their bottom lane from the top side down towards this area. And Bay is going to give them the good news that it will not be contested. So, Shelly traded for Shirley. And Nongshim will be able to at least get 1 serving of Shellfish this game.
KT decide not to contest. They're not there quickly enough. I mean, it would have been really close if they tried to fight for it. And now Nongshim just get another objective for free. Peanut on the case once again.
The thing that I find a little bit scary here for Nongshim is the fact that they are extraordinarily even. It's within 100 gold right now. And this is a Senna, Sion, Hecarim, Orianna composition, which is going to be very difficult to deal with as this game goes on, right? It is a juggernaut of a composition. And Nongshim, I mean, there is the Mountain Soul, right, which is going to help them find some advantages.
Yeah, I mean...
Whether it's going to be enough, I don't know.
The thing is, like, if they get the Mountain Soul, it's massive for them. If they can get something else on the map to trade for a Mountain Soul, I mean, they can give away a few of these. But as you mentioned before, the value that KT is going to get out even of these individual Mountain Drakes is quite large. So, okay, this is a trap.
Yep, Peanut trying to demonstrate his power right here. Collateral damage almost finds him as he's burning down with the red buff, and will have to get out of there. Command Protect from Dove. It's just like, off you go, buddy.
Just in case, you know.
Yep.
Don't want to take any chances.
And one thing that we have seen from this game, right, like, I think that there are a lot of Hecarim games, and you'd see these drafts, and you're like, how the heck is Nongshim supposed to win? But I think that, you know, Peanut is creating some differences here when it comes to his prowess here in the jungle, especially on a champion like the Graves that he is so well known for. We've seen the priority bans on Graves against teams like Damwon Kia as well. Like, we know that in the right hands, Graves can really get out of control.
Yeah.
But it does have a lot more variance in whether or not that is going to happen. The consistency certainly lies with the Hecarim.
I mean, the thing is, they left Rich to his own devices on the bottom side of the map, too. When all of this skirmishing happened on the top side, Thorin had to leave, so Rich got a bunch of extra pushing done. It's almost caught up in CS now.
Yep.
I mean, this is a Rift Herald that's very low impact, but, you know, the point of the Rift Herald in that last scenario was to maybe even get a fight out of KT, a skirmish, where KT would come in unprepared, or just honestly funnel through the choke point, and they didn't take it, so the Rift Herald here is just kind of a consolation prize. It hurts the mid-turret, that's it. But
it hurts Doran as well because he has to teleport, and he's not going to have that up for the Mountain Soul that is going to be coming up.
That's a problem, you know, and
Rich can teleport in, right? So they can get some side lane control, especially given the fact that Dove still doesn't have his teleport quite available. Rich now doesn't have his ult, though, so that's certainly bad news.
It should be up right around the time that fight happens, but Nongshim are in a position to where I think this is going to be the first real test for them, because if they, this should be unless KT decide to give this up, which they absolutely should not. This should be the first choice that Nongshim has to make. Do we actually think our comp can still team fight properly 5v5 at this stage? Or do we just give this up because we have a massive Drake advantage and try to push lanes? And based on the positioning right now, it looks like they want to fight for the Drake. You can see Rich is going to be able to clear this out. Doesn't even need to necessarily teleport into this fight. KT absolutely has to be here.
Oh, but look at that control ward in the back of the pit. That is a perfect Aatrox flanking ward.
So good.
As KT do have a lot of control of the mid lane wave. But look at this, you know, there's a Graves and an Aatrox here on the bottom side. They will be able to get towards this area. Yes, KT have finally gotten themselves some sort of vision control, but Nongshim will be able to match their positioning here in the river.
Bay is not here. He's going to have to teleport.
This map means so much for both of these teams. Mid lane getting controlled. Bay now going to teleport in as that mid wave is going to reset. The Drake not yet started on both sides. Shockwave at the ready. Peanut down to 50% already. Doctarm will turn up. Now Nongshim searching for a bit of hope. The Infernal Chains are going to land as Doran gets pulled back. Kellen getting on in there as Peanut off to the side. Not actually able to offer too much damage as Gideon has to ult out of the pit. In goes the train as it's blocked by the cow immediately, and Peanut finally gets over the wall. They're looking to lock down this Drake as best they can. As you can see, Doctarm able to free hit relatively well, and now Rich looking for more of these options. Shockwave lands, is going to take out the Aatrox, but there's the Mountain Soul, and Doctarm is free hitting. Doran flashes the wall. Noah is extraordinarily low, and Doctarm should now be able to get excited, chasing after Dove. Zeus is now in trouble. The Flame Chompers will say no to the Tahm Kench, and Peanut also denies him. No triple kill for the Jinx, but a big fight for Nongshim.
Oh man, and Nongshim essentially won this fight 4v5. As you mentioned, Peanut was on the side of that Drake pit, not doing any damage. He was just ready to jump over the wall and look for a smite, but before he's even there, Gideon has to ult out, which is one of their best engage tools to lock Nongshim down. Nongshim are able to win the fight and take the Drake, and with such, honestly, with such positioning that essentially made this into a 4v5 fight. Like, watch Peanut on the left side of this, you pointed out in the fight, and then Nongshim are just able to crush this because Bay is untouched. They're so
and Doctarm
focused.
is untouched.
Yeah.
Both of their carries, and look, the Onslaught of Shadows used to get out.
And Kellen did such a good job here of healing and setting things up with Rich so that if you try to go in on top of Doctarm, you're going to have a really bad time. And he and Bay just did so much here. And then in one last moment of desperation, Doran and crew try to come in here and steal his Drake away, and it's just not going to happen. I mean, they're just so zoned out. Kellen dies for it, but you've won the fight here already. Nongshim showcasing that this comp can be played in a straight-up extended 5v5 fight, and it's only going to get worse now that they've got the soul. I mean, that's basically the death throws of KT. You have to win this fight. You cannot lose it. They lose it and the Drake.
Yeah, it's a disaster. I mean, there is still a chance. If this goes to the ultra late game, it's not like the gold lead is insurmountable, and I think comp advantage should be able to get close to what the Mountain Soul is going to be able to offer Nongshim, but it's going to make Rich so much more tanky. Even Graves is fantastic with Mountain, given his passive, right? Like, you're able to extend a lot of the value of that by a large margin. And this is largely the gold graph that we were expecting from this particular matchup, right? It's not clean, but it is Nongshim favored at this point.
Yeah, I mean, Dominic's coming through here for Peanut now, gonna help break through Doran. And, you know, we saw in that last fight, I mean, Doran lived for a really long time, but KT weren't able to convert his peel into consistent damage. And the Shockwave...
They actually just didn't, like, the train came in to the station, but there were no passengers.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
It was empty.
The passengers, the lack of passengers is a serious issue here.
Yeah.
Because you need that CC, and then you need to lock people down with the Shockwave.
How's the government going to make any money? There's no passengers on the train, Wolf.
It's rough, man. It's a little bit of a recession that the train's going through right now.
Yeah, absolutely.
But, you know, the consistency of damage is not really there because you only have the Senna. Sure, you have an Orianna who can help set this up. But the Senna alone versus, like, the damage output that you have with yeah, this is kind of awkward. The damage output that you have with a Graves, Victor, and Jinx, I mean, that is insane. And sure, you have a limited front line, but with how Kellen is playing it and how much Rich is able to do to disrupt that gap close for KT to get Senna into position to do that damage.
But they need Doran and Gideon to be on the same page.
Yes.
Actually be making moves at the same time, because if that's the case, like, the displacement that you get out of the Heck Room is almost unmitigatable, because you get to ult in and ignore what Alistair is going to do, and then you can get, theoretically, that free charge back onto the Jinx, move him into the correct position, and fear him out of the fight as well, as Gideon looking for that right now, as there's the onslaught of shadows, but he's stopped. And Doctarm trying to get out of the way, but the cow blocks him. Now Rich finds the backline. Not a lot of follow-up for him, though, as he flashes to try and get out of the way. Sterix is really good, but it ain't going to be good enough. Rich tries to be the hero. Unfortunately dies on the stage.
Yeah, I feel like that was a little bit overzealous for Nongshim. They handled it, the beginning part of that, very well, but Rich was ready to try to catch and turn what was already a nice save into a massive win, and he just gets focused down. And now this is a barren opportunity for KT. No vision for Nongshim.
Yep, down to about half right now. It is going to be a turn from KT, of course, as Doctarm trying to get in position. Kellen with a massive three-man pole for the three-man shockwave to answer it, but the follow-up once again just isn't there as Doctarm locks down the kill into the Tahm Kench. Noah, no options. Bay's gonna snipe him, and now Peanut finds himself on a blue buff. It's a double kill for the Jinx once again, and Nongshim, they once again pull the rabbit out of the hat.
I mean, what a fantastic play from Kellen. This guy has been so good on this Alistar all night long. And you look at the situation here for KT, they had all the advantage. They had vision control. I mean, this is like an unlosable fight practically. And Kellen has one big play, and Bay is able to just free hit. Bay is doing so well, you know, and this is a player that we've criticized a lot, especially on champions like Victor, where you have to really be at the right place at the right time. Mechanically, he's fine. Decision-making wise, sometimes there's some issues there, but Bay is able to get away with so much.
Yeah.
So we're going to watch this pick here. Well, it was an attempted pick, and then Rich decides to get involved. So you can see Doctarm is actually totally fine here. If Rich just does not teleport into the middle of a wave to try to turn this into a very greedy double or triple kill, then this ends up being fine. But despite Rich dying, fast forward here, watch Kellen. He's just such a good Alistar player. And Doctarm and Peanut are almost in lethal range, and then Kellen sets up that pick onto Gideon. The shockwave is there, but as you say, no one's on the same page. There's no follow-up damage here. And then it's just, Bay is walking forward, no fear whatsoever. And Nongshim's composition is not supposed to be able to fight like this so well, but Kellen is making it happen.
Yeah, and I think that shockwave would have been a lot more valuable if there wasn't the Mountain Soul, if Nongshim hadn't found the advantages, if this Jinx wasn't absurdly fed. As Rich now going to pop the World Ender, moves back to his team though. As, yep, that's 5 people on the bottom side of the map, but he just wanders away. Elder Drake now available, Onslaught of Shadows, in goes Gideon. They do manage to lock down Peanut, but Bay, Doctarm, both of them still alive. Free hitting is the Jinx's Doran, standing his ground for a long time, but does have to flash his way out. Now there are no ultimates available for KT.
Nongshim should fight for this choke. They should not let them funnel through here. I don't think
this is still a teleport opportunity for Doran. 4 versus 5,
there he goes.
Not a lot of R buttons.
They let them through the choke. I don't know if Nongshim can actually take this Drake anymore. They need to get out of here.
Yeah, this is dangerous. They don't have a smite, remember. This is certainly takeable for Gideon. And Nongshim, they have to win the fight. They're not going to be able to win any sort of damage battle over this dragon. Range advantage should be there for Doctarm, but can he stay out of the way of all of the threats on KT's side? Doran once again finds himself off towards the side as Gideon gets on in there, but the pulverize again from Kellen. This guy has been too good. Double kill for the Jinx straight out of the gate. Both tanks dead, Smite dead, Elder Drake definitely dead.
This should not be happening like this either, and the tank line, Doran is doing exactly what he's supposed to as another pulse comes through.
Kellen is just too good, Wolf. What is this?
Insanity.
Now going down extraordinarily low. Noah's limping away. Dove doing the same. Rich is angry. As Peanut's going to turn up, gets the smite in the end. This seems like it was all planned by Nongshim, and now the gold lead's getting insurmountable.
It's getting insane. Everyone's going to go for a reset here and look to actually open up some of these inhibitors. The Baron buff's up for 10 more seconds, but Doran is doing exactly what he needs to. He's doing what he's supposed to. He is peeling, but there is a huge disconnect between him and Gideon, because Gideon needs to be able to follow through to set up the damage that Noah can do in these fights, but they are just not together. Look at the difference here in itemization and the speed at which those spikes have been hit.
It's 7,000 gold in the lead for Doctarm. He is just massive this game as Dove. Caught in the wrong place.
That's game.
Yeah, that is going to be game. Rich is going to be able to lock down that kill on the Orianna. This turret goes down extraordinarily quickly as the minigun is just going burr at this point in time. KT just have to look on as their Nexus turrets fall to the wayside, and all of our teams with playoff contention are biting their lips right now, Wolf, because Nongshim are 1 win away from all but getting themselves to playoffs. Still a small chance, of course, if that happens for Liv Sandbox, but Nongshim looking pretty good in this one as Kellen is just going to die on the fountain. Nongshim will be able to tidy this one up at 31 minutes into the game. It looked like KT had a decent chance when it came to the compositions. They were keeping it even, but after losing all of those Drakes and fumbling a couple of team fights, it was not to be.
Yeah, I mean, I really felt like the composition that Nongshim had could win out in the late game with the damage output that those three champions have, right? The Graves, the Victor, and of course the Jinx. Against the Scion, I think it's enough if you have that much of a lead. But also, on top of that, KT really botched some of those engagements. I mean, it was like Doran was always where he needed to be to set up for Gideon to come in and hit that big fear so that then you could see Senna come through and help clean up the fight with a nice shockwave, because the shockwaves were also good. Every single time for Dove, he had some really good shockwaves. I mean, he even had that kill against Victor in the early game against Bay there, and KT had all the tools to actually turn that game around on that sole point Drake, but they were able to do it. At the end of the day, you know, they were able to win those fights consistently. KT couldn't actually execute their composition, and it feels like this team just has not come together. So many of our bottom teams that were almost in playoffs, right? Because we had, as far as last week, every team was still eligible, right? So many of our teams that started off weak at the bottom of the standings came up in round 2 and really came together and actually had a really nice comeback here in the second part of the season. If KT took a nosedive and they never recovered. They were never able to bring it back. And sure, the series is not over yet, but when you see games like that, you just feel like, is there any chance? Is there any hope? It's a rough time to be a KT Rolster fan right now.
Yeah, and I just can't believe how safe Dom was that entire game, right? And I think a lot of it has to do with the heroics of Kellen. I think he had a phenomenal game today on the Alistair, but I think you have to look at KT for not quite being able to displace the Jinx, not quite being able to stay on the same page and fight at the same time in order to utilize times where that Jinx isn't able to freely auto-attack, because there's so many opportunities that were presented to Nongshim where he was just able to sit in the back and just rocket people to death. And I looked at that comp and I was like, there shouldn't be a way that they can do this, but
they did it so well.
They certainly did. They absolutely did. Let's have a look at the post-game breakdown, have a look at some of these numbers and what we're able to be put up here, as Bay was certainly chopping some people down, and the Jinx doing a very similar thing, as these are some sad numbers on
Let me just point out that Alistair out-damaged Gideon. Actually, it was Kellen out-damaged Gideon this game, and more than doubled the damage.
That's actually a really large number
Yeah.
for an Alistair.
Like,
I've seen Kaiser's do less damage than
yeah, I mean, he actually approached the damage that Aatrox did this game. Like, he was only 3,000 off. What a great amount of setups, the pulverizers we saw from Kellen all game long. Really being a hero, turning several team fights that Nongshim were down a member on when they were trying to come in and take it. And Bay had a fantastic game too, highest damage in the server, but Bay is a player that we have really, I mean, it's myself especially, have not been really high on, and to have a performance like this when it matters most, like right before playoffs, could be the sign of a big turn for this player in his career.
And also another one of these signs of Victor being good, right? We saw it last week, came out with a very positive win rate, and continuing to sort of be a quiet achiever here for a lot of these teams. And I think that when you do have such a clear win condition in a Jinx or something like that, having a Victor there that has a little bit less of a target on his back to just dole out all of these death rays over and over again, has that extra mobility, plus has the Chaos Storm for AoE damage, it is very valuable. But ladies and gentlemen, we'll have to see whether it can happen again in Game 2. If you're a Nongshim fan, you're hoping that they win this. They go up to about a 95% chance of making it to playoffs. Very difficult for Liv Sandbox and impossible for KT Rolster if they don't win the next game. We'll have to have a look after the analyst desk.
미니언 들어가는 편이야. 아래 타부터 하고 헤카림 무조건 여기 쓸 테니까 푸시게 좀. 얘네가 먼저 무조건 들어와야 돼 막으려면. 찍고 있더라. 갑니다. 사이언 점프. 중요하겠다.
한번 라인도 나 집중할게.
그 헤카림 보고 이거 되게
가자, 가자. 내가 죽었으면 안 되는데.
팝비드 그거
쏘리.
보고 다니지. GG.
Especially once these levels really start to stack up. And we'll see whether Clid can actually get towards that backline. Whether, oh, okay, Canyon looking to decide it for himself as BDD has to flash to get out of the fight, but it's just front to back, and it's beautiful for Dom1 Kia in an instant. Gen G are obliterated, and Ruler, yeah, supercharges to try and stay invisible, but that's the ace, and wait, this just could be the game.
It could be the game.
Although the damage does come out here, but take a look at Teddy. He's so low, and he's just going to be burst down by the Lilia. Do they have the damage, though? Clutch is actually in that back line, and Faker stays alive for the entire time. All the other carries on the side of Rex do go down. Really nice stopwatch, though, from Pyosik staying alive. This is such a close fight, and Faker's going to take it down in the end with a double kill, as T1 will pick up the ace.
Oh boy. Oh no.
Oh god. Not like this. Somebody's got a face check, and it was Life and Clid.
That might be game value.
That is game. Nothing that BDD can do. I mean, he's gotta try to TP and stop the lead.
Actually there, okay. And
Oh, Showmaker going to find some bombs here onto Pyoshik, who does have to get out. There's the flash forward. Can the clock slam? Oh no, Pyoshik has to just watch himself fall down. No, the bomb, it's chasing it. It's picking. Oh my god, it got the scariest little raptor of all time.
전령도 못 갔어. 이게 이렇게 되네.
Welcome back to the analyst desk for the second match of the night, and Nongshim is getting closer to the last spot of the playoffs with this win up against KT Roaster. Nongshim Red Force actually this time around went for a very unique pick this time around, relying on the confidence that they had. KT Roaster decided to play Senna Tompkins into Alistar, which is a duo that actually has a lane priority. However, KT Roaster was not able to play the lane, as we said. We saw Corky earlier today, but this time around, Dove was playing Orianna, a champion that requires a certain amount of teamwork. However, Nongshim Red Force was able to outrange the comp of KT Roaster, and they were able to easily win this game. Even though Nongshim didn't have a specific theme for their comp this time around, but they played with their confidence and they were able to outplay the opponents. KT Roaster, well, they were playing something that is pretty much on the meta right now, but Nongshim Red Force was able to have an edge because they trusted themselves. Maybe this could be a life lesson for us as well. And because they were able to play the comfort picks, they were getting ahead starting from the laning phase. KT Roaster, they did go for a very basic and very on-meta pick of the LCK, but still they were lacking proficiency on this picks, which means they were not able to maneuver the plays that they needed to. With this kind of a comp, Senna and Tompkins should be in the back line, should be in the safe spot, whereas Cyan and Hecarim should be diving onto the opponents. And they have to make Alistar to use their skill onto Senna, but KT Roaster was not able to re-engage like this. They just went all in together. They did not find the right target when they needed to. They always got chunked down by the opponents. Because KT Roaster were losing lane, and then they kept losing team fights as well. Even though there were some points where they were having a similar amount of gold, still they were not able to play on the same level compared to Nongshim Red Force. Now let's take a look at this first highlight, where two different junglers were on the different side of the map. Gideon made a rotation to the top side, and Nongshim Peanut revealed himself with clearing that ward. So KT Roaster, they just assumed that Peanut will be counter jungling some camps. However, Peanut actually jumped over the wall, and he was in that rush. So Noah got instantly chunked down, which means it's a free dive for Nongshim Red Force. Orianna rotates down for a backup for a moment, and then she goes back. And Noah, instead, he actually stick to his lane, even though Tom Kent was surely dying over there. Because Senna got chunked so bad from the get-go, well, it was a very easy dive for Nongshim Red Force to pull off, and that's where the game was pretty much over, especially for the bottom lane. Even though the top side of the KT roster was able to get ahead for a little bit, but still, Nongshim was able to compensate that with that bottom turret dive and also picking up the Drake after that. So, KT roster had a good comp, whereas Nongshim Red Force had the comp that they liked. So, let's take a look how this kind of teamfight positioning unfolds. Nongshim has a late range priority. Let's take a look at Victor and Jinx, which means Hecarim should have his eyes on them. He has to dive onto the carries on the back line of KT roster together with Sion. However, they are just getting chunked down by the opponents, and Orianna, Senna together was not able to put damage onto the opponents. They actually rather get funneled into that dragon pit. And they're just letting the opponent's front lane to walk onto their face. For example, like Alistar and Aatrox, they were able to approach to the carriers on the side of KT roster. Even though they did die from the beginning of the team fight, the rest of the Nongshim Red Force players were able to turn the fight around. It doesn't really make sense that KT roster took that positioning in this team fight. Maybe this is because of the lack of understanding of playing that team fight. I think they do really need to work on the proficiency of those picks, and they really need to kind of clean up their issues with their play. Now let's take a look at the player of the game on the side of Nongshim Red Force. Kellen will pick it up with his Alistar performance. 100% kill participation at 15-minute mark in the game. We can definitely say that this game was a little bit of a support difference because Tom Kent and Alistar were playing so differently, and this Cow was contributing so much to his team, whereas this Catfish was not doing much work. Alistar was always finding the target in the back line. This time around, he was able to knock up Dove. And then, even though Nongshim Red Force had the losing matchup for sure, they were able to turn it around based on their mechanical level. Alistar and Jinx, this could be very dicey, even though they are Dokdam and Kellen, but they played it out really well. And Kellen picked up this POG with 6 votes out of 9 in total. Nongshim Red Force will be almost getting into the playoffs with another game win, and KT roster will be eliminated if Nongshim Red Force gets the match win tonight. So, will KT roster be able to channel their Gen G series performance? Let's check it out in game number 2.
Thank you so much, Jisun, as usual, for the analyst desk translation. Glad to see that everyone was on board, or at least 5 other people were on board, that Kellen hard carried that game. He was so good on the Alistar, and I'm glad also that it was echoed that it should have been a much harder game to play Jinx.
Yeah.
But unfortunately for KT, they weren't quite able to get themselves together, and just looked pretty simple, to be honest, from Nongshim, despite the fact that KT did have what felt like a pretty Exodia draft for what we've seen recently. In fact, Harmalife demonstrated exactly what almost the same comp can do in the right hands.
I mean, Noah's sitting in the team house right now. He's the one who's actually talking to 4 dejected KT roster players, and he's the player who's joined the roster most recently. He joined the main roster, you know, in the second round robin, and was only played in the last few weeks of gameplay. And I think that says a lot about where KT's mentality is right now.
Yeah.
You know, and Nongshim, again, are a team that are on the rise. They played that last game beautifully. They, you know, by all accounts, shouldn't have been able to win those later game team fights. And as we head into this draft, which could be the last draft of the night, I want to see KT, you know, draft around something that's standard, something that's simple. Because if you can't execute a draft like the one we just saw, why push further down the realm of complication? Just play slow, play safe, and don't try to execute anything too complicated. And apparently, NSㅣ comp is a little bit too out there for them at the moment.
Yeah, it's hard, right? Because it should have been that their last comp was the one with the least pressure on them, right? Because they managed to get the Hecarim. That's been banned away this game, as you can see by the bans that have already come through. Rel priority is very interesting. Her win rate was abysmal last week, but is once again going to be priority picked here by NSㅣ. Kellen, of course, having such a great series last time, give him a bit of agency here in this game. I don't mind that idea. Is Alistair going to be picked away from him? Zeus, pretty good Alistair player, as Lilia is certainly a good option with the Hecarim band.
It's his best champion, Zeus's, the Alistair, and it is a very common response to the Rel, and is almost always banned away in the second phase when Rel is on the other side. So taking this draft definitely step by step here. KT also going to go down the tier list a little bit with a Lilia. Will be matched, it looks like, by another AP jungler in Peanuts, Nidalee.
Most played by far,
by a large margin. And I guess that, a Graves pick here isn't out of the realm of possibility either, to be honest. Oh, this is such a good bot lane, too, for, arguably, again, I feel like the strongest bot duo on the east side of our standings,
Yeah.
I mean, this is a terrifying comp already, whether it's Graves or the Nidalee.
Also, Dr. has a 100% win rate on Tristana so far.
Yeah. In a time where Tristana has a bad win rate overall in the LCK.
Yeah, she's actually on, like, what is it, a 7-game losing streak or something like that right now?
Something like that.
And the Ezreal's going to be locked in for NSㅣ. This is not a lot of power in the early stages of the laning phase for this squad. This is a historically weak 2v2 lane in the first few levels, whereas Rel Tristana is one of the most powerful. So look to see KT play as far back as they possibly can.
This is also a kind of a comfort duo for KT Rolster, because Dove was one of the first players to play Ezreal, even as far back as the Kespa Cup when KT were running their Academy roster.
Yep.
For some of those games, he was playing Ezreal as far back as then, so he was definitely ahead of the curve in terms of playing Ezreal early. So KT playing what they know and playing what they're comfortable with here. It doesn't mean they're going to have to survive till the late game to get that power out of the Ezreal, but I prefer a draft like this for KT, to the one that we saw last game, which this was unfortunately ill-fated by execution. See the Zoe ban here? They're just trying to make sure the mid-prio is not out of control for Dove.
I had a feeling the pick away was going to come in, and there's the Aatrox pickup for Doran.
Yep, seems a little bit happier about it than the Scion we saw last game. And we're going to kind of turn the tables here a little bit, as it looks like Rich will be playing the Scion to match this time.
I actually like it so much more on the NSㅣ side, as now their engaged duo in the Rel Scion is just ridiculous. Plus there is decent setup for the Nidalee. Bay going to be back on his Azir once again. As far as 2v2 with your jungler, not exactly the greatest, but still going to provide a lot of that team fight power. That's exactly what NSㅣ always gun for.
Yep, Nidalee Azir, very powerful into whatever KT are going to pick up. And, I mean, it feels like the Orianna is where they're going to go. I like the Victor a lot more, though. You need more consistent damage output. We saw the last game. There was a big disconnect between the damage.
Oh, Yone is so much better,
though. Yone, though.
Lily has plenty of magic damage, and even Ezreal has a fair bit himself. Pick the Yone, try and take it. Bay in that mid lane.
This draft has serious identity problems, though, between the Aatrox Yone, strong skirmishing power to the early mid game, versus an Ezreal and Lilia that want to scale up later on. It's like you're really split between two different ways of playing, and if you get that early tempo lead, then you can also scale towards the later part with this Ezreal pick. It's not terrible by any means, but it is very difficult, and you're going to have to understand your win conditions early. I think you're going to have early Drake control. KT cannot be late on rotations. This is a risky pick, to say the least, on a team that has not looked coordinated over the last few weeks of play, and your playoffs are on the line. Bold, I appreciate the effort here. I appreciate taking a risk here, putting it all on the line. But I look at everything else for NSㅣ on their side, and I look, okay, this looks standard and safe. How can you mess this up?
It is certainly extraordinarily safe. The Nidalee doesn't exactly, I don't know about synergy with everything on their side of the map. However, this is Peanut, so it is so difficult to gauge the value of a Nidalee. when it's being piloted by someone that just loves the pick so much. The Yone, I think, is a bit of a stroke of genius here, does help them as far as their damage, and also means that Gideon is going to have so much more power. That being said, Gideon was a little bit of a liability in their last game. He's going to have to really tighten up his play moving into this one because Peanut really did have control of the jungle throughout the last game. Certainly a more fun draft out of KT. Let's see whether they can make it work here in game number 2.
KT rolls for a team so famed from their StarCraft Brood War days to, you know, very early on in StarCraft 2 Pro League, and then, you know, in League of Legends, you know, when they first joined, they had some of the best rosters. They, you know,
some of the greatest players played on KT
Yeah.
as well, like of all time. You know, we're talking Score, we're talking Rookie. Like,
yeah,
this organization has made champions.
it really has, and it's a roster that, it's a team, you know, it's an organization that has such a large amount of history that I think if you're a new LCK fan, or if you tuned in recently, you're probably thinking, is this the team that everyone has the memes about? Is this the team that don't get excited about KT? Is this the team that's so famous? Is this why Telecom Wars are so exciting? Because of this team? And you look at the roster that they have, and without UCal in this roster, I mean, your only real veteran is Doran, actually, in this roster. And it's a roster that they had blank for, but they took him out. And they've really kind of fallen by the wayside, and it feels like KT's coaching staff and, you know, the general manager trying to figure out what to do with this roster just couldn't come up with a solution in spring. And I think we might see a completely different version of KT in summer. I mean, I think most fans hope so, but it is a far cry from KT's legacy, unfortunately, the end of the spring split right now. And it's rough, too, if you're one of these players, too, because you're also living up to the legacy at the same time. You're trying to figure it out.
Yeah, there's a lot on your shoulders.
Exactly.
Well, Doctor, down towards this bottom side, tidies up those first 3 minions very comfortably, and we expect to see Nongshim with push advantage in this lane for approximately forever, but at least for the first 6 levels. Should be very, very easy, and we'll see how it is going to go. As you can see, 7-game losing streak. Doctorm is not one of those players, though.
Nope. Doctorm loves...
Level 2 actually does come in first here for KT. Able to get to that lane first, and they do manage to get some value there.
Doctorm loves blowing up turrets, Atlas, and you know, this is one of those champions where you can certainly do that to get an early lead. The trades here, obviously, as you mentioned, with the level 2 being hit, not going to be great here for Nongshim.
Yep, Alistair becomes a champion and then comes alive in the lane, as you saw. Dove versus Bay. This is actually this is kind of cool matchup because, of course, Dove is named after Azir, so knows how the play patterns of Azir works very, very well. But he's not necessarily known for his assassin play, so I'm excited to see how this one's going to go. As Rich, very used to playing big burly tanks towards the top side, and it's a very similar story for him, right? Like, he is the Aatrox guy.
Yeah.
So obviously knows how to play into it as well. We'll see whether he is going to be able to lane more effectively. Last time around, we actually saw Doran in the laning phase do quite well on this Scion, as Rich has gone through almost his entire mana bar, as you can see.
Yep. The interesting thing about Dove into Bay, too, is this is a matchup that can be very volatile. And I think a lot of how successful either of these players will be is based on jungle play. Because if you're Bay on the Azir, you kind of hang back. You're not going to put yourself under too much threat from Yone all-ins or trades. But you can't also be aggressive because of that. So, you know, it's a volatile matchup where I think Bay has sometimes been...
That actually hit the minion that Rich threw at Doran! Oh, the flash comes out and Doran survives.
If that spear hits, it might be a different story.
It would have hit. It was intercepted by the roar of the Slayer minion.
Oh man, it would have been so close.
Oh no. At least I think it was, unless it did 0 damage. I don't think that that's the case though. We'll have to have a look at the replay. We'll need that in big slow-mo.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jonas Strong. He does have that one for us. Tractor Repel coming out. Rapid fire proc here from Doctorm, who does get headbutt poled. Noah getting on in there. Rocket Jump is trying to get Doctorm out of there. The exhaust comes through. KT still trying to fight back. Zeus relatively low. Tractor Repel once again put together onto the Tristana.
You've got to be so careful about taking trades like this if you're KT, though. One of these goes poorly. If Noah's W doesn't hit, you know, you can actually find yourself having to flash
I feel like KT are playing this very, very effectively, though. As there's the flash in from Kellen. They're looking for Zeus. He gets the headbutt back to try and deny Doctorm some damage, and the Rel is already dead. Getting in great position as Bay. I'm not sure about that one, mate. Dove's going to come through after his teleport and just swipe up the pigeon.
I hate to say it, but I feel like that's the most Bay move I've ever seen.
Oh, no.
I mean, you know, the idea here is he's going to snowball this further and actually turn, you know, this fight into a massive win here for NSㅣ, right? Turn it around and maybe even get all the kills and then start to snowball things further. But he comes in so greedily. That teleport was on the assumption that the fight was going to be a lot more even than it was.
And Kellen just got wiped out in an instant as well. I mean, that's not what you expect out of this duo, and you can tell, you understand exactly why they're playing aggressively, but the defensive play from KT was really nice. As we have a look at this, here's that Roar of the Slayer that I was talking about.
That's so silly looking.
Oh.
It wasn't even the best angle for us to look at it, but, you know, we tried. Good job, Jonah.
Yeah, Jonah Strong really nailing it right there, but Zeus playing this lane really nicely. Bay having to flash and then do his very best to try and escape. Almost gets out, and Dove sweeps him up.
Yeah, and that's, you know, the kill for the Yone. It was actually going to have... Oh, no, it wasn't actually. Yes, it was. Sorry. My bad. My bad. I was like confused for a second looking at the UI. But yeah, I was right originally as a kill for the Yone, which is not what you want for how that lane is going to go for the rest of this time. A lot of extra gold into a very volatile matchup.
Yeah, level 6 hit by Gideon, not for Peanut just yet. Not exactly the most valuable for a Nidalee, of course. As Honey Fruit is eaten here by Peanut, who tries to pounce away, does so. There's the sleep, but Blast Cone is in a great position. Peanut has to flash to get out, as the spear is once again going to miss Doran, and Rich wanders slowly towards his outer turret. We'll get there just fine.
And the question we're going to have to start asking here now is this enough of a lead for KT? I mean, they're 1.3 thousand gold ahead right now. They weren't able to turn those picks on the bottom lane into a Drake, right? I mean, it's an early Cloud, so, you know, thanks for that one, Atlas. Thanks for being merciful. But at the same time, you know, it's not a Drake you really want to put all of your resources into early, but still, without that extra lead, you don't feel like KT actually have enough of an advantage right now with the comp they're running. Sure, there are ways for the comp to scale later on, as we've talked about, but this Yone needs to be more ahead, ideally. And, you know, if you are able to try to take fights around a Drake right now, it's tough for NSㅣ to team fight. So you either get the Drake early, or you win a team fight, ideally. And if you do neither, right, like, you know, Yone got that pick because Bay had a bad teleport, but otherwise you're not using your comp's power the way it could be used in the perfect, ideal sense.
I would like KT to really up that that Dragon priority, though, because they have an opportunity to really spike in the mid game and get them towards that soul point that really could be valuable. Given the fact that we know it's not a Cloud Soul. I've been merciful today. Well, actually, I haven't. It's 2 out of 3 Cloud Souls so far, but thankfully I'm going to pull back to 50-50.
Hey, we're pulling back a little bit, okay?
See? Count your chickens before they've hatched, you know, or your clouds, I guess. As NSㅣ having to play very respectfully here in this lane. Not what I was expecting out of an Ezreal Alistair.
Yeah.
As Bay's going to have the blue buff reset on him. Absolutely not what you want, Peanut. Not caring about that one whatsoever, and Bay realizes that there's a minion wave making its way to the turret.
I mean, look at this. I mean, why try to Spirit Break and like actually all in the turret when you could actually have started Rift Herald already when Doran's got priority in the lane? Like, this is a little bit slower than it could have been. They are going to be able to get this away, but, you know.
Yep.
I feel like if you push the idea even further, even faster, you could get more on the map. Because look at how much control they have over the Drake pit as well right now. And there was a chance there to collapse in.
No one really cares about the Drake this game at all.
Yeah, Dove wants blood, man. That's what he wants. He wants to win lane more than win the objective, I think.
I think that's fine. I feel like that's a Yone mentality, you know? It's living up to the idea. As Rich just comfortably farming underneath his turret. I believe there was a little bit of vision there of Peanut, but the ulti comes out anyway. World Ender, knock-up is going to land. That's going to allow for the spear as Gideon comes in. Half health bar. But it's not going to be a kill onto Doran this time. They do get the flash. It's very important as the Predator comes out from the Lilia. We didn't really talk about that as Unbreakable Will here for Zeus. True shot barrage onto Kellen. Is this just a 2v2 kill? Looks like it could be, but no. Zeus in trouble, has to flash to get out. Noah still wanting more. It's almost just a mystic shot away of taking down the horse lady.
I mean, when you knew, too, that, you know, Peanut was on the top side of the map, I mean, now I don't think they actually have vision of him, so this is a scary moment for Doran.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say anything. I'll see how this plays out. I'm not going to curse any spears, okay. Just like he's just going to leave.
Let's not press the Roar of the Slayer button, Rich. Don't do it.
But
so unfortunate, though, man. That has to be timed so expertly for it to land.
In that bottom exchange, there was an opportunity again to have Dove there, and he got a turret plate instead. Small advantage there, but I'm wondering when is the Drake going to it's like the Bernie meme, like I'm once again asking when is the Drake going to be taken? I'm once again asking when are we going to rotate to the Drake? Like, because it feels like they've had so many opportunities to do so, and yet NSㅣ are like, well, we're a little bit behind and our comp isn't spiking right now, but thankfully they're not taking any objectives, so we're not actually losing out this weak part of the game.
And also, there's some decent vision in this area. Kellen's spotted on that ward as Bay's going to move on back, but still going to take a bit of damage here. Unbound Soul also able to deliver a bit more.
Almost feels like this
okay at the moment.
Personal for Dove.
Yeah. It's like, you picked my champion?
Yeah.
The spear is going to connect onto Zeus. Peanut knows that this Drake is being taken. Do they have an answer? Is the question. It looks like NSㅅ want to get Rich down here. Doesn't have the train, so that is going to be a dead Cloud. Although it did try to go back home, of course. Cloud Drake wanting to try and just get out and then get back in as the soul, as Clouds generally do. It's going to be a mountain next. We'll see whether it's going to be an ocean or an infernal. Is now Doctor. I'm going to have to rocket jump. Does so. There's the sleep. Can Kellen body block effectively enough? True shot barrage tries to be blocked. Doesn't work like that anymore, unfortunately. And there's the buster shot, but it's too late. Gideon flashes, doesn't give him any choice. And now Kellen, this is not the equestrian competition you wanted to be in, as now Peanut looks for the spear, doesn't find it, and now he's 1 versus 3. It's precisely not what you want. This early game on the bottom side of the map for KT has been so good.
And it's so uncharacteristically good, as you mentioned, for an Ezreal-Alistar duo to do this well, and Gideon has been setting up the plays too. And NSㅅ, this is where their biggest strength has been, is in Duckdom, right? And he's on a champion that hasn't been successful very much recently in LCK, but he has a perfect win rate on it, and he's looking really good. But in this particular game, some small mistakes in lane have actually really started to stack up.
Yeah.
And KT have this accelerated Noah, who's already got his Essence Reaver and is way further ahead than he's supposed to be with his composition. So good here for KT, and what has been a very, very rough second round of the season, as we're going to watch this one more time. Does get woken up by the true shot, and Gideon's there for the follow flash Q.
Yep, buster shot not able to be utilized in time because of the flash being very, very nice. As Kellen almost makes it out, but watch out, Heap, and some more damage from Noah. As you can see, the teleport was indeed interrupted there by the Unbound Soul, and of course the knockup from the Q.
Yeah. Very well played. They gave that second kill over to Noah. You know, could have gone to Gideon, but I think giving it to the Ezreal, definitely the better choice.
Wow, we're teleporting right underneath this turret. Doran could be in trouble here as Rich going to get the ulti down for the knockup. Next one comes through, and that is going to be a kill going over to Doctor. Brute force here from NSㅅ, but I do like the idea. They need to do whatever they can to find their way back in, and it needs to be Doctor that gets ready for a mid game that's going to be real tough against Noah. Because I want to go into this again, Wolf, because Ezreal shouldn't have been able to lane that well against the Tristana, but does so much better in the mid game than a 3 out of 80 carry like the Tristana, despite the fact that he probably won't even have a mythic by that stage.
Yeah.
The combination's still just going to be too good.
And it's going to be great for front-to-back team fighting, even into a Scion. You know, you can really start to break through that. And, you know, this is a situation where NSㅅ had to commit everything, and I do like the play, but KT were ready to get value elsewhere, is nicely played by Gideon here.
Yep.
They ended up getting 4 turret plates, actually, from that exchange. Sure, they got the loss of bottom lane, but 1 turret plate in mid for Dove, and 3 for Noah on the top side of the map, and the turret now as well, right before 14 minutes. And the setup here is actually insane for how much funnel of gold is being put into this Ezreal. And that pick on the bottom side, you've got to find something. You have to try to trade something back, but KT did not get blindsided by this whatsoever.
Oh man, that's Manamune completed here already for NSㅣ. He is huge right now.
Yeah, he just insta-buys it. Like, I have so much gold.
Yeah.
So now, I mean, if you're Nongshim, you have to try to slow this game down as best as you can to try to get that scaling online for your Azir and your Tristana, but it just feels like the whole game plan for how Nongshim's comp is supposed to work, they're never going to hit the power spike that they need, because by the time they get to it, KT is going to be so far ahead.
Yeah.
It is a rough one. It's not the unrecoverable, but it is certainly a massive deficit they're at.
Indeed. I do like Nongshim's team fight still, despite the fact that Nidalee does look a little bit odd, but Primal Surge is actually very good when you layer it on top of a rapid fire. It means that Dokdam will be able to do a lot of damage. But still, Nongshim do have a long way to go to try and get themselves into an advantageous position.
And this is a game where KT have this really cool macro lead going on, where every time you see Nongshim try to force something on the map, like going through and trying to take away a blue buff, it's like, well, meanwhile, there's more value being gained for KT. They're going to get a second Rift Herald.
Yep.
Still got control of the mid lane. So KT have really not skipped a beat in this game. I don't know what the coaching staff said to them between games 1 and 2.
There's some Michael's secret stuff coming out, I think.
This is definitely a big turnaround gameplay-wise.
Well, Noah's now parked in the mid lane. Dove actually sharing farm with him, which is not exactly the biggest good thing, but they will be able to just create some room for Shirley. And look at that, Gideon just leaves. He will get the plates as NSㅣ, he's going to vacate as well. Mountain Drake should be available. And KT, I don't think that there's any chance they're going to be contested on this one. Dokdam's on the top side.
Yeah, they're not going to try to fight this. They're going to grab top turret for it. At least that's the goal with Dokdam on the Tristana. I think that's reasonable to expect. I think they will be able to pull this one off because KT don't have anyone on this side of the map. But hey, now KT is one away, and it is Infernal, which is something that is actually huge for Nongshim if they could turn this around to get their scaling back online. But, I mean, it's also fantastic for KT. So
yeah, especially, like, I don't know, I feel like Dove wants to be able to have, like, some execution threat. And, you know, there's nothing better than augmenting the amount of damage that you can do.
He went Gale Force, too, this game, you know, as the other option versus the Immortal Shield Bow. So you have even more burst and even more mobility, like, plus the execute on top of it all if you get those Infernals stacked in.
It is so much mobility. He probably had enough already, but nope, just wants a little bit more.
This is what you normally see outside of Korea, this build, and even inside of Korea too. It's the most standard.
Chovy likes to mix things up, absolutely.
Yeah.
The mega lifesteal style of build is Peanut going to be starting off his red buff. He should be able to grab this one for himself. Looks like Dokdam continues to just push waves on the top side. This is the classic. Try and funnel as much gold from a side lane into your Trist as you possibly can, but as you can see, NSㅣ has been doing a very, very good job hoovering up these minions himself.
And they have no fear, too. I mean, they're actually out here trying to clear away vision. Oh, you want that ward? You're going to lose half your health bar for it.
Yeah, Dokdam has been, yeah, this is going to be real tough as Dove goes back to the Unbound Soul and takes the Trist with him.
So well played. A little bit of a kill steal there from Gideon, but they guarantee it. And Gideon is starting to get pretty fed himself. He's got his stopwatch, so he's ready for team fights. Even a blasting one for extra damage. And, you know, if you're Nongshim, even your front line, like if you try to collapse in, Gideon is a great defensive tool against that. It can set up for a lot of the ults that you're going to see come online for KT in the later parts of the fight. It's interesting because, like we said in the draft, KT's comp, if you looked at the Yone, you think, okay, well, this is going to be tempo-based only. And they are finding value with it, as you can see here, as Dokdam got way too close to the sun.
Yeah.
They're finding value with it, but it also has that extra scaling power of the Ezreal. And because Ezreal got so ahead early, like, it's kind of unfair. The KT's comp has both parts, right? It has the late game parts and the early game parts, and the late game parts are fed faster than they're supposed to be.
Well, Rich, not going to be too worried about Doran at this point. Wet noodles, plenty.
Yeah, it looks really sharp, but it's not.
Yeah.
It's a plastic sword he's holding on to.
Gold lead hasn't been extended though, Wolf. That is certainly the good news for Nongshim. they should theoretically have a range advantage if they can play front to back in the later game. The thing that I'm worried about is the fact that KT's comp side lane's so much better than Nongshim's does.
Yeah.
I think Rich will try to be a bit of a brick wall, but I don't think he's going to be able to do enough, especially once the Bloodthirster comes in for Dove. And Doran should be okay in a side lane as well. And so if KT can actually play out a 1-3-1 or even a 4-1 effectively, it's going to be very, very hard for Nongshim not to just be spread too thin around this map. And they're a team that loves to team fight, right? And I really like the idea of a split push comp into Nongshim, who don't seem to be able to change up their playstyle enough to step away from what is just a 5v5 style of team.
Yeah, and that's the problem, because the side laning that you talk about is the best way to deal with a team that wants to clump up and just crash into you and front to back. You just avoid that entirely, and because KT have the Drake advantage on top of it all, they're able to even ignore some of these upcoming fights. I think this is one that they probably will not, because it is going to be the sole point for them.
Yeah, and
but
it's an Infernal, right?
Yeah.
And they definitely want to deny them as best they can.
If Nongshim have too much of a positional advantage, I mean, they have the option to walk away, which is something I didn't think we'd be saying about this composition right now for KT Rolster at this stage, because they got such an early lead. And I mean, look, they're setting up to clear vision, but they're also sending Dove top because he still has teleport. So, I mean, they're just kind of ahead on all fronts right now.
Yep.
The worst case scenario for Nongshim is if they get caught in a big queue from Gideon, and then there's a massive sleep coming through. He's got stopwatch. That's the one thing you just cannot allow to happen. That's one way
wants
you
to get
lose
his
for
second
sure.
mask as well, like you were talking about, has the stopwatch, so wasn't forced to go for an earlier Zhonya's. I love this decision. Not building Zhonya's because your stopwatch is still unbroken.
All these
idea.
words. It'll take a little bit of time to clear all these zombies out.
Damn. KT are going to do it though, and you can see 9 seconds to go. Peanut still just waiting in the pit. He's in his... Oh, that's actually a really high value spear.
That's massive.
He's still fishing for more.
This might be the time to walk away, like I was talking about KT. I don't know, they're on the Drake.
Yep, Noah wants to be able to lifesteal off this minion wave. Does so actually quite effectively as the bowling ball lands onto Docked Arm. Not the target you want hit by that if you're a Nongshim fan. Is now True Shot Barrage. Avoided there by Peanut, but now he's out of the way of this.
Oh, the sleep!
Yeah, the sleep is going to connect as Peanut's going to have to get out of position. The sleep was utilized. The Drake is now taken from KT, but the fight is on. Oh, Ulti from Dove is huge! Into the backline, and Doran finds the Tristana. He's likely to be taken down, but no, the World Ender gives him so much lifesteal. Rich is going to get hunted down. He's dead as well. The zombie ain't going to be doing nothing this game, and Nongshim get wiped at the Drake that they needed to take.
Sad to be here for Rich, because we are probably going to a game 3. That's what it is looking like right now, and that was such a fantastic play from Gideon. He's able to set it up without using the stopwatch as well. I mean, that's another thing that you just don't allow to have. You cannot allow that to happen. Watch Gideon in this fight. He just skirts around. They walk too close. The double sleep goes off. And this is where, as Nongshim decide to group up to walk away, Dove is like, you cannot do this. And so, unfortunately, time for Rich there. He gets caught in it on his way out.
And Faye as well. Empress divides nothing as the Yone gets right into his backline and munches up all of his carries. Oh dear.
KT Rolster emblem there from Noah. As this is looking like a... I mean, this looks like a wash, this game.
He didn't even go Bloodthirst, an Infinity Edge already completed.
I think at this point...
On top of the Gale Force, that's a very big Yone.
Yeah, I think you could just, you could push the issue here, push your lead forward, just try to snowball even further.
Yeah.
His damage output is insane.
I feel like he's like so fed now, he feels like he's a Yone from TFT that has the Yasuo, like, double exile buff. It's like, I get lifesteal anyway, man. Of course, I mean, he does have the fleet footwork, so there's a little bit of healing. But damn, this guy is a beast right now.
I mean, Immortal Shield Bow for Noah, that's a pretty unusual choice, but given the situation and his ability to do massive damage if he survives...
I actually love it because he's going to be left on his own the majority of the time. Everyone's diving in this comp. There's not a lot of peel as Rich is going to get that flash forward. They're looking for Noah. He's going to get put in the bouncy castle and taken down. Doran trying to get in there, but gets in a little bit too late as the sleep doesn't really do too much. Peanut tries to pounce to get himself out of the way. Does create a fair bit of distance and goes golden as Dove back to his unbound soul, but Peanut will be traded for the 80 carry of KT, and now we have
Nongshim.
a 4 versus 4. Feels like the wallets are so heavy on KT's side.
They really are. NSㅣ really needs to get out of here. I mean, I think if you try to fight this, you're going to be really sad about what the result might look like, especially if you're stacked up like this against a Yone ult. But Dove is not even here. He's like, oh, you guys are going to actually just get delayed. I'm going to get a turret.
Yep.
He's going to get an inhibitor turret, maybe.
Well, I mean, he's going to get the inhibitor turret. While Zeus dies, he's going to try and flash to get himself out. Sand Soldiers come on in. Doctum gets another kill. Gideon still doesn't quite have the Lilting Lullaby back available, but
I think you'll take this if you're KT, though. I mean, look, you're going to get an inhibitor.
This is what we call 4-1. That's what we're doing. The 4, unfortunately, trying to back in the jungle, though, and Doran does get caught by himself. He's now underneath an enemy turret that just spawned out of nowhere. But, of course, that's what Azir does. NSㅣ do get themselves one more. Peanut makes it back to base, and at least no Nexus turrets go down.
Yeah. Dove is just going to be even greedier here, try to steal some of these caps away. If he could get blue, that would be massive. And I
mean,
think
if Peanut finds him, like, Peanut is just dead.
Yeah, Peanut actually can't be here. You cannot be here.
He doesn't. Oh, he does have his Zhonya's back available, uses it. Unbound Soul, pretty counted in a lot of cases by that one as the ulti comes through from Dove, gets himself out of the way. The ulti from Rich, not going to land, but Roar of the Slayer does. He just looks like sandpaper, though. He's taken down so easily. Zeus gets on in there as well. Big pulverized as Bay tries to get out. Conquering Sense as well to get those soldiers back. Will get him the kill onto the cow. But now Kellen's running away and Noah is just massive.
Where was this
quadra kill?
Where was this KT? For the majority of round 2, where was it?
It was on the charger, Wolf. On the charger. Needed to make sure that you had your batteries at full before they downloaded the new version. And now the new version has come in, and it's looking real good.
Game 3 is upon us, Atlas. What a great game from KT Rolster. I want to see more Dove Yone. 2-0-8 in this game. Noah had an early lead, and he just compiled it into a massive, massive advantage. That's all there is. We're going to a third game. KT keeping the chances alive, Atlas.
They're doing it.
I would have never expected after game 1. What a dominant performance by NSㅣ. KT couldn't play their composition to its fullest power. And as we go into game 2, they get such an early lead. It's crazy. And then they play around their composition so well. They avoid team fights. They slow down backs to send Dove to get an inhibitor, for example. Still won the ensuing fight anyways. But, you know, I mean, making macro plays like that is something that we haven't really seen from KT, that decisiveness we saw in game 2. And this is the KT Rolster that KT fans have been waiting for. This is the team that you think you could trust. You know, if we saw that game a few weeks ago, you'd be like, I think chances are good for playoffs. Still really bad for KT, all things considered, but the hope is alive, which is something I didn't think anyone would be saying. I don't think anyone was thinking they were going to see this game 2 tie us up after game 1. I cannot even overstate what a turnaround that was in game 2 right there.
I mean, they drafted better, and then they played it better. I still just cannot believe how the bottom lane did as well as they did, right? They get that level 2 advantage by being in the lane early, not giving a leash over to their jungler, but the fact that they held on to that advantage for that entire laning phase, forced Kellen to make that overextension, that gets punished immediately, and then the game just rolls on from there. That's not what I was expecting from this KT. After seeing game 1, where they draft Kingdom completely and then get stomped, I don't know, man. This is KT are an organization that have already always defied expectations, whether it's good or whether it's bad. And they've done it again, this time positively, and we move to a game 3. And we'll see whether they can close it out and keep their hopes alive.
I mean, Gideon had a fantastic game himself. Like, he actually played very, very well on the Lilia Dove on Yone, you know. It was our first time seeing this, you know, in quite a long time.
Yeah.
And he played insanely well, got those early leads, kept that tempo advantage alive. I am hyped for the final game now, because after game 1, I felt like there was no wind in my sails. I was like, well, this is going to be the fastest day of LCK this season.
Well, let's have a look at the post-game breakdown and see who was doing all the damage. I have a feeling there's a certain Ezreal that did a fair bit, but I want to have a look at these Yone numbers as well. Yone not quite up there, but as we mentioned, Ezreal with almost double the damage of the Tristana that was funneled a lot of the resources. Shout out to Rich for doing the most work on his team.
And even with all the work he tried to do and all of the plays he tried to make, KT were just one step ahead all the way through. And their macro game was almost more impressive, because when you have a lead like NSㅣ had, sure, you can expect him to do very well, but they played around the control of the Drake super well. They were able to continue to push in side lane effectively, and this is not something that you say about KT Rolster very often recently, you know?
Yeah.
In round 1, maybe, but in round 2, I mean, no one believed this team, I want to say. Even the KT fans were like, I'm waiting for summer, right? Still got a chance. There's still a little bit of a chance.
There is a wind in their sails, but ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have to go for a short break. When we get back, we will find out the POG vote. Will it go to that Roar of the Slayed caster minion? We'll have to find out after this.
That was KT Rolster versus Nongshim Radforce game number 2, and great potential of KT Rolster finally was shown here in the LCK to take down Nongshim Radforce. This time around, KT Rolster was the side that was playing the comp that they are confident in. Yeah, KT Rolster did lack some level of proficiency in their pick in game number 1, so they tried out new things for game 2. And together with this comfort pick and great performance, KT Rolster played a lot more consistently in this game. Even though they did have some dicey comp. Looking at the bottom duo especially, we're seeing more and more Ezreal and Alistar comp. These two champions are not good at pushing the lane, and Tristana has the clear priority, but Alistar and Ezreal are so good at taking the minion wave under the turret. Tristana, because she has the push priority, Alistar can always walk into her and add some pressure in terms of the engage, and also because she always 24/7 push in the wave, she is exposed to a potential gank from Lilia. And then we had some real MVP on the side of KT Rolster, the caster minion saving the top laner, and with some lucky plays and together with some great performance of the players, KT Rolster was able to take game number 2. And let's take a look at NSㅣ's early game path. If he finished the Wolf Camp, this could have been a full clear for Lilia, but instead he rotated to the bottom lane. Nidalee already went to the top lane, which means it was pretty much predictable for KT Rolster to meet Peanut here on the bottom lane, and NSㅣ already won the trade on the bottom lane as well. And the backup from the mid laner was enough for KT Rolster to clean up some kills. Tristana and Rel are really powerful when they dive onto the opponent, jumping forward. But Kellen and Zeus, both of the support players, are very aggressive. They have this kind of play style. But when the opponents know how to deal with this play style, they get really punished hard. After that, KT Rolster was able to get the ace on the opponents. Now let's take a look at this game-ending teamfight. This is why we are seeing some Yone performance in the LCK. He was able to steal away that blue camp and goes in very aggressively for a trade, and then he escapes perfectly with his ultimate and sidesteps away from Science ultimate and then dodges that Q knockup with the Gale Force. Dove in this game was doing massive amount of damage, and then he was also able to survive from every dangerous skill possible. And this is why this player locked in Yone for game number 2, a very decisive one for KT Rolster. This was a do or die for them. If they lose game number 2, they will be eliminated from the playoff contention. But still, with this kind of new picks and better performance, they were able to keep their hope alive. And that's how KT Rolster closed out the game in game number 2. And a lot of solo queue players are now ready to lock in that Yone for sure tonight. But now it's time to check out the player of the game, and it's gonna be Dove on Yone. NSㅣ's Ezreal was really on point. I'm pretty sure this is gonna be a very close competition for the POG, but Yone, you know, this champion is so stylish. Even though NSㅣ was doing a fantastic work as well, and the fantastic angle going in for that engage was really on point. 90-degree for sure. Very clean cut and dry combo coming out from Dove. This actually reminded me of the Lee Sin combo back in the days, and perfect getaway route by Dove. This could be a turnaround fight for Nongshim actually, but because Dove played it out so well, they were not able to make it happen, and then NSㅣ was there for follow-up. damage after Dove was able to draw so many attention of the opponents. And 649 votes secured by Dove, and Noah was also able to pick up 3 of them. And we are heading into a Destiny Decider game between 2 teams. So let's head over to game number 3.
Thank you so much, Jisun, as per usual, for the analyst desk translation. And here we are, game number 3, KT holding on for dear life. But do you know what they've already done, Wolf? What they have already done is given Liv Sandbox an extra 20% chance to make it to the playoffs, with the fact that Nongshim are now denied that 2-0. So no matter what happens in this series, it means big things for the rest of the league.
If Nongshim loses this series today too, then the next few days become a lot more interesting because, you know, you're not guaranteed Nongshim if you win both series to get in. If you lose this one, or you are, if you win both, you're guaranteed to get in. So if you lose this one, even if you win that second one, everything becomes a little bit tighter. Everything becomes a little bit closer. Ties are still possible. There's no crazy 4-way tie possible or anything like that, but it is still on the table. But if you're a Sandbox fan or KT fan, you are hoping and praying that KT close this one out in this third and final game, and I am very hyped. You know, at the beginning of this series, at the beginning of this day, I thought, okay, this series could be extremely one-sided. It could be a messy one, but I thought maybe Nongshim just crush and take 2-0 after game 1. I think everybody thought that's what we were going to see.
Oh, absolutely.
But now, it feels like anyone could take this. You know, it feels like if KT have another game like that.
Well, we'll see whether they actually can. The thing that I think might be difficult is that Red side has won every single time, and it's been based on getting these counter picks and getting the correct lanes for a lot of these teams. And to be honest, like, maybe it's completely irrelevant, because I don't think that there was a world where KT should have won the bottom lane in the last game, and there also shouldn't have been a world where KT didn't win the first game with the draft that they had, right? So I think it's just based on momentum. Right now, KT do have a lot of it moving into this game, but we know that Nongshim have the ability to turn on a dime when it comes to getting their mentality into the right place. I feel like this happens every time Peanut's on a team. You just never know.
Yeah, you really just don't. I mean, the volatility actually between these two teams and their variance levels are so high. So you will see another ban on Kellen's Thresh. I do appreciate that from KT Rolster. All jungles are open at the moment, and with that
Ezreal ban, that is a lot of respect.
KT, I mean, they can pick up Gideon's Hecarim again, but I just don't, based on performance alone, right? Based on the one isolated game we saw today, I'm not a huge fan of this pick, just because it feels like there was a huge disconnect between Gideon and the rest of his squad, especially Doran, who was trying to set up a lot of those plays. I don't trust this pick right now.
I think the cow is also very important for both of these teams, right? Zeus had a phenomenal performance in game 1, even in the laning phase, and Kellen was a hard carry in, other way around when it comes to
game 2 and then 1.
Whoever was playing the cow did a really good job, okay? That's and it was Kellen, especially in those team fights, was able to really act as a phenomenal peel. As that Alistar will be locked in once again. This is exactly how it worked in game number 1. Peanut locked away the Graves this time in game number 1, and it looks like he's heading towards that once again. Big grin on his face.
Yep.
It's absolutely impossible to take those high spirits down when it comes to Peanut.
No, it's really hard, and I think that's one of the biggest biggest stories of Nongshim in terms of on-camera presence, and like how everything you see about Nongshim in the house is like, it feels like it's Team Peanut in terms of the mentality, and some of the rougher series they've had. He has definitely kept them in higher spirits, I would say. It looks like Gragas might actually get through a draft here. He might actually get picked here this time around.
Yep, KT did lock away the Senatom Kench at this point last time.
Yes.
It might instead be a Gragas support and then something else, or they might just keep the Gragas flexible. Could, of course, still be on the top side of the map, depending on what Rich does decide to do.
I think that if you're just gonna play it safe here, I think you just pick Kai'Sa, but I'm gonna take the...
Well, I don't know how safe Kai'Sa is these days, to be perfectly honest. It's
Sure, I just mean in terms of where your draft flexibility is. You don't pigeonhole yourself into a...
Yeah, true. And Gragas Kai'Sa is, you know, one of the OG decent lanes, so you'd understand why they do it. Azir will be locked in, as Dove does take away his favorite champion.
there was some hesitation there too, and some consideration on the Zoe pick as well. So KT definitely, you know, not with a clear plan just yet. There's the Kai'Sa pick coming through for DuckDom.
I am sad.
Given you know, where we are in this draft, I think it's a very safe pick here into a multitude of matchups. And now you can kind of ban out the tier list for AD carries if you want, if you are Nongshim. Yep. But there's not a lot of safe options left, sadly. Like, if you don't have the Thresh, you know, the Jinx isn't as powerful as of a pick. Samira completely nerfed. Aphelios also one of those champions that's really dependent on that synergy, and they will ban it away regardless.
Yeah, I think Xayah might be their next ban, potentially. Certainly very popular here in the LCK, as Aatrox going to be hitting the bench. Always so interesting just to see how the priorities change based on who is on the Rift.
Xayah is definitely the most common response of the remaining champions to the Kai'Sa pick, so I think that's a very safe option here.
Yep.
Alternatively, you know, you could end up banning a top laner, but with this being super blind right now, I think that's not a very effective strategy. They will ban the Samira. It's not hybrid on the other side, but KT do like to draft a lot of Samira.
I think Noah actually recently played it
Twice,
as well, and
yeah.
they won.
Yep, he went one-on-one on it.
And that was against Gen G of all teams, so not bad. So still going to give it that respect, as Victor going to be taken away from Bay. And we'll see whether they do go towards a Grave Zoe type situation. I feel like if you're going down the tier list, that is something. They do need magic damage.
Yeah.
In that mid lane, so I wouldn't be surprised if that is going to be the option.
I think Syndra is a pretty good pick here too.
Orianna is consideration.
Yeah, that's an interesting one.
Oh, this is cool.
Okay, Senna Kench just later in the draft this time.
Yep.
And it's a Gragas that was flexed now into the top lane, and it's a very safe blind pick. I mean, you know, you don't think of very many champions as being hard counters to the Gragas. And once again, we're going to see the Scion come through. It feels like KT are pushing back towards game number one stylistically here. Very difficult to execute. I mean, well, I would not say that's true in general, but for them it was very difficult to execute in game one. So I am a little bit worried about this repeat. The synergy is going to have to be better. The game one and game two, confidence, play style, macro control was night and day. If we see more of a game two KT roster in this third game, I could see this working because it is a strong draft.
I mean, this draft, they have an absolute draft kingdom, but they had the exact same thing in game one, so I find it so difficult to actually talk about it.
It's hard to trust. It's hard to believe. You know?
Yeah. This time they do have a range advantage. The Jinx provided a range advantage for Nongshim in game number one last time around, but what KT should have been able to do was dive onto it effectively in order to take DuckDom out of the game. Now DuckDom's playing the Kai'Sa, and so Nongshim are going to be trying to dive themselves into this, so it will require a lot more proactivity.
Yeah.
And the amount of CC and disruption that is available on the side of KT is just enormous.
Not to mention that this time they don't have the Victor, which is a lot more consistent damage lost to be able to challenge the front line. And this is a very different situation here for Nongshim, you know, and they're going to be the ones reliant on those shockwaves. They're going to be the ones looking for those executions here. I think this is definitely winnable for KT roster if they play it correctly. I think they have the better draft, but that's always the question with KT in round two, isn't it?
Yep, it certainly is. Gideon as well. Is he going to have a better performance on the horse this time around? And Kellen, now that he has the Alistair, will he be able to pull out another player of the game performance and bring his team towards the playoffs, right? It is like they are so close to being able to guarantee it. They knock KT out completely if they win this game. It is only Live Sandbox, and they will not have that big of a chance of toppling Nongshim if that is the case. So, Dove now moving on over, and let's see whether Nongshim are going to be able to get off to a good start.
Not going to be able to find any flashes or summoner spells here at all with this move. Positioning too good for Dove there.
Yep.
See if the leash comes through here, or if they're going to grab some extra experience in the bottom side of the map for DuckDom and Kellen. Looks like it is going to be the earlier arrival on bot side. There is a ward there to spot it.
And we'll see where Nongshim are going to start as well. It's very common for a fully charged Q onto a Raptor camp. Does help clear that jungle a little bit faster, but it looks like red buff is going to be where Peanut begins his trek through the jungle.
Yep. Ward here is really nice for KT. It's just red starts. Neither team wants to give that level 2 advantage.
Yeah.
That would be such a problem actually in this matchup in particular, especially with the Alistar here.
And this is what we're expecting. I mean, with the fact that NSㅣ is so free just to get auto attacks spammed out to his opposition. Cancels an auto attack there, a little bit unfortunately. But still, it's going to be very hard for NSㅅ to approach this lane. Alistar Kai'Sa, not exactly a lane with the most presence early.
Nope. They were pushing the issue really hard. KTR here at level 1 to hit 2 first. And
yeah, it's going to be tough for NSㅅ because not only is this bottom lane so comfortable for KT, but they're also very happy to take this game pretty late. And, you know, the mid lane, Azir versus Orianna, largely a wash. Gragas lanes quite effectively, and the Scion not going to be as able to, you know, build something like the Bramble Vest to try and counter things out. It's going to have to be some different options here for this guy.
Yeah, and I think that it's actually crazy how much what soul we get is going to affect this game.
Okay, Richie is 2 for 2. I'm getting my stats a little bit mixed up.
Yep.
On the Scion was 2-1 last time around. Unfortunately, fell down.
Just drop down a little peg. If we end up with a Mountain Soul here, that is massive for
both teams.
For both teams, yeah, true. But I feel like for NSㅅ especially, that gives them a lot more longevity in this game.
It's a cute little pole. There's Dr. unable to really do too much. Zeus goes down a little bit lower. Gideon is looking to clear up this Rift Scuttler. So much poke and harass from this bottom lane, and they can do it with pretty much impunity. Given the fact that NSㅅ has the Piercing Darkness, as Doran comes over and gets rid of the shield.
Yeah, he's actually going to look for the double.
Yeah, another pulverize. Speaking of a double, could have a double stun to come through here, but Zeus gets the Devour just in time. Peanut comes down, will get exhausted immediately. That's going to cause him to back away. They get the flash out of the center, though. Zeus holds on to his. You can't flash while you're devouring anymore, though, so definitely a worthwhile flash to be taking.
Massive. You know, and this was a really nice setup, too, for NSㅅ to get the double scuttle. Or rather, for Gideon to get the double scuttle. And, you know, NSㅅ aren't able to turn this into anything. I mean, the flash is massive, as you said, but this is a really nice control over the early part of the game and the map. And it was a really cool set play for Doran to actually body slam that to guarantee that it's going to be cleared very quickly. I'm liking KT's proactive play when they can pull it off, you know?
And also, you know, still playing up in the lane, understanding that it's highly likely that Peanut is on the top side of the map, and if he is bottom side, then he's not actually able to get too much farming done, so those Krugs go completely unnoticed. So KT, I believe that was a cannon missed.
Yes.
Unfortunate.
Sadly.
That's okay. He comes on over, now finds Peanut there with devastating charge.
A level up.
Line doesn't really do too much there as Command Dissonance coming on through, and Peanut desperately does not want to give this one away, and Gideon says, well, you're gonna have to, my dude.
That's just how it goes, unfortunately, in this matchup. That's unfortunate, and Gideon is actually, this is a night and day performance for him, too. I mean, it feels like KT, this is like, did somebody, did they actually change the players?
KT have just been activated right now.
Are these fake, these players?
We're going back to round one. It's like round one, KT have finally arrived.
Yeah.
Literally at the last week of round 2.
I mean, winning a game like game 2 can be very motivating as well for your mentality. And
oh, absolutely.
For how you're feeling going to a series like this where, I mean, the tone for this series was very depressing if you're a KT fan, because you're like, oh, this isn't even a really tough matchup, but I still don't feel like, you know, we can pull it off. It's so important. And then you lose game 1, and like to recover from that deficit and then to even carry that momentum into the third game, it is...
And also, if KT want to continue their playoff hopes, they have to beat Damwon. So I mean, it is a largely good luck situation. Thanks, Jonas Strong, for the zoom.
He missed it.
Another auto is cancelled as her recent buff made it much less difficult as out goes the horse. That is a surprise party pony right there as he gets headbutted underneath the turret. There is, of course, a Devour available for him as Kellen almost goes down, but does manage to survive in the end. Doctom didn't even have flash available, but still, he's going to be okay. They focus the cow. Wrong decision. But that was very, very cool.
Yeah, it was a really nice play to actually try to set that up, and they end up hitting the chains, but it's on the cow, as you said. Kellen, very tanky, and is going to be totally fine. You know, if this were a little bit later on in the game, the damage output would be a little bit higher for the Senna, but not yet. And Peanut's only able to get, unfortunately, a Scuttle to trade this back, so it's not like they ended up losing a lot for this failed attempt. It was very well executed.
Yep.
And it's a pretty, you know, there's been a few really aggressive attempts in this game for picks, but no one's died, and it has been a very slow start to this very important third game in this series.
Doctor, this is not exactly the 1v2 you want, but Kellen is going to turn up eventually. He says, where did your health bar go, Doctor? He said, I gave it to Sim. It should still be okay. We'll see how many triumphant roars can come out here from Kellen. You can see there's a few.
Doran, by the way, is almost 30 CS up right now.
Yeah, the Gragas is having a very good time. But let's have a look at this gank once again. It was very, very cute.
Yeah, he hits level 6, pops right out of the Senna Shadow. I don't know what to call that. I don't know what it's technically called, but anyway, pops right out with the ult. Kellen is super tanky and gets away, but it was a really cool attempt. Like, you know, the rotation around, the vision control that comes with it. They had a control ward that they still have in the brush there. Almost get to name territory with that one.
Yeah, actually, that name escapes my brain as well, to be perfectly honest. That was one I used to be proud of for no one, but look, now it's just Dawning Shadow and Piercing Darkness, and that's all I really talk about, and a stunning move.
Okay, this is really bold from Peanut. Once again, they know that Dove isn't here, so they have Bay's Prio here to help cover for this, but Peanut really loves to just walk up to these Drakes alone. And yeah, I mean, even with the bot side push, they don't have vision of this, and he's going to get away with it. So this is unfortunate for KT. I don't think they could have necessarily contested it with Dove not being there, but might have been able to try for it because Gideon was nearby, but either way, they don't even get a chance to.
Well, Q now on cooldown, and then Kellen goes in. A little bit mistimed there by the Nongshim bottom lane. Just doing their best to get a bit of a harass down. Pickaxe, the only thing really collected here for Noah as Dove shoves once again into this mid lane outer turret. He has a level advantage, only for a few seconds time, and gets himself a plate there as well. Gideon moves on over. He's got some pings out on this Rift Herald as Doran's going to get denied that body slam pretty effectively there by Rich.
Yep, there's no way for Rich to come over here and help out, and with the mid prio that Dove now has, that is going to be a Herald for a Drake. And we're 50-50 on that mountain, and even if it's not a mountain, even if it's ocean, it's still really good.
Oh yeah.
For Nongshim. So Nongshim very lucky, I think, with the way that the Drakes went, and the fact that they got the first one is massive for them because they're again going to have that Soul Prio. I don't know, it feels like in League of Legends casting you could say Prio for everything, but they're going to have Drake advantage.
Yeah, they will, and they'll be able to get that tempo control of the map. Of course, just so good for your macro to be able to lock down the soul point. However, we are getting a bit ahead of ourselves.
Yeah.
You know, we still need to stack up another couple of Drakes before that one does happen. So far, so good for Nongshim at this stage, though.
And it's, you know, it's not a cloud, so I think everyone's happy about that.
Yeah, and we haven't had a kill yet, but KT are just naturally ahead by about 1.5, which is scary given the fact that Shelly hasn't actually thrown herself down just yet.
Yeah.
It means that almost organically KT are able to take some big advantages. I think how the bottom lane has been conducted so far is definitely a good sign for that.
Yeah, and
but also Dove is winning and top is winning, yeah.
Yeah, KT are just winning lanes significantly. I mean, even Hecarim has a pretty nice farm advantage right now over Peanut. So it is. Got to be careful about this one. That control ward is still up. We didn't name it, but, you know, it's... Gideon's got an opportunity to make a big play here once again if Duckdown pushes this any further.
Peanut immediately got pinged, but I think they know that he also left the area. Gideon, though, not going to take the opportunity to dive on forward. Scary times here for Nongshim, as you can see.
Yeah, this is actually a very scary moment. And Duckdown loves to push lanes. I mean, that's what he's made a name for himself on this season.
Oh, dirty farming as the Gragas.
Yeah, this is actually kind of crazy.
Yeah, Doran certainly feeling himself right now. Feels like he's like, Renekton does this? Yeah, well, I'm Grag. It's even better. As Peanut dives on over, Gideon in perfect position. As the teleport comes down, Dr. flashes, ults to get himself out of the way. But Kellen, the will is more breakable than he hoped. And that's a kill going over to Dove once again. First blood, teleport bottom lane. It's like clockwork. Yeah,
it's easy peasy here for KT. And Peanut just a little bit overzealous there. And trying to make that play happen. And once again, they didn't have vision. And that ward has been so valuable for KT this entire time. If you just don't have any idea where Gideon is, a play like that is risky to commit in like Peanut did. They went for it hook, line, and sinker there, sadly. And KT now with a really nice lead in this game. I mean, you talked about the lead without kills, without the Rift Herald. Now it's starting to really stack up. Gideon will be totally fine as Heck Rim.
Yeah, he just naturally walks on out of there. He's got Lucidity boots. Should be getting towards his chem tank pretty soon. As Rich just does his best to keep himself up in this lane. So here he does go. Of course, does have a lot of power in team fights as the Scion. So there's that. If you're a Nongshim fan, it's not over yet.
I feel like Nongshim are really going to have a hard time on this second Drake to win the fight if KT are there and they contest it. Because they don't have a comp that really has any of its big power spike items online. I mean, you have Kraken Slayer for Duck Dom, but for him to be able to consistently do damage against KT's comp at this stage of the game is going to be so tough. As we're going to watch this once again. Peanut does not have any idea. He knows Noah's there, but he has no idea that Gideon is there. And Gideon does not go for Peanut because he knows he has Flash. He actually just wants to get on the other side of the bot duo. Peanut doesn't even have to Flash to get away, but that's a really nice pick.
And it was a really cute idea as well. I felt like Kellen was going in there to try and set up for a killer instinct and also CC the Tahm Kench so that Peanut could try to execute Noah alongside Doctarm. But because Gideon was there just in the nick of time, meant that the ult had to be defensive from Doctarm, and so they were denied any kill, and Kellen looks a little bit silly.
This actually ends up being a really cool Rift Herald because you get to push this bot lane out, which gives you better positioning on the Drake. Dove does not have teleport, so you want to be grouped up around here this way, and hopefully he can, rotate down by foot. I mean, this is really tough for Nongshim. Like, I don't think you can take this fight. They're going to try for it.
Yeah, Peanut's giving it a red-hot go. As fight on a couple of fronts here, but Kellen, he's going to get poked out. Noah actually doing a fair bit of damage as the Devour. Beautifully timed. The ultimate comes through from Kellen, but he's getting chunked down. Rich turns up, Doran does too. Dawning Shadow not quite enough there, as Kellen still has the ult for a little while longer. As, oh my goodness, everyone piling on to the Orianna as she tries to flash over the wall. Unsuccessful. And Gideon wastes no time getting onto this Cloud Drake.
I mean, Nongshim really wanted to fight this. They were out of position. They were not in a good place to take the fight, but they just forced it anyways, and now they're paying for it.
Yeah, Ingo's Doran just executes Doctarm. Now looking for Rich. He's not going to go down. However, KT easily take this one down. There's the Mountain Soul that you were looking for there, Wolf.
There it is. I mean, this is really fortunate for Nongshim in one way, but, the truth of the matter is they lost their Drake advantage. They couldn't fight that fight. They tried to force it. They gave more gold over to KT Rolster, who have funneled a lot of that gold into Noah once again. So look at this. I mean, yeah, they have, it almost looks like a surround, I guess you could say here, on KT, and Peanut does a ton of damage to Gideon, but you're zoned out if you're Bay. He takes a bunch of damage on his rotation in, and then Kellen has to desperately try to look for this pulverize. Like, this bottom side of the fight goes so poorly that when the teleports come through, it's essentially over, this fight, before it even begins. And you easily got the chase power here with the Hecarim ult over the wall, and then they stay even longer, right? And that's when it's like, okay, where's your thought process here, Nongshim? You're 3v5. You are not stealing that Drake away, and then you just get insanely destroyed by Doran over the wall. Like, this is unfortunate for Nongshim, and I think they're misunderstanding their comp's power at this stage.
And also just overextending for no reason whatsoever, right? Like, if you lose a fight, get out of there. There's nothing left for you to fight for. You're not going to win 4v5. They had positional advantage everywhere, vision control everywhere.
And, yeah, it was a 3v5 fight even at the end there.
Yeah, it's so silly. As Hex Flash from Kellen looks for Noah, but not going to be able to find him. And they do manage to get rid of this bottom outer turret. That is definitely good news. Doctarm up towards the top side, trying to collect farm where he can. So first turret does go over to Nongshim.
Yeah, I mean, that's huge. The fact that they're able to free farm top for a little bit is also great news for Nongshim. Like, they're finding value on the map in anywhere they can. My concern becomes, you couldn't win that last fight. Obviously, there were positional issues. Their comp isn't that strong yet. They have all their items online. They don't even have all their mythics right at this point. KT's comp is just stronger early on, especially with their ability to literally go over the wall there. Which is a big problem for Nongshim. But now you're so far behind in gold and items for Nongshim. Can you take the next fight? And then it becomes harder and harder and harder. And it's like, if you give up this next Drake, you're never going to get that Mountain Drake advantage that you really need. But if you take the fight, can you win it? It seems very unlikely. I don't want to say that we're in a checkmate situation here for Nongshim, but it feels like there's no good answer at this stage in time. You're really going to have to hope for a perfectly executed team fight.
Yeah, and if we're talking about these robots all with equal skill level and things like that, like we were talking about, like this KT draft just scales beautifully, team fights beautifully, and Nongshim, it's going to be very difficult for them to find any advantages with the fact that they have the Kai'Sa problem, right? It is just... It's so hard for the Kai'Sa to find value against this composition when NSㅣ is going to be so safe, you know? You Killer Instinct into the backline, and the Devour comes in. NSㅣ repositions, and then the Kai'Sa gets collapsed on by all of the mobility that the front line of KT has. Like, they can turn immediately and adjust where they're going to be fighting from with things like the Onslaught of Shadows, the Shifting Sands, the Body Slams.
Yeah.
It's a very nice composition for answering what Nongshim wants to try and do.
They have 3 chem tanks, so if you're Peanut, you're just not allowed to do damage in the fight unless the fight's over. Oh no.
Yeah. Oh dear. Dr. Tries to ult himself out. Does successfully escape for now as the turret got very angry with Dove. Shockwave going to come in, pulls him back, and that's going to be Bay locking down that kill. Dr. almost dies as the Dawning Shadow. Not quite close enough there.
Yeah, that was pretty well handled from Nongshim. That's something you'll take.
Yeah.
That's an exchange you want.
I mean, KT have thrown games like this before. That being said, you know, in a perfect world, it should be very difficult to do so. The chicken counting, I think, might have started too quickly by yours truly. I apologize.
Well, I think I was kind of in on it as well. I'd say they had a huge advantage, and I'd say it again.
I mean, they do. I mean, that was just a statement of fact.
Sure.
It's just whether or not KT has the ability to, you know, prove us wrong, which they definitely do not want to do, as Dr. Looked like he was in a lot of trouble here.
Yeah, the Killer Instinct is really well done. And yeah, I mean, he still gets caught by this, but he has the follow-up flash, which dodges the Emperor's Divide crucially.
I think the heal was necessary as well to get that one done.
Just barely is able to not get clipped by it. And then from here, Bay's teleport is perfect. And, you know, it's not always something you could say about Bay's teleports, but, you know.
Well, he nailed that one. Is once again now Gideon in an awkward position, but does have the backup of the rest of his team. Doctarm's not quite there. Okay.
I mean, this is the fight you need to take as KT. I think you still need to force this issue.
And Bay's not quite there just yet. It should be an advantage for KT as Gideon wants to try and get in here, make it a 50-50. Peanut locks down the Drake. Teleport comes in. There's a Shockwave onto 2, but not exactly 2 priority targets, as now Doran has his pick of the litter of where he throws down the barrel. Callan gets into the backline, and Rich surviving for so long. It's just the tanks that they're focusing KT. No, that's not what we wanted. As Doctarm gets into the backline, and Peanut says, nah, sorry, mate. This is how it's done. Actually not, to be perfectly honest, but Bay, he's the one now chasing down the members of KT, locks up Doran, the Tahm-Kench is also dead, and look, I don't know whether we blessed it or cursed it, Wolf, but Nongshim are walking towards the Baron.
I think that's a matter of perspective, Atlas. It depends on who you ask. And Peanut, you know, he does end up going down there, but this is the kind of fight you want if you're Nongshim, is you actually got insane value out of your tank line because KT Rolster were focusing the Scion. The target selection here is not great on the side of KT Rolster. And then Peanut has this free team fight where he's able to, of course, get this Drake away, and he's untouched throughout the majority of this. Look at the follow-through here from KT. I mean...
Oh, Callan's pulverized.
So good. And then Peanut is able to just come forward and free hit in this fight without really any issues. And Duckdown comes through. Yes, he gets stunned up, pushed back, but Peanut is like, I am actually just going to execute everybody. He dies, but he did his job.
He did so much damage, and then Bay is able to come through, throw some cogs at some people, and they do fall down. I actually kind of like the kamikaze move of Duckdown.
Yeah.
Goes in, eats an exhaust, eats an Emperor's Divide, and then Peanut's like, cheers for paving the way, my dude.
That's one of the powerful things about Graves in team fights is he just does such consistent damage if he gets an opportunity to do so. He actually is kind of in a weird way like Victor in some of these team fights where if you actually get to the end of the fight with full health,
yeah, and his mobility is so high as well, and he might be short range, but if he does get on top of you, those buckshots certainly do a lot of work.
Yeah, I mean, he dies, and it didn't look as cool as, I think your average fan wanted that fight to look. But
yeah. I was singing his praises until he just popped. But still, that's going to win you the fight, and now Baron is encircling Nongshim, plus they have the Mountain Drake and have the opportunity to move towards Soul Point. They only gave a Cloud Drake away. They don't care about that. 2.5 minutes before that Mountain Soul Point does come around, and Rich is 1-0-2, dude. Sion's big.
Ironic, the gold chart we had up there shows like Nongshim's getting further and further behind in gold, but it pops up for the first time they're ahead in gold in this game. But yeah, I mean, Nongshim now with the Baron buff are trying to take away some of these turrets, and I like the positioning here. It's really difficult for KT to actually collapse in and punish. Doran's getting some work done on the side lane though, that no one is dealing with at all. No response there is starting to be a bit of an issue.
Yep, Kellen also over to the side is going to get pushed out by Gideon, but Peanut looking for the wraparound. Bay's going to be here as well as NSㅣ finally going to turn up. Doesn't find any CC. As the outer turret in the mid lane still proves a difficulty for Nongshim. Bay moves on over though, looking for this inner turret, and Peanut's just going to parade around, make sure that the Orianna is going to be untouched as he locks down this inner turret as well. So,
I mean, that's, almost 2,000 gold, the Baron power play here.
Yeah,
for
that's
Nongshim.
huge.
And it's an early Baron. It's a Baron they get off of a pretty decisive fight. They rotate in, and this game is completely turned on its head now. And this next Drake, I mean, again, Nongshim gets so much value of this. Yeah, sure, KT do too if they end up getting it, but it feels like the power of this really strong front line for Nongshim that they really need to be the setup for the damage that you're going to see from Peanut and Duckdom becomes so much more powerful. It becomes so much more stable with these Mountain Drakes. I'm going to grab this mid turret as well as the Baron power play goes away, but they even get that. Some extra gold here.
That's actually why it's so powerful to get Baron when you were behind, right? Because especially when you're behind on the map. Because there are so many outer turrets to take. There is so much that you can collect from around the map, and that outer turret now falling down opens things up and allows Nongshim to have a whole lot more map control. That being said, it's only 1,000 gold in the lead, and KT still certainly do have a very powerful composition.
And Drake positional advantage right now too.
Yeah, 26 seconds before that one does come back up as Nongshim move back from a reset.
Look at all the vision control they're trying to set up here. Doran is a little bit of an outsider at the moment, but he does have teleport, so that's actually okay. As long as he can get there in time. He can also have a flank engage, but Nongshim need to be really careful about trying to fight in.
Yeah, Doran doesn't want to be there. Control ward spotted.
If Nongshim chase too far, this is actually good for KT. I don't know about following Doran to the ends of the earth. Looks like they're going to give this up and push mid instead.
This is actually kind of cute. With the fact that KT did have such a good position, it means that Nongshim decided they want to take an inner turret instead of risking it, and they throw Peanut in there to try to steal away the Drake. He does still have flash available. Oh no, just barely. Doesn't have the flash. Is now Rich off to the side. I can't believe they just let Peanut chill there for that entire time. The rest of Nongshim now trying to rotate over as Kellen is going to get turned on. Not exactly the target they want to hit as he gets thrown back into the team. Man Protect comes through. Dawning Shadow doesn't really do too much as now Sion takes the front line once again. Shockwave onto 3 is fantastic. Peanut now getting towards the front line, but KT are tanky too. I think there are certainly some things to work on for both teams when it comes to that last team fight, but that was weird, man.
I generally agree as well. Okay, Peanut, let's see what you can find here.
Yep, Dove's going to get interrupted.
But yeah, I mean, that was a moment where Nongshim decided that they were going to give up a Drake for mid-turret, and it's hard to say one way or the other factually if that was the correct play. They did just try to turn the Drake fight into a 50-50 as well, and if they get away with it, they look like gods. They don't. So it's like, well, you lose this Mountain Drake, which is really important right now in this game for a turret. which I don't think is going to be the greatest trade ever. And then KT back away. They leave Peanut alone, which again was quite puzzling. They don't actually come in and try to execute him. Then they have control of this choke point. Look for Kellen, force him to the flash, and then they just give up control of the choke after this. And, you know, I feel like if you just stand in this brush, clear the ward, then Nongshim have to come to you. But
well, that was a
changed
four-man shockwave as well. Noah actually just pushed into the wall with it.
And, like, they could have just been okay with taking the ward out and forcing Nongshim to actually make the forward move there. But they chased too far.
Yeah. One thing I do want to point out is that in that moment where Peanut was sitting there by himself, theoretically, like, because there was an Alistair over the wall who can headbutt Polv his way in, if they do close the gap and try and hit him in melee range, then theoretically Alistair gets away over the wall as well as Doctarm, who can follow up with the Killer Instinct.
Yeah.
So maybe they were thinking that. That is a lot to think about in a very short period of time. However, could have been something that they were asking for.
I think if you end up botching that engage and Nongshim end up trading some kills there, then it ends up being not worth the effort, and it's just so risky. I think Nongshim, you know, were really trying to push the issue there, and KT might have punished them, but if they mess it up, then you lose the advantage you got from the Drake. So I respect KT and just being passive there and kind of walking out.
And they did manage to lock down the Drake. That was what they wanted to get.
Now they're going to try to control vision here around this Baron. And this is very greedy, but at the same time, they're pushing some side lane pressure.
Well,
to the top
Rich, he's going to run at him. With his chem tank, still has the train available.
A lot of value here for Dove, meanwhile, doing all this.
Doesn't crash, but is going to find the wall in the end, as Nongshim not quite able to find it. Peanut's real fast, though, gets the flash out of Noah. Scares the living daylights out of him, as now Zeus finally going to be here, and Noah's like, where were you before? Needed that dang devour.
Well, Dove
managed to get it.
Dove gets a whole wave top and a turret. So, you know, this was not successful for Nongshim. In some ways, they were able to push KT Rolster off of the Baron, which is massive, but still, there is an opportunity cost here.
And very, very close is the gold still. KT with a, you know, their composition hasn't changed, right? And as this game continues on, and if they can get the next Mountain Drake, you can see that when they do establish position around an objective, KT are so hard to move.
Yeah, they really are.
Just with all of that, all the CC and control that they do have available to them.
Especially in choke points where they have vision. This is a really cool setup.
Yeah.
This is actually going to give them a lot of prio, so they can go over here and clear these last bit of control ward vision away from Nongshim. And it's going to take Nongshim some time to actually rotate in here. This could actually be the moment where they decide to start Baron if they're going to commit. But it looks like they're just going to reset instead. Happy to take vision. This is such a dire situation for KT because as a team and where their playoff chances are right now, like, you maybe in a regular season game against Nongshim earlier on in the season, you go, well, I can maybe try to make this Baron play happen. I'll take a risk. But right now, you're so nervous about everything falling apart at once. There's a lot of extra pressure. You don't take a risky call like that if you're KT here in this case.
And it's so hard for KT as well, because I think in the back of their minds, they know that it's Damwon that's waiting for them in their final game, that they have to win.
Yes. And even if they do win that, they're not guaranteed.
Yeah, exactly. It's so hard. Well, Gideon, he's going to get slowed down. There's the onslaught of shadows, unable to be interrupted there by the headbutt as Gideon brings Peanut back. Can he survive this? It looks like the answer might be no. Doctarm comes on in. Peanut is taken down, and now the Kaiser completely out of position. Goes golden, but there are so many Sand Soldiers, and it's a double kill for Noah. In comes the Drake. Perfect timing for KT. This is what their comp is supposed to do.
This is what their comp is supposed to do, and now they're going to get this second Mountain Drake, and it's going to put them on Soul Point. Nongshim, this game may be slipping away from them piece by piece here, and with those kills and no smite available, you're looking at a Baron play here too. This is not just double Mountain, and you could see it on Peanut's face, not smiling anymore. It just starts to feel like Nongshim realize that this game has kind of slipped away from them. They can't even realistically contest this because they don't have anyone who can be anywhere near it at this moment in time. And this is, 30 minutes of the game now. KT Rolster in a position where they might be able to threaten inhibitors with this Baron buff, which is going to give them control of the map to take that potentially soul, the Mountain Soul there. So this is a huge turning point in this game, and it's all because Peanut getting caught.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate. Noah as well, he has his rapid fire cannon. He has so many souls built up. His range has extended. And the siege is now a really big deal from this team as well. As we have a look at this fight one more time, Gideon finally getting that wraparound that they were looking for.
Yeah, and you could see that, you know, Peanut is forced to retreat downwards here and then towards the side, and he's completely cut off. It was really well played here from Gideon, who gets devoured at the last second and lives. And, you know, Duckdom is caught. Nongshim should have just been willing to sacrifice Peanut there, but they end up losing Duckdom. If Duckdom lives, maybe you could contest Baron, but this was so well played from Gideon. He knew exactly who he was looking for here. And, I mean, now as Nongshim, you're like, can we team fight anymore? You know, we're getting caught. We're getting cut in half. We don't have vision. Now they're going to have lanes pushing. They're going straight for the juggler here on this top inhibitor.
Yep. Nongshim know exactly what's going on here. Peanut going to be the first one to the scene of the crime. Duckdom a little bit further away, but they just steal this one. And now Rich, yeah, he's got a Soul Furnace. You know, he's pretty tanky. But if they just ignore the Scion and kill Peanut and Duckdom like it feels like they've been doing every single fight, feels like KT can just walk all over this one, and they're back to that 2,000 gold lead. A few hiccups there in the mid-game. KT back in control. Still, everything's throwable.
Doran is pushing mid. You know, he's getting some extra value there. They've got a lot of turrets to go through, a lot of gold to catch up on here across the map. So threatening inhibitor while also getting some extra gold mid.
Peanut? Okay.
They're rotating in. Well, they were rotating in onto Doran on the minimap I was watching. That got a little bit nervous for him, but he gets out fine.
I actually like this. This is punishing KT's lack of cleanup when it comes to their side lanes, right? So yes, they take a top inhibitor, but they're not going to be taking the bottom one anytime soon. This minion wave is a bajillion miles away.
Yeah.
As well as Duckdom being able to make it into the mid lane. So they go for the reset now. And let's see where KT are going to be able to go. Might take them a little bit more time before they can punch down any more structures.
I almost feel like the Mountain Soul is arguably more important than the Baron at this stage. That's the one objective you cannot give as Nongshim here. You know, they dealt with the Baron pretty well. I really like the play for Peanut. But you can't lose anybody 2 minutes before this. You know, already you have the waves pushed out. You have to be extremely patient as Nongshim here, but also ready to be decisive in the team fight that's coming shortly. Yeah, they have vision around the Drake pit, which is massive.
They also have double teleports available as well, so
yeah.
They or Rich can be chilling towards the top side of the map, clearing out these super creeps that are heading on forward. KT's comp is just, it's so
good. I mean, I really feel like this game and in game one, they had the better draft, and in this game, they're executing it better. Like this game, they're actually utilizing it correctly.
And it's another one of these times, right, where the Kai'Sa just finds no value. The Senna just will outrange her forever now and has way too much peel. The Devour is so incredibly valuable against someone that does want to dive bomb and try and take out a single target in a split second. And Zeus has just been too good at getting the Devours when he needs to.
And Peanut went for the Gale Force instead of the Immortal Shield Bow, and he's just so vulnerable in these fights if he wants to do damage, and if he just plays it safe and positions himself well, then he's not doing damage. In an ideal situation, it's going to be like that fight earlier where he comes in for cleanup, right? And is able to turn things there, but the way that the comp is scaled up here for KT so well, I just don't know if that is a realistic expectation for how these team fights are going to go. And in moments like this, if you get caught as Peanut, that's just the end of the fight. That's the end of the series. And this is super important for Nongshim. Remember, fans, we're talking about the series they need to win.
Yeah,
they win both.
Doran, he's looking like he has no fear whatsoever. Rich getting chunked now. He does get himself a big shield. There's the cast to come in, but Rich still sitting above half health. He's able to tank for a very long time, as you can see.
But he has
finally
to flash.
flashes.
Yeah, he has to flash here. And Peanut, you've got to be careful about flanking like this.
Yeah, he's looking for the wraparound. I wonder whether he's just going to try and steal out the Drake from under their noses. I don't know about that one. As KT move on over, Doran sneaks into the brush.
Peanut just, he gets away.
Just a free Mountain Soul.
I cannot believe the things that Peanut has done in this series and gotten away with. I mean, in all 3 games, he is going to get away with this, but cannot deny the Drake. And this is Mountain Soul for a team that has, you know, a very tanky Gragas. They went full tank for Doran. So, I mean, breaking through that is a big issue.
Yeah, that's tough.
And look at all the Mountain Drakes, 3 of them in a row. Could have been for Nongshim. Could have been their 3.
Plus,
or the Scion.
This is also like a relatively rich Tahm Kench as well, who's got a Thorn Mail.
Yes. And,
you know, Peanut and Duckdom are the ones doing damage, right? I think a lot of these big, beefy tanks with very large amounts of health, Yes, there is a Leandri's here on the Orianna, but so hard to get enough damage.
Yeah, they're just getting run over. And, you know, Bay and Peanut are just, they're not mobile. I mean, Peanut has some mobility. He's got his Gale Force, he's got his dash, of course, but he's not able to kind of get in there and poke. It's do or die. If Peanut goes in, he's hitting some autos, he's dying, or he's cleaning up the end of the fight like we've said a million times. And
yeah, it's so hard. It's so hard, is it? Like, if you're a Nongshim fan, like, you look at this and you're like, well, our champions just don't do as much stuff as what KTs do now in a 5v5.
If Nongshim ends up losing this game, their playoffs are not in their control anymore. You know, if they win this and then they win the second series that they have later on against Fred Brion, they're in playoffs and nothing else matters.
Yeah, right.
So just to give the stakes to people who might be tuning in a little bit late, this does matter a lot for them too. It's not just about KT.
It increases their odds by a lot. And now Rich is going to get interrupted as he tries to ult out. Shockwave onto 3 with the Emperor's Divide. He's going to put the Scion into an awkward position. Decent double knock up, but there's no follow-up. Scion ain't going to find it. Doran also a bit of a party cast there as Rich was trying to get the kill onto Dove as his zombie self.
He's going to be all right. If they were respawning here for Nongshim, but without their front line, they just cannot fight, and this should be a Baron. Peanut's going to look for the 50-50, and that's all you can hope for, because unfortunately with no front line, this comp just cannot function. It is not going to work, and they don't even have vision.
Yeah, you can see Doran over the wall, looking for Bay right now as Dove comes in. Docked Arm's there as well. As you can see, Gideon going for a big old flank. Headbutt pole onto Doran. He's able to get out of there. Dawning Shadow just for good measure.
Just no tanking, no front line.
Oh my goodness, it's like 2 hits. 2 hits with some Sand Soldiers and then a smite and Peanut's dead.
And KT have been playing this game so defensively with the lead they have. They just sit back under Azir turrets in the mid lane.
Well, I mean, after what happened in the mid game, I do not blame them, right? They were very close to throwing this. There was a Baron that went over to the side of Nongshim.
And they just sit back, they wait, they're waiting for these objective timers, and then they're hitting the go button. So we're going to watch this once again. Rich gets found here on his rotation in. He doesn't have any vision of where the rest of the team is, and you feel pretty confident as a Scion at this stage in the game that you can just go and check, but sadly, he cannot.
I mean, this is also like level 18, 4-5 item Orianna that just does actually 0 damage with her Shockwave onto 3 people.
It's crazy. As, Bay gets away here, but Doran sees an even juicier target. And even though Nongshim tried to collapse in here, the front line of the Alistair is not enough. And so eventually everybody gets burned down. Peanut is just blown up here. And that's a Baron. And now we're really talking about inhibitor control. And if Nongshim mess up the defense here, the game ends.
Oh, yeah.
You lose anybody and the game is over. We're at 40 minutes into the game.
And now there's an Elder Drake for them to deal with as well. So Gideon, come on forward. Spirit of Dread encircling him gloriously as the Arcade Hecarim. But look, now, you know, NSㅣ with 1 billion stacks on his passive. He's looking to try and keep himself safe in the backline. Has the help of Zeus there as well in order to do that. Doran's pushed in a minion wave. They've got an inhibitor now to take on the top side of the map as well. Starting to feel like a circling of the drain.
Yeah, I love to see a KT that's this passive at this moment, though. You know, I mean, unless you really mess up a team fight from here on out, it just feels impossible for Nongshim to win. So why push into their base? Why try to get some kills in now when you could just slowly circle the drain of Nongshim's chances here, as you say? And I mean, this is just passive, safe, great play here from KT Rolster. Because guess what? In 80 seconds, Elder Drake's up. Yeah, and then the fights that Nongshim have failed to win, we just see another one of those. I mean, Nongshim have one more chance. The Elder Drake fight, if they are able to steal it away, or if someone on KT makes a huge mistake, you win that fight, you have Elder buff, and you push to win the game too.
And they don't have the range to reach these siege minions as well, so War of Attrition obviously just going to be won by KT, as now they're looking to try and turn onto Doran. This is difficult. Gideon right in the area. Cask is decent. Docked Arm now feels like it's his chance to go in. Shockwave lands onto nothing, but it doesn't matter. They lock down the Gragas. Now KT in a 4v5 after grabbing themselves the inhibitor in the mid lane. Now 40 seconds on the Elder Drake and 52 seconds on the Doran with a teleport.
Yeah, this is actually not that great for Nongshim. I mean, it is massive and it is a nice pick and it is going to give them a little bit more control over this game, but it's not like this guarantees them the Elder Drake. The timing doesn't work out because of the teleport. Doran just overextending a little bit too much here into the base. I was talking about how happy I was with their passivity here, and then they just push it a little bit too far across the line. Gideon does his best to peel, but he's not successful here. And KT have to get out. There are limits to what that Mountain Soul is going to give you. You're not that tanky.
Yep.
And here we go, 5 seconds to go. Doran actually, he's 15 seconds on this teleporter.
15 seconds away. Noah's looking to try and push in, and KT are going to try and trade an Elder Drake for the base. But the Elder goes down extraordinarily quickly as Rich, he's looking to try and stop some backs here as well. Bay teleports into the mid lane. And that's just an Elder for free.
I don't actually agree with KT's decision to do this because you're not going to get anything out of this. The timing of this doesn't work out because we're so late into the game. The Elder Drake goes down quickly. I think you had to push in and really try to even 4v5 before Doran is up to prevent the Drake because you don't get any value on the map. And now Nongshim have the potential to take this Elder buff and push it to win a fight, like to just push down the lane. Like their comp actually has the ability to do that.
And they can also sit in mid lane, so the inhibitor being down in mid, not actually quite as relevant at this point in time. And the Elder buff lasts all the way up until the Baron spawns.
Exactly.
So theoretically, Nongshim should be able to use this to take control of the Baron area, unless KT can utilize their composition, which is very, very good at team fighting and has a Mountain Soul.
I mean, what a tragedy.
In order to win.
What a tragedy it would be if KT don't win this game. After everything they've been through in this series, after everything they've been through this season, to lose it here would be a disaster. I mean, we're on the edge of it. This game's variance level has gone up so high right now. It's one team fight away, knife's edge level.
And, I mean, we were talking about Doran having a really difficult time in round 2. It would be heartbreaking if that one pick is what puts KT over the edge of being able to pick up a win here.
Yeah, and I mean, they just use this cask here to buy time. They're just trying to burn out that Elder buff clock. The timing overlaps with the Baron, as you mentioned, so, you know, Nongshim, they have positional advantage here. They might just want to think about rotating back and trying to get vision control. They want to win this game right now, though, with the last seconds of this buff.
Yeah, in goes Rich, looking to try and get them locked down. I believe that's now Devour on cooldown, which is actually a huge situation here. One ulti has been utilized, the inhibitor now taken, evens things out for Nongshim as they look to back away. All ultimates ready for KT.
Everything is up. And this Baron fight is going to be the fight that decides the game.
I can't believe how intense this game is.
I know.
This is just nutty.
400 CS for Duckdom in this game. He's got his Guardian Angel up, Phantom Dancer. I mean, we're full builds. We're approaching full builds for most of these players at this point in time. And they're actually on the Baron first. Like, KT have to clear this out, and these few seconds are worth so much right now. When
and this goes down so fast as well.
KT
Duckdom and Peanut do so much damage. Bay as well.
You've got to get in there, KT. I mean, what are you going to trade the Baron for the Nexus? You're not going to get there anytime soon, not even close.
And it just pops. Oh man, there was no way that KT didn't know that that was the case, as Peanut crits the red buff for a massive amount of damage. Yep, they do have empowered backs. As now the Tahm Kench going to come on in. Gideon maybe overextended just a little bit there as a phalanx being set up by Nongshim. Peanut into the area. Doran! It was like he threw it, but then tries to save it. Bay with the shockwave is definitely good though. His stuff misses the Emperor's Divide. I don't think it's going to matter though, as KT looks so extraordinarily strong and Noah still stays alive. Rich looks for him as he has himself the Gargoyle Stone Plate. Can he get there? The answer is no, as Bay fighting against Zeus, who just licks him to death. That's the ace, and that will be the game for KT.
So much redemption here for Doran after that pick on the bottom side that almost cost KT the game. He has a huge flash cast play to turn things around, and KT Roasters' chance to playoffs, they are small, they are minimal, but they are alive here, Atlas, in this final week of regular season play. What a series!
Just insane stuff from KT. They keep themselves alive. Theoretically, the statistics say 16% chance of getting in comparison to the other players. But they have to win against someone here, and that is going to be very difficult. But if you believe in miracles, ladies and gentlemen, there is still hope. There is still a chance the KT roles.
What a crazy regular season. This has definitely got to be one of the ones for the history books. I mean, we had 5 teams eligible for playoffs going into the last 2 weeks of play. And now KT, so unlikely to win this series, so low in everybody's minds in terms of chances, statistically, like lowest chance to actually make it. And they pull this series off, and it was such a tense series, back and forth. Game 1 totally tossed it out the window. Game 2 come back with the best game of their second round.
I think so.
And then in Game 3 have a massive lead, toss it away, but then still have an epic play there in the end to end it. We're going to watch this one more time.
Just watch Doran, man. This is the guy that literally just died and gave up Elder Drake. And then he's like, nah, boys, don't worry about it. I got you covered.
And Gideon keeps everybody here. It almost looks like he's going to throw away their potential advantage here, but they're able to stop the backs with the Senna ultimate. And then look who comes through. Doran with the flash play.
Carries.
Massively damaging the carries, forcing the res onto Duckdom, which means that he actually cannot do damage in this fight. While you're in res animation, you're not doing anything. And when he pops out, the fight is already over. Look at where Peanut is, completely zoned out. And what a heroic play from one of the players who has been stuck on this team. I mean, you think about where he was last year and where he is now. He was actually saying, okay, Nuggery's gone. I'm the best top laner in this league. And it's been a far cry from that here in the second round. But this final moment was all about him. And, you know, you love to see it. KT, if you weren't a KT fan before tonight, I mean, you're probably a little bit interested.
Oh, I don't know. It's so hard. It's so heartbreaking. And it's gut-wrenching being a fan of this team. But it's fun. It is definitely fun. I just love that they're named literally after a roller coaster. And time after time after time, it's exactly what your stomach feels like when you're watching KT.
Yeah, everyone wants to get off the roller coaster.
Oh, yeah. You absolutely do. But that being said, we love them forever, and we always have. So, I don't know. It's a hard life.
It really
a
is.
KT fan.
It is.
But games like this sometimes just there is happiness out there, guys. There really is.
There really is, and it's a moment I think where you can look at this series. I think this is one of the best examples of a series where anyone can win on the given day. They play their best.
And anyone can lose with any composition as well, you know? Like, these aren't robots, and we're going to have a look at some of the play throughout this game as well, because it was a long one. This has been a marathon of a series.
It really has been. And KT, you know, this is a team that really came from the brink of, I mean, I can't imagine how everyone was feeling after that Game 1 loss. If you missed the beginning of the series, I mean, they had a great composition and just had a really awful start to the series. Like, they had a game that was almost handed to them by draft, and then they got crushed. And then in Game 2, they completely turned it on its head, and then still keep their mentality straight in this 45-minute game of League of Legends. At the very end of it, are still able to make the right calls and end it. I mean, and to see that with a team like this that has had such a rough round 2, was it 6-game losing streak, 7-game losing streak, something like that?
Huge.
Like, that's almost unheard of, and that's what makes this so exciting to me, is to see KT come back and prove that even in their darkest moment, they can play top-level League of Legends.
And Doran as well just had some really incredible team fights in this game. Right here, like, body blocking a lot of people from the particular team fight. That looks a little bit funny, but gets a flash, and you'll trade that for a body slam any day of the week. Makes Orianna so much more easy to take down.
Another moment here for Doran, you know, just coming up here. Was actually Gideon's chase here, and this was not the Doran moment I was thinking about. We skip that highlight, but this is where he gets picked, right? And this is where things started to look like they might fall apart for KT, as you could see Gideon tries his best to save him, but there's just no way it's going to happen.
Yeah.
And then he turns things around in this final fight here. Listen to the comms.
Just silent. Look at Doran. Just silent. The silent assassin.
You can see Gideon is the one making the majority of the calls. Yelling to focus Sion. I think at that point, I think everybody knew where we were at. Let's finish the game. Let's finish the game. It was excellent. It was really nice. And to see this from NSㅣ too, who's actually, after that game 1 loss, was the one who was being vocal and the one who was talking, who is a rookie player for this squad, and has big shoes to fill in Hybrid, a player who has disappointed us in terms of expectations. NSㅣ, imagine how he feels here, especially after that Ezreal game in this series. A big part of the comeback was on him. Wow.
See, reaching for a hug at the end there as we have a look at the post-game. Dove did a heck of a lot of damage, but have a look at the KT Dipper in the middle of that gold graph. If you're a KT fan, you're used to it. If you were just watching this game, having a look at LCK for the first time, motion sickness is expected.
Get used to it.
You definitely get used to it.
Yeah. Oh, man. This season has just been something else.
It has definitely been.
I picked
exactly
a good
that.
season to join the LCK broadcast team, I think. All right, so look at the chances here for playoff contention, and KT have to beat Damwon Kia. If NSㅣ beat Fredit Brion with a better score than KT beat Damwon, then they're going to get in, assuming, again, that Live Sandbox is not in. They could also potentially be in. If they win both of their series now, and KT lose to Damwon and NSㅅ lose to Fredit, then Live Sandbox is in, actually.
I mean, Live Sandbox actually have a much better chance that you may expect, right? Because a Freak of Freaks right now are looking like the worst team in the LCK. Unfortunately, they are right at the bottom of those standings, already eliminated from playoffs.
And ZRX have nothing to fight for at this
true.
stage.
But if Live Sandbox now even out the points, right, they get to -7 in comparison to KT's -8. And then every single game that you win in your next match is going to be important. DRX, theoretically, a much easier opponent than that of Damwon Kia, because literally everyone is an easier opponent than Damwon Kia.
Yeah, exactly. It's the hype levels, they don't go down.
And like these percentages, right? We're reading out these percentages like these ELO situations, but I think the reality is now starting to say Live Sandbox has the best chance.
I said it before we went into this week's matches. I told Mal, I said Live Sandbox, watch out. This team actually has a really good chance of the remaining matches.
And every time you say that, games like today happen, Wolf. So I don't know what you've done. Is this like you getting excited? It's like you've got the KT curse, but you get to put it on whoever you want. That's like your superpower.
That is my superpower.
We'll see whether that's actually going to be the case, because that's going to be a difficult one to live down. I think my Cloud Drake thing is a little bit better than that, to be perfectly honest. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go to the analyst desk and to the interview, and I'm looking forward to hearing what KT have to say about that one.
KT Roaster is the winner of a very long series tonight, and they're keeping their hope alive for the playoffs. Let's take a look at the draft. This is really similar to the one in the game number 2. However, this time around, KT Roaster answered to NSㅅ's Kaisa with Senna and Tompkins, whereas in game number 2, actually Senna and Tompkins was countered by Jinx. And Gragas was added to the iteration for game number 3, and after seeing that Kaisa lock-in, it was just so comfortable for KT Roaster to just play Senna and Tompkins. And as we saw in game number 3 during the laning phase, even though the KT's bottom duos was not having the best time in game number 1 in the lane, but this time around they were able to exert some pressure in the laning phase. They were able to absorb some gank attempt as well. To step up from the KT bottom duo in this one single day was really on point. And NSㅅ, this is his debut split in the LCK. He was doing a great job on the Philius and Samira, which means NSㅅ was too caught up with those two picks. But actually, those picks were not the problem. I think it was Kaisa not having a really good time. But I want to make a shout out over to NSㅅ, because he was doing a fantastic work on these two marksman champions. NSㅅ had to target ban those two, and he was able to pop off on a new pick. And once Senna got super fed, KT Roaster, they didn't really need to dive onto the opponent, because NSㅅ at the same time, they needed to dive onto KT as well, so they could just take the fight and turn it around. However, KT Roaster, because they're on a roller coaster, they were always diving onto the opponents, but still, they were able to put up a really great fight. Well, they did make some wrong decision around the Drake team fight, but still, they were always there and making Nongshim Red Force flustered. They were always diving onto Nongshim Red Force, making Nongshim super confused. And they got the players disconnected from each other by diving onto one single target. Maybe let's find out if KT Roaster can dive into the playoffs last seed. Now let's take a look at the first highlight where KT Roaster was able to attack the weakness of Nongshim, and they made a great chase. This was a do or die play in order to make it to the playoffs, and they saw Kaisa made her reset, so they are just running. They are trying to find one target, and they found 4 members of Nongshim. Gideon goes straight in and finds Peanut in the backline. He just chases him down forever. And then Gragas was there for a backup, and then Kaisa was there to join the fight. But still, Nongshim was so confused and flustered by the move and play made by KT Roaster over here, so they were able to punish those kind of a play that Nongshim made. Prior to this fight, KT Roaster made a big mistake around a dragon fight, but this time around, because of that mistake, they cleaned up their play, and with the help of Senna, who got super fed, they were just able to find the sustainability in terms of a team fight. Well, this game was definitely happening everywhere and it was going back and forth, but KT, by playing this game, they once realized that they have this power to win team fights. Nongshim, however, was able to pick up the Elder and the Baron, but they were not able to close out the game with this play coming out from KT Roaster. I was actually perplexed to see that Senna ultimate to just stop the back, but Gideon, once again, he just dives onto the opponent, and then he just draws the attention of the opponent. Then Gragas goes in for his redemption play, and Kaisa, her GA got popped after doing nothing. And after that, KT Roaster was just falling apart. The point is that even though this was not the best fight for KT Roaster to take, they still went in for it, and they were looking for some opening to end the game. And because KT Roaster saw this kind of an angle that Nongshim didn't see, Nongshim was not able to react to that. Props over to KT Roaster for making it happen. After a very extended series, KT Roaster was able to pick up this win, and the POG will be picked up by Doran. Doran did make some critical mistake, but he was able to make a redemption play, a game-ending one. And nice pick onto Kaisa. He had the vision around the opponent AD carry. And Hecarim had a really nice setup for this kill. And Kaisa ulted in, but Doran had his eyes on her hand, was able to find the CC onto her, and this one was the cherry on top for Doran's redemption for sure. Two-man knockup, especially onto the AD carry and the mid laner onto the opponents. Sometimes he went in for an engage onto Alistar, but this time around he found the right target on the right time. At the same time, Gideon, he didn't die once in this game, even after playing this all-day diving Hecarim. Dove was able to pick up 2 votes. Gideon was able to pick up 2 votes, but the rest went over to the pocket of Doran with that Gragas performance. Now let's invite the POGs on the side of KT Roaster. Congratulations on your win. Thank you. Thank you so much. Congrats, guys. Dove, you guys are keeping your playoff hope. It's now 16.94%. How are you feeling, Dove?
일단은
First off, we thought this was a must-win match to make it to the playoffs, but we have Damwon Kia series coming up. Now that we won Nongshim, I think it's gonna feel even worse if we fall to Damwon Kia. So I don't want to get too ahead, but still I'm glad, or I'm feeling relieved that we were able to pick up a win tonight. What about you, Doran?
아니 플레이오프 그 확률이 좀 낮긴
We
한데
still have a chance to make it to the playoffs, and
정말 좋네요.
it feels very nice to pick up a win tonight.
패배했을 때 표정이랑
Yeah.
드라가스로 POG 받았을 때 신났을 때 표정.
We saw your face after losing that game on Sion, and now we saw pure joy on your face after having a serious win. And KT Roaster finally stopped your 6-match-long losing streak. Congratulations on that as well, Doran. What kind of process have you guys gone through during the losing streak? And what changed in order for you guys to pick up a win tonight?
그냥 무슨 얘기
Well,
그
what
그
did he
얘기 나온
discuss?
거는
I mean,
그냥 너네 그 우리 많이 못하니까
I mean, we just said we are very bad right now. We are not performing right now, so we have to, get back to this game, and we have to clean up our issues.
별로 딱히 상관없었던 거. 상관이
I mean,
있었는데.
that was also pretty important.
도부 선수 이 연패
And Dov, how are you feeling?
소감 한 번 더 다시 들어볼까요?
You guys were able to finally get out of the losing streak. However,
요네를 픽을 했습니다.
you guys are a control mage on the mid lane, but I was trying to make up a mind between is our losing streak. So we just didn't want to take the go-to comps. We wanted to make some change. And at the end of the moment, Hirai just told me, leave no regret tonight. So I just locked in Yone.
그렇습니다. 그러면 도란 선수한테 질문을 해보죠.
And Doran,
선수들 같은 경우에는
in game number 3,
어떻게 보면
we had a very similar comp, just like game number 1, a comp that you guys actually lost.
부담이 됐을 수도 있어요.
Which means KT Roaster must have been playing under a bit of a pressure. So what was the mindset that you guys brought in game number 3?
좀 라인전에서 많이 무너졌어가지고.
Well, I think we were falling apart starting from the laning phase, so we wanted to, play our lane better.
저희가 진짜 좀 궁금해서 어떤 식으로 선수들이
We're really
게임
curious
판단을
about it
했는지
because
장황 이제 바로
KT Roaster didn't contest
판단들이 있었단
for
말이에요.
Elder
그래서
and
좀더
Baron.
적극적으로 싸우는 판단도 있었는데 그래서 어떤
You
게임들이
could have
근거를 가지고 거기를
taken some fights
포기했었는지
over there,
많은
but you were actually
분들이
conceding it over to Nongshim Red Force. What was the plan in that macro? Elder in the last game about not contesting for Elder because Gragas, he just died out of nowhere. So we had to change our plan. We had to adjust our plan, but because of him, we couldn't take the Elder. I guess it was too risky to take the fight, right? It was way too risky. I don't really remember correctly, but I think, yeah, that was mainly why. However, Doran, your cast in the end was there to just end the game. Senna even ulted to stop the reset, and then you just rushed in and flash body slammed onto the carries on the opponent. So what kind of call and communication went back and forth?
좀 상대가 바론 친 걸 저희가 좀 늦게 알아가지고
We
이제 봤는데
actually didn't have enough heads up about the Baron play coming out from Nongshim, so we were a little bit late to the party. So we saw them recalling, so we were like, just stop the recall, just stop the reset. So Senna ulted first, and all 5 of them were there. So we were trying to chase them. I guess, yeah, KT Roaster was in a rush, and they were able to pull off the best play. And Gideon was able to put up a great performance tonight as well. So, Dove, any message over to your teammate Gideon?
픽에 대한 이야기랑 별개로.
근데
Well,
2세트 저
in game 2,
POG라고 이제 다 끝나고
After,
얘기하기
like,
전까지
everything,
저는 민성이가 POG
I thought Gideon would pick POG.
그러니까 그만큼
에이.
잘했던 거.
No way.
아니 이게 인터뷰 하기 전에.
I mean, before the interview, I was like, I told Doran,
2세트 민성이가 POG
I was like, I think Gideon deserves POG for game 2. I did say that.
네.
토란 선수.
I mean, he did,
근데
but
제가 얘기한 게 제가 뽀록이 많이 터졌대요. 그래갖고
but Doran said you just got super lucky in game 2, so you were able to get the POG.
한번 죽을만 했는데.
But I do agree. I think I got super lucky. I think I was able to survive most of the risky moments. And Doran, what do you think about Noah? He's been having a great performance joining KT Roaster. I think
잘 하는 것 같아요.
he's doing great. Yes,
해주는 것 같아요.
I think he's doing great for us. He's not dying. You know,
최고 칭찬이죠. 안 죽고 잘하는 원딜.
that's the best compliment for an AD carry player. Not dying and playing well. Now KT Roaster, you guys are continuing your run for the playoffs, and you guys have to take down Damwon Kia. So how are you guys going to prepare for that match?
그냥 죽거나 사느냐인 것
It's
같아요.
do or die.
남원전 지면 죽고
If
남원전
we
이기면
lose that
살겠습니다.
series, we'll die. If we win that series, we'll leave. Doran, would you like to add on to that?
좀 잘해서
We will play well, you know, as a team together.
플레이오프 한번
We will try to cheer up in order to make it to the playoffs. Once again, congratulations on your win, and thank you very much for this interview. And I'm going to pass it back to our casters. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ji-sun, for the translation. Adorable to hear the back and forth between Dove and Doran. Glad to see that Doran still has a heck of a lot of confidence, despite the fact that his mid laner may not have quite as much.
Yeah, I mean, both of them definitely having a lot of fun picking fun at each other and at Gideon as well. But I think our play of the day is
let's have a
ready.
look at it. I wonder which series our play of the day is going to be from. It actually could be that final play
Yeah, it
of
might
that
be.
final game. Oh my god, really the caster minion? First, it's the bomb on the chicken. Now it's the caster minion that's the play of the day.
Oh man, this is like we've just given up on actually doing good plays for just doing silly plays.
Yeah.
That poor minion. I don't know who's sad of the minion who actually just got thrown into a spear, or if it's the fact that Rich is going to have to watch this now after he lost the series to KT and his playoffs are in jeopardy.
I mean,
that's a cruel one. That's a cruel one, production, I have to say.
That is
A little bit cruel.
100% a Jonah Strong play of the day. That is he is just a troll through and through, and we absolutely love him for it. That being said, I like that the weird and wonderful moments what take precedence, especially after a series like that.
Sure, I can
Oh,
can agree with that. You know, I thought maybe we'd see like the 3-man Yone ult or the big cask at the end, but hey.
Yep, what can you do? I believe that we are
Drive-by
going to
minion.
check out the standings, though, ladies and gentlemen, and have one last look at how things are sitting. KT still in 6th place, but 100% tied alongside Nongshim.
That's right, and just to put it into perspective, if Nongshim win their second series now, which is against Fred Brion, it doesn't guarantee them a spot because KT could also beat Damwon Kia. And if those two things happen, if they both win, whoever has the better map score in their win takes it. If KT loses and Nongshim wins, they're in. If and that's of course notwithstanding with Live Sandbox, because Live Sandbox is going to potentially take out Afrika and DRX, and if they win both of those, then they're in, right?
They are
So,
in, yeah.
it's crazy.
It is crazy. I think I told a little bit of a lie before because, of course, you know, Nongshim being able to take on Fred Brion, that is a largely easier opposition than having to watch Live Sandbox take down both Afrika and DRX and do it in pretty decisive fashion, trying to get as many match points as possible.
It's going to be close, though.
It is definitely going to be down to the wire, and I really hope that the playoff contention just goes for as long as possible this week, right? I don't want to have that time where it's the end and it's like, well, everyone's been eliminated, we're just going to have some fun. That being said, we have Hanwha versus T1, which is going to tell us a lot about everything on our final day.
Still
the
matters
whole-
for Hanwha, you know.
Absolutely.
They want to get that second place. Everything matters. It's crazy.
It all matters. It's another one of these memes. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that is going to do it for us.